Good morning.
Good morning.
I would like to call this meeting to order. Chris? Would like to call this meeting to order. At this time, I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and Métis homelands, and acknowledge the diverse indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nikorasu, as well as Métis and Inuit, now settlers from around the world. And we will start with the roll call of council colleagues. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning.
Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
Councillor Jens.
Good morning.
So everyone is here. And before we go into our next panel, I will remind participants about the process for today's public hearing. We will continue hearing from speakers today on Charter Bylaws 20001 and 21001, continuing from panel 6. Before we hear from this panel, I will call out the names of people who have registered to speak over the past day. These individuals will be added to the list of speakers who were already approved to speak. After I call the names of all public speakers, members of the public who have registered to speak will then be invited to speak in panels and make a presentation to council. When everyone in a panel has had a chance to speak, members of council may then ask questions of you or other panel members. For this reason, please remain seated until all questions have been asked of your panel. Each person will have 5 minutes to speak. The clerk will run the official timer. The timer lights on the podium will be green for the first 4 minutes, turn yellow when there is 1 minute remaining, and flash red when 5 minutes are up. If you're participating virtually, a timer will be displayed in the Google Meet. You may wish to use a timer of your own as well. A list of public speakers and their respective panel numbers will be posted alongside the meeting agenda on edmonton.ca/meetings. This will help public speakers estimate when they may be called to speak. After hearing and asking questions from all panels of public speakers, I will ask one more time if any additional speakers have registered or if any have been missed. Council may then ask questions of administration. If you're participating virtually, please remember to mute your microphone when you are not speaking and refrain from using the raise hand button function as it creates issues of fairness and decorum. If you're experiencing any technical difficulties, please reach out to the office of the city clerk using the contact information provided in your confirmation of registration or at city.clerk@edmonton.ca. If you're here with us in person, the clerk will guide you to your seat when it's your turn to speak. In the event of an emergency, please follow the clerk's directions to evacuate. City staff will direct you to your muster point. With that, let me call the names of public speakers who have registered over the past day, and then continue hearing from speakers who have already registered to speak. So additional speakers in favor, part of panel 7. Andrew Bembridge, and Matthew White, Gabriel Dunn, Julie Hussain. And in opposition, Laurel Stewart Downs, Liam Downs, Kathy DeWinter, Nina Osijo, Gina Orleski. So these are the panels. These are new speakers added to the panels. And now we will be on to our panel 6. Okay, I will call your names. Please come up. Daniel Whitty, joining remotely. Are you there from University of Alberta Students Union?
Yes, hello there.
Thank you. Victor Olson, University of Alberta Student Union, in person or virtual? No. Okay. Jenna Williams is not joining us. Hamid Hosseini, Edmonton Student Alliance, in person or virtual? No. Alexandra Eges, in person or remote? No. Liette Borowski, joining remotely. Liette, are you there? No. Marij Khan, joining remotely. No. Bianca Pollock, University of Alberta Students Union, in person. You'll be number 8, Bianca. Dolly Montefiore, joining remotely. No. Mariah Samji, joining remotely.
Good morning.
Thank you. You'll be number 10, Mariah. Chelsea Jersak, Situate Inc., joining remotely.
Yes, I'm here. Good morning.
You'll be number 11, Chelsea. Bob Summers, joining remotely.
Yep, I'm here.
You'll be number 12, Bob. Chioma Uzor, SAMU Students Union, in person. You'll be number 13, Chioma. Kirsten Goa, in person or remotely? No. Tanya La Riviere. It's just my tongue not twisting. Yeah. Tanya, you there? Joining remotely?
Hello, good morning.
Thank you. From Accessibility Advisory Committee. Jake Monalam, in person or remotely? No. Ivor Lemmerink, joining remotely. No. Nahi Fawn, SAMU Students Union, remotely. Okay, no. All right, we will start with Daniel. Daniel Whitty, go ahead please, Daniel.
Okay, hello everybody. First of all, I would like to start by apologizing if there's any background noise. I'm currently on my 15-minute break from work at Hub Mall, so it's fun time. So my name is Daniel Witt. I am a fourth-year urban planning student at the University of Alberta. I'm the president of the Geography and Planning Student Society, and last spring I was the event lead for the Greater Millwoods Dining Week. I am from Millwoods in Ward Gatineau, and I'm very excited to speak to you all today about zoning. So I'd like to start talking a bit about Millwoods, where I'm from. Originally in the 1970s, the development concept had it around 120,000 people were supposed to live here. And I'm sure a lot of you know it never reached that point. Millwoods' population capped out around 100,000 people. And since then, on top of that, many Millwoods neighborhoods have been losing population for years. In my neighborhood, between 2014 and 2019, we lost around 130 people. This means emptier schools, fewer customers for businesses, and fewer transit riders, which justify even less routes and less buses, which people like me use nearly every single day. As someone who really enjoys getting involved and contributing to my community, I want more people to be able to enjoy the neighborhoods, shops, and parks that I love. And I want the originally planned number of people to be able to enjoy the parks, neighborhoods, and shops that I love. And making it easier to build dense, new housing that people want to live in is a way to repopulate these places that have been losing population and add vibrancy back into these existing neighborhoods. I'd like to talk for a little bit now about my experience with this new zoning bylaw. So as a planning student, this was one of the first pieces of technical policy that I had to read for my degree. And I would love to commend the zoning bylaw team It is a great place to start if you're looking to read policy. It's very accessible. I love the diagrams, the charts, everything in the layout makes it really intuitive, sort of what's going on. And yeah, the legibility of that document, along with the other engagements that I know were done by the ZBRI team, have really allowed anybody over the past few years who wanted to learn about zoning an accessible chance to do so. I know I've been to some. I know people who have been in them. It's been a really good engagement session. Council, I would really encourage you to approve this bylaw today. And if amendments are necessary, well, not today, but you know what I mean. If amendments are necessary, ensure that they are in line with the original intent of this bylaw. To me, this means consolidating the number of zones to simplify the bylaw for anyone who has to use it. It should be accessible to residents, to landowners, to businesses, to administration, to developers. Anyone who wants to be able to understand our zoning should be able to. And I think that this zoning bylaw is a pretty good step in the way of allowing people to do that. And secondly, I think that it should ensure that it allows a wider variety of denser housing types in currently low density residential neighborhoods. That part is necessary if you want this bylaw to have an impact on affordability, on sustainability, on vibrancy. We can have just a switch from a complicated zoning code to a simple zoning code. But what this bylaw does is improve the zoning code on top of that. And I think that is an incredibly important aspect of it that I want to make sure you guys all know we really need and is very important. I know that me and many of my classmates who are not able to make it here today are very excited for this bylaw. I know we talk about it way too much, so this is a fun week for everyone, and we're very excited for what it means for the future of housing in Edmonton. Thank you all so much for your time. I'm all done.
Thank you so much, Daniel, for joining us. Next, I'll ask if Victor Olson is here. No. Hamid Hassani. Alexandra Agnes, Liet Broski. No. Marij Khan. Nope. We'll go to Bianca Pollock next then.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, my name is Bianca Pollock. I am a recent Bachelor of Science graduate with aspirations of obtaining my medical doctorate from the University of Alberta. I currently work at St. Michael's Long-Term Care Facility on the north side in Ward Tastawiniwak. My boss, who has 20-plus years of experience, has taught me a lot about the aging population in our city. She explained a trend regarding the condition of newly admitted residents. Seniors in Edmonton have been committing to living in their homes for as long as they can. This means that they are entering our long-term care centers in worse conditions. I understand they want to stay where they are for as long as they can, and I support that because those conditions tend to mean they live longer. But many communities in the city simply aren't designed with seniors in mind. In 2010, the City of Edmonton released a document that was created in cooperation with the World Health Organization. It is called Seniors, a Portrait, from which I will quote now. Making cities age-friendly is one of the most effective policy approaches for responding to demographic aging, end quote. And our city is aging. According to the same report, the number of seniors living in Edmonton is on the rise. In 1986, 17% of Edmontonians were considered seniors, so this is 55 plus. It's projected that by 2041, 32% of Edmontonians will be seniors. The Edmonton Student Alliance spoke yesterday and mentioned how the student issue spans across each of your constituencies, as does my topic today. There are aging folks in each one of your ridings that would benefit from more livable communities. Walkability contributes to neighborhood connectivity and vibrance. As someone who has studied kinesiology and the human body, I know that movement is essential to living a long and healthy life. Better mixed-use zoning with diverse demographics is one way to keep our aging population agile and involved in our communities. As communities are set up currently, they do not meet the needs that an aging population requires to maintain a balanced lifestyle. Different types of development in the same neighborhood allows folks from all economic backgrounds to live everywhere in the city and prevents unintended class-based approaches to city development. I know the changes will not happen overnight, but the passing of this zoning bylaw renewal will at least give the opportunity for change for all communities in Edmonton, young or old. This zoning bylaw renewal has the opportunity to invigorate new life into all communities in Edmonton. Thank you, Chair.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, Bianca. Next, I'll check if Dolly Montefiore is here. No, I'll go next to Mariah Samji.
Good morning, Council, and thank you so much for taking the time to hear from me today. I also just wanted to note my 6-month-old has not woken up, so if I run out in the middle of this, you will hear why. I also wanted to thank administration for their unwavering commitment and hard work for helping Edmontonians draft an update to our zoning bylaw. I have been in front of council many times before, but I wanted to reintroduce myself just as Mariah. I have a love for small businesses, inspired by the fact that my parents have started multiple small businesses in Edmonton, spanning from a chocolate shop to a daycare, restaurants, and a vibrant retail store. I am particularly thrilled about the draft mixed-use zones, and don't think they're getting enough love in this conversation. I also love being a part of my community. I've served on my community league board and on the Transit System Advisory Board. During my time at school, I took an elementary education degree because I love kids. And then after that, I went back to school for urban planning because, to be honest, I thought we could do a better job of building a vibrant city for kids and seniors. And I was sick of losing my family and friends to other cities. During my time at the U of A, my cousin had twins, which was very exciting. And so I offered to help take care of her kids while she was recovering because she had a tough pregnancy. At that time, she was looking to build a secondary suite in her home for her aging in-laws, but the regulations would not allow her to do so because they required front door direct outside access. Her house couldn't accommodate it. I'm proud to say that Edmonton recognized these shortcomings over the last decade and actively worked on addressing them. City-wide changes for small-scale infill has made Edmonton a more inclusive place. These changes, I believe, have played a role in helping to maintain our city's affordability. It isn't the only reason, but I do believe it is a contributing, controllable factor in many factors we can't control. Now we find ourselves in a situation where the cost of living continues to soar. We're also contending with the climate crisis and competing on a global scale for talent and population. We're not the only ones dealing with this, but we are a city being more proactive. Adding to this, many infill builders are small businesses that construct between 2 and 15 units annually. It does not allow them to benefit from the economies of scale enjoyed by those building 100 homes in our more suburban areas, which, if I'm being honest, their policies are better designed to meet the diverse needs of Edmontonians. With all that said, I'm asking council to support a few things. First, the adoption of the zoning bylaw. It is a pivotal step forward in the realization of Edmonton City Plan. Second, please ensure that no landowners lose their developmental rights. Currently in our RF3 zone, it is responsive to the lot size, allowing for more than 8 units on larger pieces of land. But with the RS zone, roughly 1,000 lots in Edmonton will be downzoned. This is in direct contradiction with our goals of city plan. Third, regarding height, please consider allowing, either now or in the next iteration of the zoning bylaw, the RS zone to be at 12 meters of height, as you see in the RSF zone. Not only are greenfield builders able to do things at scale, but they also don't have to deal with existing issues like asbestos or moving dirt around the city, all of which are very costly and add to the cost of infill. Greenfield developers can offer homeowners more for less and with less risk, and this needs to be addressed. This modification of height is pivotal because an additional 5 feet in height allows for the creation of barrier-free units on the main floor for aging parents and an additional unit on the top 2 floors for their family. This was a concept recently demonstrated to me by an enthusiastic developer from Calgary. This change is particularly important to individuals like my cousin, who is now looking for barrier-free spaces for her aging in-laws, who oddly enough have continued to age. They need more assistance now because they have limited mobility and one has early-stage dementia. We couldn't help her the last time, and others like her, but we can now if we address these issues. Zoning isn't a magic bullet, but it does have a big impact on many topics we are looking to address. Please consider these changes, and thank you so much for your time and consideration. I am so proud that we're all here today and over the next few days talking about this exciting project, which is key in implementing our city plan.
Thank you so much for joining us, Mariah. Next, we will go to Chelsea Jerzak, Situate Inc.
Thank you. And good morning, Mr. Mayor and members of council. My name is Chelsea Jerzak. I am a resident of Central Edmonton. I'm the founder of Situate, which is an urban planning consulting firm based here in Edmonton, and I'm the past president of IDEA. So my presentation this morning is going to be brief, and it's going to focus on height in the proposed small-scale infill zone, otherwise known as the RS zone. I'm talking about this technical matter of height today because it often comes up as a concern in land development applications, and it's likely to be expressed here as a concern as well over the coming days. So the proposed maximum height in the RS zone is 10.5 meters. This is 1.6 meters, or just over 5 feet taller than what is allowed right now in the RF1 and RF3 zones under the mature neighborhood overlay. By comparison, the maximum height in the RF1 and RF3 zones in new neighborhoods is currently 10 meters. And under the proposed new small-scale flex residential zone, or RSF zone, the maximum height will be increased to 12 meters. So I think it's important to note that the small-scale greenfield zones have always had and will continue to have more development potential than the mature neighborhood zoning equivalent. But rather than focus on that issue today, I want to focus on why at least 10.5 meters in height in the RS zone is really important. Here's why. So 10.5 meters in height allows for a small scale building with 3 stories. 10.5 meters in height allows for each of those 3 stories to have an interior floor to ceiling height of 9 feet. So keep in mind that the ceilings inside each unit require bulkheads to accommodate ductwork. So in some areas inside the dwelling, the floor to ceiling height will only actually be 8 feet. And this 8 to 9 foot floor to ceiling height is the minimum modern day expectation for how high ceilings should be. So I just want to touch on what the implication would be if the maximum height in the RS zone was reduced from 10.5 meters to 10 meters, for example. With 10.5 meters, the roof on that 3-story building can be sloped, which means that it can be angled so that snow and water can run off of it, rather than accumulating on top of it. At 10 meters, the roof on that 3-story building would have to be flat. So I'm bringing this to your attention today for a couple of reasons. One is that flat roofs are a lot more expensive to build than sloped roofs. An architect that I spoke with about this estimated that flat roofs cost about 80% more than sloped roofs. The second reason that I bring this up is because recently there's been a lot of interest from council in point access blocks, or small-scale buildings with a single stairway for access and egress. This is being explored to help reduce the overall cost of housing development. However, if we move towards single access stairways in small-scale buildings, but de facto require these same buildings to have flat roofs due to a 10-meter height restriction in the RS zone, the cost savings that we would gain from a single stairway would be lost. And not only that, the building would become more expensive to build as flat roofs are more costly than stairwells. So I'm going to wrap it up there and encourage council to resist a temptation to compromise on height in the RS zone should that temptation arise. The proposed 10.5 meter height is already compromised relative to what's being proposed in the equivalent small scale greenfield zone. Further, 10.5 meters is a well-considered number, and changing it will have unintended consequences. Reducing height in the RS zone will simply make infill more difficult to build and therefore more expensive. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for joining us, Chelsea. Next, we will go to Bob Summers.
Great, thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today on this really important issue. I'm going to try and keep it pretty short. We've had lots of speakers, lots of young people. I'm really thrilled to see that, and tremendous speakers at 18. I would have been terrified to speak in front of council at that age, so I'm really proud of all those folks. I'm focusing on the RS area because it seems to be the hot point of debate here, and I think it's crucial to really remember what we're talking about, and that is, a 1.6 meter height increase in the mature areas, and 5% more lot coverage relative to RF1. It's not a huge change. So some of the drama around this has been kind of stretched a bit around what's happening. People are talking about towers and so on. That's not the case here. It's really a small change, similar to what we've been doing, or Edmonton has been doing for the last 15 years with incremental changes. This is just a slightly bigger incremental change. So, and the land use bylaw will keep evolving after this. The added space is really important, and it'll allow, and the permissibility for different forms is really going to increase the opportunities for density and diverse housing in our mature areas particularly, and it'll happen at a slow pace, right? This isn't going to be dramatic. We'll start just like skinnies have come in. It'll be a few this year, a few next year, a few the year after that. Some areas will see more, some will see none of this for decades. So the change will be relatively slow. One of the issues that has been raised by a lot of the opponents has been issues of affordability. And these, if we build denser, we will see increases or improvements in our overall affordability versus what we would see if we continue to have restrictive zoning. And sometimes this can be a bit confusing because people will see an older house come down and some skinnies go up, or maybe a triplex go up, and the price of those units are higher than the initial unit. But it's really important to think of the whole housing system when we think of this. So if we think of a triplex, and there's a triplex recently built in my neighborhood, the properties were the units were sold for something like $500,000. So it seems, relatively expensive. But all of the folks who move into those, and I've chatted with lots of different people, they come from other homes, right? So they were previously in an older bungalow, or maybe a rental unit or a condo unit. So we've torn down one house, but once people have moved into that triplex, we now have opened up a 1960s bungalow, maybe a rental unit, a condo unit, and these are now available on the market. So this is why increasing density increases affordability, because the way markets work. As we have more units, more supply, that tends to prevent prices from rising as much as they would in the absence of that, or even in some cases reduce prices. So it's really a critical thing. And there's lots of research on this. You can always find contrarians just like you can for climate change, but it's pretty well established. So I live in Westmount. It's a great neighborhood. It's filled with skinny homes right now and triplexes and old 1900s heritage homes. And I live in a heritage home that I'm slowly restoring. The skinnies have nice people in them, so do the triplexes. They brought more families to our neighborhood. It's been a positive change. I recognize not everyone's experience has been that way, but I see it as a really positive thing. As we start to see some more small apartments and row houses, I think the change will be very similar. We'll have lots of people in our neighborhood, and that's a net positive. I'm going to leave it there. I've written and said a lot on this subject publicly, so I'm happy to respond to questions later.
Thank you so much, Bob, for joining us. Next, I go to Shoma Ozor. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank
Go
you
ahead,
so
please.
much.
SAMU Student Union. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for this opportunity. It is a pleasure to be here, and I am honored to have been given the chance to provide insight at this hearing. My name is Chioma Uzor, and I am in my 4th year of a Bachelor of Science degree at MacEwan University. I live in a duplex with my family of 7 in Northeast Edmonton. This is where we have resided for 19 years. To provide context of that time frame, I am 21 years old. While it has housed us well these past years, it has become entirely confined and gradually uncomfortable. This has not only affected our comfort, but our mental well-being. Having immigrated into Canada in 1999, my parents have done everything they could to make this city comfortable and for me and my 5 siblings to stabilize and grow. Most specifically, my father. My dad is paraplegic, and while this has not stopped him from achieving many degrees, including a PhD in public health, he still struggles to find an accommodating living space and a workspace nearby. As for myself, seeking independence has become a challenge. I currently work at a grocery store that is a 10-minute walk away from my home. And however, I started searching for professional workspace to meet my dreams of eventually venturing into public policy. Since my primary transportation source has been transit, my options have become limited and inaccessible. My best option is to go to work close to school, which is approximately a 15-minute journey away from home. Considering this trip, my only choice must be to move closer, which I cannot do, again, due to my financial situation. This issue does not stem from my father's limited mobility, my economic status, or the fact I've lived in the same home for 19 years. Edmonton is heavily populated with an outstanding 1.5 million residents, 1.5 million people with hardships. Allowing for developments that provides many housing types and businesses in neighborhoods would make things easier for Edmontonians, both old and new. It should be collaborative with older residents, but we should consider the future needs that are not as profound or pressing yet. My family and I have been able to manage, but we shouldn't have to. This is not the life my parents imagined or the life any immigrant wants for their children. We shouldn't live like this. Affordable housing, student housing, is not only crucial for academic success, but also for the overall well-being of students and residents. The provision of affordable housing directly contributes to the student retention and the ability for them to focus on their studies. It also stimulates economic prosperity for Edmonton by attracting well-educated students and their spending power, and further integrates students into their communities, allowing them to be active contributors to their city. My name is Chioma Uzor, and I recommend that City Council adopts the new zoning bylaw as it stands today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Chioma, for joining us. Next, we will go to, we'll see if Kirsten Goa is here joining us. No. We'll go to Tania La Riviere. Next.
Good morning. Good morning, Mayor Sohi, City Council, and everyone joining today. My name is Tanya LaRiviere, and I chair the Accessibility Advisory Committee. As an advisory body to Edmonton City Council, this committee strives to understand the community's accessibility needs and prioritize them in the context of its strategic objectives and policies. We are happy to hear other voices supporting accessibility today. I'll be brief. We are here today to speak in favor of the proposed zoning bylaw renewal initiative. We believe this bylaw will have beneficial impacts on our key priorities. Some concerns of this committee as it relates to this bylaw, directly and indirectly, include accessible housing as 1% of Edmonton's housing inventory, individuals' inability to find accessible housing in their desired neighborhood, inability to find accessible and affordable housing options. Accessible housing options are often segregated and away from essential services. Current housing and neighborhood design don't allow for aging in place. Individuals with disabilities or seniors are often isolated, and there's limited access to services within a neighborhood. This proposed bylaw sets neighborhood design standards that will improve accessibility, independent living, diversity, and individual and community well-being. We would like to see accessible design standards incorporated into the foundation of this bylaw, including overlays, design and construction standards, general development regulations, and site performance standards. While our primary concern is the lack of accessible and affordable housing in our city, we understand that building housing for all will rely on updating the provincial and federal building codes, which are not within the city's jurisdiction. But we would like to see the city leverage the provincial and federal governments to support funding and regulations for affordable and accessible housing. Understanding that this is secondary to the zoning bylaw we are discussing today, it is a crucial element to equity and access to diverse and suitable housing options that currently does not exist within our city. We acknowledge the city for offering tax and construction grants and incentives through this bylaw to encourage accessible and affordable builds. We are happy to see the new regulations added under inclusive design pertaining to residential development. From an accessibility perspective, we believe this bylaw is the beginning of building accessible neighborhoods. We are building barriers into our system today at a foundational level. Waiting to pass this bylaw will result in building more barriers into the system that will continue to cost the city and negatively impact communities. We thank city administration for the work they put into this and their demonstrated commitment to improving accessibility in the city, and we ask that city administration and city council keep accessible design foundational to the development and implementation of this bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tania, for joining us. I will see if Jake Monolim is joining us. No. Howard Ivor Lemmerink. No. Nahi Fawn from SAMU Students Council.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Awesome. Good morning, delegates and speakers. My name is Nhi Phan. I am a fourth-year international student pursuing computer science degree in McEwan University. I am currently the counselor of Student Association of McEwan University, the president of Vietnamese Student Alliance of McEwan, and also the VP Finance of McEwan Global Student. During my 7 years living in Canada, I have moved around Edmonton and lived in over 10 different houses. In 2022 alone, I moved 4 times because of safety reasons, location, and affordability. I have conversed with many international students across universities in McEwan or NAIT or U of A, and who all share the same concerns when it comes to finding affordable, safe, and clean housing. I have also talked to students from India, Vietnam, China, Iran, and many more who are forced to skip meals because they face financial constraints from job loss and couldn't afford the increasing rent. What students need is a rate change at the right time. And Alberta's university age population is projected to grow substantially in the next decade. This demographic shift underscores the urgency of addressing the housing affordability, especially for students who often face budget constraints. And the availability of affordable housing that close to the university and the school that they live in is very vital for them to have more options. So it's more urgent than ever to make the proper change. The last thing I want to add is I want to emphasize the importance of increasing the density and also smart transit system that is bike friendly rather than car oriented cities. We should be building cities for people, not cars. Therefore, I am in favor of passing the zoning bylaw renewal as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nahi, for joining us. So that is the, sorry?
Mayor, we had Alexandra Ages showed up.
Oh, Alexandra Hayes. Okay, here you go. Alexandra, go ahead, please.
Hi, good morning. Thank you so much for having me here today. My name is Alexandra. I'm 25, and I moved to Edmonton just over a year and a half ago from Victoria, BC. I haven't lived here for as long as basically anyone else in the room, but I really love the city, and I'm so glad to call it home. I currently live over in Strathcona, and my favorite things to do here are to go to the farmers market on Saturday mornings or just check out some of the local shops along White Avenue. All of that being said, however, I was born and raised in Victoria, BC. It was my hometown for many years, and I spent the majority of my life thinking that when it was time for me to settle down, to have a family, and to kind of start that next chapter of my life, it would be in Victoria. And it was when one-bedroom basement suites started renting for about $2,000 that I realized that was probably never going to be a reality. I come from a working-class family. We called the island home for generations, and it was really difficult to say goodbye as much as I love Edmonton. While the housing crisis in Victoria is complicated and systemic, I would be remiss not to note how profoundly it has been impacted by the City Council's decisions there around zoning. For many, many years, Victoria has prioritized only single-family dwellings that are detached units, and every single time the topic of zoning came up, there was a small but very vocal minority of citizens who raised their voices and ensured that there were no changes made. They had some concerns that were very valid. They raised a lot of questions about the issue of neighborhood character and what it meant to preserve a lot of these classic, beautiful architectural homes. Victoria is home to a lot of old Victorian and Edwardian houses, a lot of the arts and crafts style. They're lovely homes, but those homes are now $1 million each for a single family bungalow. No one can afford to live there if you didn't buy in the 1980s or if you're not in the 1%. It is a city where no one can actually call it home anymore. And the same people who, for generations now, have been protesting those bylaws because they want to save neighborhood character are the same people who are now writing op-eds to the local newspaper complaining that all the restaurants keep closing because there aren't any staff anymore, since no one can really afford to live in the city because of minimum wages not paying rent. They're the same people who go on Facebook and complain that they bought these massive bags of candy, but they didn't get any trick-or-treaters because there are not any families who live in the city anymore. No one can call it home. And I don't want to sound bitter. I love Victoria. I am so grateful for all the work that our city council did. But for years, they have made this mistake time and time again, and it is devastating to see the place I call home impacted by that. I love living in Edmonton so much. I am so grateful to be here, and I hope that in the next chapter of my life, I can settle down here and start a family and actually get to be a mom and enjoy that element. And I am here today to encourage City Council to vote in favor of zoning bylaw renewal, to learn from the mistakes that cities like Victoria have made and ensure that for the next generation of Edmontonians and for people who are coming to move to this wonderful city from all around the world and all across Canada, that they can call it home because it's a beautiful place and we're really lucky to be here. Thank you all for your time today.
Well, thank you so much and welcome to Edmonton, and really appreciate you coming up and sharing your thoughts with us. Appreciate. So that is it for this panel. Now we will open for council members to ask questions of panel members. Okay. There we go. If you are clicked, well, just hold on. The list will populate.
Nobody will miss you, Andrew.
List will populate.
We will get to you for sure.
We just need a moment to reset the speakers list here.
No worries.
We can start with Andrew Knack. He's the first on the list.
Okay, Councillor Knack, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Mayor. So thank you again to everyone for coming. I think a few questions I want to ask. Just since you finished, we'll start with you, Alexandra. So I heard sort of what made you have to leave Victoria. How did you decide on Edmonton? What brought you here out of all the spots? Was it solely price, or were there other factors?
It was a lot of different factors. First and foremost, I love the winter, so, seemed like a great city for that. But in a lot of ways, Edmonton's actually very similar to Victoria. It's a provincial capital, so it's got a lot of job opportunities in the civil service, a lot of different post-secondary institutions, so kind of vibrant, younger community at different times as well. And it's also closer to some of my extended family in Calgary, and above all, it's affordable. It seemed like a place where someday I could actually buy a home and have a family.
So when appreciate you've been here for a limited amount of time, you've sort of gone through this, you've got invested in zoning, which isn't always the case for folks who just move into a city. What do you see, in terms of this zoning bylaw, how do you feel like that's going to ensure you have that opportunity? What's changing about it that gives you that confidence?
Yeah, going a little bit more in depth in Victoria, one of the big controversial zoning amendments was something called missing middle, which was oriented around density infill that was going to support basically increased density around the urban core. It is fairly similar, although a little bit different in terminology, to what we're currently seeing here in Edmonton. And it is something that I feel would be significantly beneficial, as right now, already we're kind of seeing that the suburbs are the areas where most families have to live. They're getting pushed out of that core region because there simply isn't that availability of different styles of housing that are there for people to choose from. So what we've heard today about some of the different housing styles, such as some of the skinny ones, the different housing units, all of that, having that variety, I think, is really critical to supporting affordable housing in the long term.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Guest Fawn, who you touched on your experience having to move, I think, 10 times in the last 7 years. And I'm not necessarily asking for you to explain every detail, but I wanted to get a better understanding. You mentioned you've moved 4 times in 2022. You sort of highlighted very quickly 3 of the reasons. I was just wondering if I could get a better sense of how that came to be, because that sounds like a pretty challenging set of experiences.
Thank you for your question. In 2022, when the periods when schools start again in person, I have to move from south side from Millwood to the north so that I'd be closer to school instead of having to bus 2 hours. Initially, I moved to Millwood because of that was very affordable there, and I was thinking that the LRT will open as when the school start. However, that was not the case, and in order to save the 2 hour commute, and so I moved to near downtown in around 118 Ave. It was not, and I lived there for only 2 months because it was not safe. When walking home, I heard I was being catcalled, and also I heard a gunshot once, so it's made me move. And then when I moved to the west side near West Edmonton Mall, after that, they increased the rent after just a few months of living there. So that's also changed my decision to move to a different place right now in the north. And it's interfere quite often, quite traumatically with my studying, because every time you move, and so you move in the winter, it's not fun, especially if you don't have a car. I do have a car right now, but back then I just rely on friends and to help me move like multiple trips. And it's also like exam season, so it's do impact on how do I perform in school for a little while.
No, I appreciate that. I'm gonna.
Chris, I can't see the clock.
Yeah, I'm gonna assume I'm done, and I'll come back for. Oh, 1 minute.
No, here you go, 59
I have a
seconds.
lot of questions for Dr. Summers, so I'm gonna just probably need a full stretch there. So I'll thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I can't see the list too, but I think Councillor Rutherford, you said you want to be on the list. Why don't you go ahead, because I can't see
Councillor
the list.
Paquette's next,
Councillor
and we'll
Paquette
close
is
the
next.
list up in a
Councillor
second.
Paquette, go ahead, please.
Oh, thank you. I didn't mind if Councillor Rutherford went ahead. But I just have a quick question for Chomia. You know, I was really moved by the things you said, and I was wondering, I think you realize that if this bylaw goes ahead, there will be many years after, especially after hearing Dr. Summers speak, many years before we start seeing changes. And so I'm assuming you understand that, and yet you still came to speak on behalf of folks who face similar challenges as you, and for folks with disabilities. And I'm just wondering why. What was your motivation?
Thank you so much for your question. And it doesn't have to start, and it doesn't have to affect my family directly at this very moment. But what motivated me is to make sure that this doesn't persist for other families that are coming in. I understand that Edmonton is a fast-growing, populated city, and so more and more immigrants are coming in, and more people are starting to move to this space in the coming years. And so, just for it to not persist in a longitudinal sense, our family, I just use my family as an example for what could happen and what people could face in the future, because it's possible and it's real and it's happening for many different people. And so it's not just my family, it's basically the entire population I was basically speaking for, and for the future population in future years.
Thank you for that. I really appreciate your answer, and I appreciate you coming today. Thank you. My next question will go to Dr. Summers. Dr. Summers, there seems to be, I read an op-ed where someone was concerned about the fact that in other cities, when they've done rezoning of areas similar to this, that it hasn't led to the outcomes that they wanted. And I'm assuming that that has to do with the fact that it was spot zoning rather than all encompassing. But I frankly would appreciate your input on this.
Sure. No, I took the time to, after reading those same op-eds, I dug into a lot of those articles, and they, in many ways, they don't apply to Edmonton, but I'll talk about why. One of the main ones, I'll just talk about that one first, is a study done on Chicago, and by an author named Freemark, and his work showed that when they rezoned these areas, that they saw an increase in price. But as you dig into the study, they rezoned 0.3% of the land in Chicago, a very small amount. None of it was single detached land. It was other land, and those areas increased in value. It's exactly what we would expect to happen in an area that's mostly full of restrictive zoning. And that author has come out since and put out a few publications, just like commentaries about it, saying that that this shouldn't be used to prevent zoning reform. And then most recently, just this past year, he has another study looking at what happens when you remove restrictive zoning more broadly. And what we see, and what he found, was that it helps to restrain price increases and helps overall affordability. And we've seen that. The only other case study that's really relevant to Edmonton is Auckland, where they did a citywide rezoning, and that was a number of years ago, so we can study it, and that's really helped keep prices down. So I think people are reading these studies, they're reading the headlines and the abstracts and not fully understanding them and presenting them without really getting the complexity of the studies.
Councillor Paquette, you are on mute.
My apologies. I had my mute on to be respectful. In my last few moments, there is some anxiety that people have that suddenly there's going to be an 8-story building right beside them in their suburban neighborhood, where there wasn't one before. And so there's a whole bunch of fears about, what could happen. And I'm just wondering if you could speak to that.
Yeah, so I mean, again, one of the reasons I don't see any concern from my own end, I live in Westmount in a heritage home. I could have something be built next to me. It's 1.5 meters higher than what's currently allowed in my neighborhood, and that's the most in any neighborhood. In suburban areas, it's only 0.5 higher than what's currently allowed, and a tiny bit more lot coverage. These buildings, they're not, 8-story buildings or very large units. They're house-sized, and they may have more units in them. And to me, if somebody builds something that's house-sized or that isn't particularly, towering over things in the neighborhood, and there are 3 units or 5 units instead of 1, that's just people living there, and they just contribute to our neighborhood. So
thank you.
I think I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Bob. Appreciate that. Thank you, Councillor Paquette. I would like to remind, if we could follow that 20-second rule at the end of 5 minutes, allow the speaker, the panelists to answer the questions.
Absolutely. I was in way before the 20-second mark. It just happened to be a very complete answer.
No. I appreciate the answer too. Thank you so much. I wasn't picking on you, Councillor Paquette. Yeah. Okay. All right. Who is next? Councillor Tang.
Great. Thank you very much, everyone, for being here. I don't think Daniel is here because I think his break is over, but glad he talked about Millwoods and that folks are excited to see vibrancy added back into the community. I think yesterday somebody said Millwoods is dead, but very much not the case. I will start with the last speaker as well, because I'm glad you brought up the Victoria example. And I just want to be clear, too, when you said the city council made a profound decision, are you referring to the missing middle decision?
Not just that one. That was the most recent one that at the end of Mayor Help's term, they ended up postponing that. But just very consistently over the years that I've lived there and my parents' years of living there, too, it keeps coming up at both the citywide level to look at some of the zoning shifts as well as at the level of the individual neighborhood groups.
Yeah.
Victoria is also a bit of a complicated case study. It's not amalgamated, so there's Victoria proper and then
Right.
Oak Bay and Saanich. But
Right. I've heard lots about the Missing Middle Initiative, that it is also citywide. My understanding is of kind of not perhaps at the same scale as, this one we're talking about is one of the few examples in the country where cities are having discussions at this scale. I imagine you're still in touch with friends and family back home, and are people suddenly seeing large-scale missing middle structures coming up right away?
No, they're not. No, it's, again, this is the start of a long process. It doesn't mean that you pass legislation and then suddenly a bunch of Stantec towers start popping up around the neighborhood. It means that you open up the possibility that 5-10 years down the line, you can have a residence that is perhaps a few meters taller. There hasn't been a drastic shift, but there have been a lot of citizens who are happy to finally have a council that is listening to their concerns about housing affordability.
Yeah, thank you. Also over to Dr. Summers. You mentioned the Chicago study. I'm just curious if you have any insights to share on kind of the Victoria case, because to my understanding, there hasn't been kind of this many citywide kind of shifts in other cities in Canada.
Yeah, no, we haven't seen many. There's starting to be more. You've got Victoria, you've got Minneapolis, and actually you've got Edmonton. I don't have anything on Victoria, but what I can say is Edmonton actually undertook one of the biggest land use reforms or rezoning reforms in terms of spatial area, probably anywhere, when we allowed lot splitting, also when we allowed semi-detached everywhere as a city. That was massive. And when we look, there was no impact on pricing in terms of, and if there was, if we compare it to Calgary, Calgary has seen prices go up. We've seen prices pretty much flatline. And so there's just...
Sorry, when you say the numbers, those are research that came after that policy went into effect, right?
So so the only city that's been studied with research, right, with proper research methodology is Auckland. That's the one city. There's a study done about 8 months after in Minneapolis as well, but of course not much is built in 8 months, so.
Right. And I was wondering if you can comment a little bit about some of the earlier comments from a few different speakers about height. 12 meters, someone had mentioned that to be consistent with Greenfield, 10.5, and then, commentary around the urge to not necessarily reduce that. Do you have any thoughts from an academic perspective?
So, not being an architect, I'll limit my comments to noting that what I've heard from people who are architects and or builders is that, the primary difference between, let's say, 10 and 10.5 might be that you end up with a few more flat roofs. And we heard earlier Chelsea was speaking to that. So I don't have a strong opinion on that. What I would say is that aesthetically, in a neighborhood, I don't see 10.5 meters being a problem as a resident of Westmount. This isn't going to make much of a difference in how my neighborhood looks or feels, or if you will, the neighborhood character won't change much.
I was going to ask you something about heritage, but I think I'll just stop here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Salvador.
Thank you, and I'll stick with Dr. Summers as well. In some of the op-eds in public discourse, we often see folks pointing to Vancouver and Toronto as proof that density doesn't result in affordability. But I'm wondering, given your expertise, how do cities like Vancouver and Toronto stack up when it comes to forward-thinking zoning reforms to allow for more housing choice?
Yeah, so I've dug a lot into Vancouver particularly, but because people have said that, and we've heard a couple of individuals, one from Vancouver and one out of the US, who used that as an example. Sometimes you have to go pretty far to find these folks, but if you find them, you will. In any case, so in Vancouver, Vancouver is a city of 700,000 people in about 115 square kilometers, and that's in a metro region, right? What we feel like a city of about 3 million people over 3,000 square kilometers. So the city of Vancouver is about 4% of the metro land. That would be kind of like if we took downtown and Oliver and maybe one other neighborhood. That's the amount of the city that we're talking about when we talk about what Vancouver experiences. So it's area in super, super high demand. It's one of the most high demand areas in the world, in part because you also can't build concentrically because there's an ocean and the United States there preventing sort of expanding those directions. So huge demand, but let's look at the zoning. 80% of Vancouver until recently, so Vancouver City, not the metro area, just that city, was zoned for single detached zoning. That would be like having 80% of our downtown zoned for single detached zoning. They've recently opened it up a little. But so this is an area of highly restrictive zoning compared to the demand that's there. And so to me, it's just another example of what not to do, is to restrict your zoning, not allow your city to change, and to drive up prices. And all of that has led to rampant speculation in Vancouver. We don't see that in Edmonton. So to be blunt, they're simply wrong. It's not an area where you have open zoning or any lack of restrictive zoning. It's restrictive zoning that's driving up pricing.
Thank you so much for that. And I wonder, I mean, I appreciate your bluntness. And given your expertise, I guess, where does the majority of your discipline stand when it comes to, when it comes to supply and demand? Like, is it really that controversial?
No, it's not really. This is a bit like climate change. I saw Wendell Cox in an article the other day, and I thought, wow, you really have to be stretching to go and find. I mean, Wendell Cox he's the equivalent of a climate change denier, but in housing. And so, when we look to create an article, like I said, you have to go pretty far to find these. And if you dig into the research, there are some people who do write that, for example, like Vancouver City, even if they're dense, it'll still be expensive, right? Like it won't be a cheap place to live. And they're right. You will have gentrification like that in these core areas because they're in high demand. And that's accurate. But the overall housing system gets much, much more affordable.
Thank you so much. With a bit of time left here, I wanted to go to Speaker Pollock. Thank you so much for being with us today. And I appreciate you highlighting the connection between zoning and health, really, when it comes to creating an age-friendly city. So I wonder, just given your experience and perspective beyond physical health, what about things like social health, social isolation? I wonder how that plays into this conversation.
Yes, it's entirely related. Health is a multifaceted thing. There's many things to consider. And so the reason that people are choosing to live in their homes longer is that's the community that they're used to. They have those supports set up. But as conditions worsen, they're less able to drive out to those usual communities. If those things aren't in place near them, they're more likely to become more isolated, get in worse conditions, put themselves in dangerous situations, and be worse off overall. It's you need to attack it from multiple aspects.
Yeah, and I guess, given the conversation we're having here, it sounds like one of those aspects in particular is it the typology of housing? Like the options available?
It's the type of community. If I think of my grandparents, they have to drive everywhere. They cannot walk anywhere. That's just not how their community set up. They live in a mature community in the Dene ward. So for them, it's not an option to, find community within walking distance.
Thanks so much. I'll yield my time.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, thank you. I am also going to stick with Dr. Summers for probably a bulk of my questions. Dr. Summers, first question, I know you said in your remarks that you were focusing on the residential zone, but I have been asking a few panelists thus far on any thoughts on the other zones that are proposed, be it changes to park zones, commercial zones, the mixed-use zones, industrial zones. I don't want to get that lost in the conversation.
Yeah, I will note that I've focused most of my attention on this, and as well as the effort I've put into digging in. I have read through the land use bylaw, and nothing stood out to me. Early on, when I saw the early drafts of this, a couple of years ago, I was a little concerned, but I think the team has done a really, really good job. There will be things we learn, and they'll continue to evolve over time. But I don't have any other comments to add.
Sure. So did you notice that the mixed-use zone, for example, originally only had vertical development allowance, and then they modified it from the May to this version, the proposed one before us today, to add horizontal? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, we all love vertical mixed use because they make these nice buildings with walkable first floors that have shops in them. But I also know that there's a real cost to that. Having learned from builders around things like how fire code affects things, and so there's a by adding the horizontal the ability to have horizontal mixed use, which means having commercial buildings next to, neighboring, right beside residential buildings, as opposed to stacking them on top of each other, may mean that we get a few more of those. And again, I think this is one of those cases where we see how it plays out over a few years, and then we could adapt.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that. And a question I asked last night, and I didn't have time to circle back before the end of it with another panelist. But one of the things I'm really grappling with is this idea of market demand, right? Because that means that money talks. And so, you know, for me, I'm seeing that we have a larger income spread in Canada, and I'm worried about some of the unintended consequences in terms of the goal of equity within the new proposed zoning bylaw. And allowing market forces. I'm still seeing like certain neighborhoods might end up with the $1 million homes, and certain neighborhoods with an overabundance of the missing middle or the higher density forms. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah.
Or is that a risk worth taking? Or I guess further to that, one thing
Yeah.
I'm not seeing in this is inclusionary zoning, which is currently in our city charter.
Yeah.
So just
No,
thoughts on that.
Sure, yeah. So, there are a number of issues that you mentioned there. So one is that, some areas are going to be expensive, and that's actually true in all cities. There are always more expensive areas. If we want to mitigate that though, like if we leave zoning as it is, what we'll have are, $1 million plus monster homes. At least in this case, we may have, $600,000, $500,000 triplex units if we open up things. But leaving things to markets alone will not in any way fully address housing affordability, right? What we want to do is we want to have the most efficient market possible so that market-based housing is as affordable as it can be. And then we need to enhance and expand our funding for non-market housing. That's historically been a provincial issue, a federal issue, and now the municipalities are stepping in. I think all three levels of government need to pick that up, and I think there's more awareness about that.
Okay, no, that really helps square what I was grappling with. So thank you for that. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor. So I really appreciate the students show up and then to speak and for the population of students. So what I heard from your presentation is two things, the combination about student housing availability and affordability. So, but I still have these three questions I would like to clarify. So the first one, and can you tell me, and I'm not specific to one student, any student could jump in. First one is about, we talk about the student housing. So there's three different types could be applied to address this availability and affordability piece. First one, are you seeking the student community, like other university or other city is doing like the student community model, and that is actually under the responsibility of the universities to build that student community for all the accommodation and student residents. So that's his number one questions. Number two questions about, are you seeking for the different level of government and for the student subsidy housing? So that is number two. Number three is about, are you generally talking about the market value and then to be supported by this new zoning bylaw and to build more of that? To me, this is not clear and from students' presentation. So maybe tell me a little bit more about this.
I think, Priyanka, you're going to start with that?
Could you repeat one of the questions? Sorry, that was a lot.
Yeah, because it's three different type of housing and really could reflect students' housing availability and affordability. To me right now, and when our students come here to talk about this, So which one specifically you're looking for? Can you tell me more? This three type.
Affordable housing is something that affects every citizen in Edmonton, students included. It's
So I can repeat one more time. And are you looking for the student communities, this specific model and provided by the university?
some students prefer that to live in communities, especially it's
Okay.
their first time away from
It's
home.
close.
So they like to be around other students, but that's not necessarily what we're calling for. We're calling for places that they can call home within and around the city.
Around the city. So are you looking for the government subsidized housing? Or are you looking for the market value?
Just
Housing.
looking for a community that is accessible.
Okay, so I think to me, then I really want to have very, very clear understanding the three different models and how this combination of availability and affordability could support our students. Any other comments? And I still have a little bit of time. I have one more question. So if not, then I don't mind to follow up offline with some students, get a clear understanding and how this bylaw could support from these three different angles.
Yeah, I would direct your questions to the members of the Edmonton Student Alliance.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So thank you for answering. My next question actually going to you specifically, and then you talk about the aging-friendly. So specific as a counselor, grow up the culture and really highly respect our seniors, and also as a counselor, brought several motions to the city, tried to request the city from our perspective to support seniors. So there is a gap, what I heard here. So far, the most concern I heard, and from actually population, aging population, who lives in the community for 40 years, 30 years. And they brought a lot of concern regarding this bylaw, this new bylaw. So from your perspective, how do you answer those concerns? And from that aging-friendly city building to those concerns from the population? Actually, you will heard later on all the opposition concerns.
Yeah, our city is just entering an unprecedented time of seniors aging. We are not set up for the aging population, so more needs to be done.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Rutherford, can you take the chair, please?
So taken.
I have questions to Chelsea Jersak around the height that you referenced, Chelsea. Like, if I understand you correctly, like if you reduce the height from 10.5 to whatever, I just want to understand the quality of experience when people live in a dwelling, right? Reducing the height of ceiling, for example, from 9 feet to 8 feet, and inability to build that accessibility at the main floor. Can you speak a little bit more to that?
Sure, I'd be happy to. Thank you for the question. So the building that I'm speaking about, we've been sort of experimenting and doing some site plan scenarios and building models under the proposed RS zone for a 3-story small-scale apartment building. So with the regulations as written and with a 10.5 meter total height, basically what that would allow for is standard floor-to-ceiling heights within each floor. So every unit would be built to modern standards. If we were to reduce the floor-to-ceiling height, it just make infill, like new builds, relatively less competitive relative to their greenfield counterparts. Mm-hmm. Also, a building that is 3 stories could potentially fit 8 units inside of it on a 600-meter squared lot. So that's sort of a average to large-ish size lot within Edmonton. And what that would allow for is 8 units. We model it out so that 6 of those units actually have 3 bedrooms. And then depending on how that building gets financed, if we were to go, for example, through the CMHC MLS Select program for purpose-built rentals, 2 of those units would also be affordable. within the building, and the 2 main floor units would be zero step or accessible buildings. So all in all, with the regulations as written, there could be a really excellent small scale building built under the RS zone. The 10.5 meter height allows for a sloped roof, which in terms of, construction cost really makes a big difference.
So height reduction kind of goes against all those the things that you talked about.
Correct.
Okay, I see. And those 3-story apartment buildings probably be more affordable comparable to other products that will be built in some of the mature neighborhoods.
Absolutely, yeah. That's 8 units that can share the cost of the land acquisition, the demolition of the house, the asbestos abatement, and any utility improvements that would have to be made as well.
Okay, got it. Okay. Maybe I'll have a couple of questions to the students. Maybe I'll start with Bianca Pollock, or maybe Chioma. What I understand, what I'm hearing is that the diversity of housing choices is not available in every neighborhood. And that's what you like to see, that you want to see type of housing that are diverse, that are able to accommodate the needs of every demographic in our city.
Yeah, so I look to my grandparents as an example. They live independently on the north side, the Denny ward, and they have to drive everywhere. When I think of myself, I live downtown. I walk to the grocery store, the pet store, the cafes, the restaurants. That's the type of life I want to live. If I'm looking to settle into Edmonton long-term, those communities that I respect and that I want to live in are not set up for the lifestyle I want to live. Mm-hmm. So I would like to settle my roots into this city. It's beautiful. I'm born and raised here. This is home. But it's hard seeing it as a future home when it's not really accessible, affordable, or seemingly catered to my desires.
Yeah, got it. And to Chioma, we have a goal of building a city, not building it for physical, but Edmonton is a community for everyone, should be a community for everyone, which means the ability to live in the community that you desire to live in. If you don't have the housing choices, that becomes pretty difficult.
Yes. So for me, I live very far away from downtown, and so everything that I feel like would be more accessible for me as a 4th-year student that's trying to go into more professional work is actually found downtown. And the venture from my home to downtown is actually very, it's crazy, and there's a lot of turns to go through. So I feel like the housing must be broadened in downtown and must be made more accessible and more affordable for students like me, and for my family as well, who can't afford to relocate more often.
Yep. Yep. Thank you so much for sharing those thoughts. I will move the second round.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright. See, fresh in the morning, so. Okay, please vote.
Yes, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried.
Okay, and I'll take the chair back, and I'll go to Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. So, Dr. Summers, a few questions for you. So I just want to confirm the number I heard. When you said Vancouver zoning, their recent change was of the 80% of their existing land was zoned for single family. That's
and I'll note that's me reading reports and stuff that I've seen online. So I haven't studied it, but that's essentially what the number that's been put around is.
Okay. And their recent change, because I think they officially approved their changes in September, allow for up to 6 units on a 50-foot lot, 8 if you're doing rental. So they've essentially consolidated their 9 residential zones into one. Is that similar to, from what you've seen of Vancouver, or have they essentially done something similar to what is being talked about here?
Yeah, so Vancouver City has done that, but as I said, unlike Edmonton, which most of the the metro area in Edmonton is actually the city of Edmonton. There, it's actually a really small core. And I'd actually argue that, all of the city of Vancouver should be zoned much, much higher to come anywhere close to meeting demand.
There wasn't much talk about the Toronto example, but that there was an article from that one person you said that referenced Toronto, and I think it was also referenced in a few op-eds. What's your understanding of the Toronto market? I understand they went through a similar exercise, so it seems like they've also had a large percentage of land currently zoned for single-family home only, but what's your research shown?
Yes, so there's basically two things in Toronto. So it's very similar. Highly restrictive zoning for a huge area, an area that has huge demand, that's kind of the core of a huge metro region, right? Toronto's a pretty big city, but it's still surrounded by millions of people on the outskirts. And so they've really had restrictive zoning that has held back their market for a long, long time. Edmonton has been a little ahead of that. It's only really the last decade we've started to see pressures for this type of growth, and it's why we're much more affordable. And staying ahead of that is key, because once the prices increase, once you see that 20, 30, 100% increase in prices, it's very, very hard to address it through these issues or these approaches, because prices are kind of sticky. People resist selling for lower, and it takes a while for markets to adapt and adjust.
So I guess the other question I have is, having read through some of the concerns that have been raised by folks who will be speaking later, I think the suggestion is that if you further remove, I think the terminology that was used in a lot of it is, if you deregulate our housing market, investors from high-cost markets are likely to flock here, which would create a sort of buy low opportunity and see our prices go up substantially. And I guess I wanted to, as this is your area of expertise, you do the research, can you offer any thoughts to that specific point?
Yeah, I think if you rezone the bulk of the current residential zoning, low density residential, to be slightly higher, still relatively low density residential zoning, this isn't a particularly lucrative thing. In the past, what people would do in Edmonton is they would buy a piece of property and then they would rezone it, and they would see a price increase because they were sort of like breaking through the dam. You had this restriction. People wanted to build in areas, there was demand, and you could break through that with rezoning and profit. This will actually take that away. It'll remove the speculative ability to do that. So I don't see any flood of money coming into Edmonton, just like nobody flooded money in when we started to allow semi-detached everywhere. These are small changes in what's permissible. You could actually remove zoning completely. You could allow 80-story towers everywhere. That doesn't mean that there's any demand for it. Markets understand demand as well, not just regulation. So,
thank you. I guess the last question I wanted to ask you, just as someone, you mentioned you live in Westmount, you're doing heritage home. That's a concern I've heard a lot about from one neighborhood in particular that I represent, about how this could potentially further the loss of heritage homes. And I'm wondering if you've seen any examples elsewhere of how to do that. I know while we have the most generous heritage grant, it's not seemingly helping preserve as much as I think we would like.
I'm actually, what I'm largely advocating is that we don't want 80% or a huge portion of our city with highly restrictive zoning. If we take a few percentage, 3% of our residential areas, and say these areas are unique, they're kind of special and they have value to the city as a whole. One example is the Westmount Heritage area, where I don't live, just to be clear. There's a whole string of early 1900s houses, and the people there wanted to preserve them, and we were restricting what can be built there because of that. That's perfectly reasonable. It won't have much of an impact on the overall market because we have so many other areas to build. If there are other areas that meet that criteria, we can do that as well.
Okay. I think I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. So that concludes the questions to panel number 6. Thank you, everyone. So please step back, and thank you so much for joining us. And we will go to panel number 7. We are still in the hearing from members of the community who are in favor of the new zoning bylaw. I will call your names, and Nathan Poon, in person or remotely? No. Sonia?
Sonia Youssef is here. Nathan Poon was just having an electrical difficulty. He is also present.
Okay, thank you. Harun Ali. Andrew Hansen. Armando Hernandez.
Hi, I'm here. Thank you.
Yeah,
sure.
Melanie Hoffman, Energy Transition Climate Resilience Committee.
I'm here.
Thank you. Kimo Mansouri, Africa Center. No. Alex Bowie. No. Zawar Hana. Zawar Hana, MCHP. No. Andrew Hansen. Oh, Andrew Hansen is twice, or is there two different Andrew Hansens? Huh? No. Andrew Bambridge. Andrew Bambridge. No. Matthew Hoyt. No. Gabriella Dunn. No. Julie Hussein, Investors. Julie Hussein. No.
Mayor, so we do have 2 additional registrations and 1 from the previous panel who came in during questions. Would you like me to read them in?
Please.
We have Jamie Sapita remotely, Hannah Goa remotely, and Ivor Limerick in person.
So what was the first name? First one and the last name? Jamie?
Jamie Sapita.
Savita? And Kristen Goa, and last one?
Hannah Goa, and then Ivor Limerick.
Oh, Hannah Goa. Okay. And they all 3 here? Is Jamie Saveto here? Hannah Goa here? And Ivor Limerick. Where? Can you please come up? You'll be number 17. Okay, we will start with Nathan Poon. Is Nathan there? No, we'll start with Sonia Youssef then. Oh, Nathan, you're there. Go ahead, please.
Yep. Hi. Hi, Council. My name is Nathan Poon. I'm a student in computer science at McEwen, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak today. This journey has been a long one, and I thank you for your guys' continued engagement. As a student counselor at McEwen University, I hear on a routine basis issues that are paramount to the student body. Above all issues, the one that I hear the most is the current issue of affordability. One of the main proponents of this concern is the fact that there is a housing crisis in the city. A study conducted by the University of Alberta Student Union suggests that 200 of their own students are sleeping in cars because they have nowhere else to go. At McEwen, our residency, which consists of only 1 building, hit full capacity this past summer, forcing many of our own students to go on a wait list. The University of Alberta projects that their student enrollment will increase by 40% over the next 10 years, and McEwen projects that our student body will hit 30,000 by 2030. As a result of this, the dreadful byproducts of the housing crisis will only grow exponentially if measures are not taken by this council. To suggest that the city council has the ability to solve the housing crisis, in my opinion, would be incredibly misleading. However, I believe that the amendments such as the zoning bylaw renewal initiative has the potential to open up an airway that has disproportionately strangled the new generation of young leaders for far too long. In a current society where the cost of tuition and even groceries and school lunch has skyrocketed in the past few years, I don't believe students should have to have the additional anxiety of whether or not they have a home. The foundation of a successful student career is, of many other things, the right to a safe, accessible, and affordable housing. At the Students Association level, through our vast array of programs, we aim to assist students who require needs through emergency loans and bursaries. However, there is only so much that can be done without municipal support. As a student myself, I am unequivocally supportive of the zoning bylaw renewal initiative. Reducing the red tape that complicates and strangles the development process will begin to open up more opportunities in regards to long-term affordable housing. This initiative would provide a significantly needed pathway for the students who have raised their concerns to me and my fellow student councilors at MacEwan. Thank you for your time.
Yes, thank you very much. And now we will go to the next speaker. I do not have the speakers list.
The next speaker is Sonia Youssef.
Sonia Youssef, you have 5 minutes. Sorry, just 1 second. So, Sonia, do you have YouTube on?
No, I do not. Someone just outside of our booked room is quite upset. I apologize. But regardless, good afternoon, Council.
Sorry,
I'm
just
Sonia
1
Youssef.
second. Just 1 second. Is Nathan in the same room? Can he mute? Mute his computer.
It shouldn't echo anymore.
Perfect, thank you. Please go ahead.
Yeah, no worries. I apologize about that, Council. Good afternoon, Council. I'm Sonia Youssef. I study at MacEwan University, majoring in psychology, minoring in finance. I appreciate you taking the time to listen to all the fellow university students, whom of which are in favor of this bylaw change. And thank you for your dedicated work on this project since 2018. I'm here to speak in favor of the zoning bylaw renewals as it is presented. As a student who studies full-time and is highly involved within the downtown community, I have a vested interest in seeing the follow-through of this project. I've enjoyed my time living in Edmonton. I've lived here my whole life, and I hope to see it become an environment in which I and all youth can be given more opportunities to grow and flourish, not now, but also in the future time coming, which I believe is an innate, inherent ability within this within the change of the zoning bylaw. I pride myself in promoting the growth of the communities that I am a part of. The zoning bylaw renewal is a necessary first step to create further housing options for all my young Edmontonians and for all those wishing to come in the future, as zoning bylaws play a crucial role in shaping not only the physical, but social fabric of a city. The benefits of having flexible zoning is creating neighborhoods which have different housing types so that those who may not need or want a house may have the option of living in apartments, duplexes, and condominiums, and providing more options for single-family homes, as well as adapting for birth rate declines and increasing rates of needing to sustain a world for independent elderly individuals. Zoning bylaw updates can also stimulate economic development by allowing for more flexible land use. This could attract businesses, promote entrepreneurship, and contribute to job creation, especially for young students who are needing to pay rent, people who live outside of the city, etc. At MacEwan specifically, students and future employers not only take up a good percentage of apartments, are business driver in the heart of our city. With student capacity limited, small businesses are more likely to feel the ongoing effects businesses would thrive, versus if less students live downtown, essentially. Zoning changes can contribute to improved urban design, creating more attractive and livable spaces, especially for students who are majority of the, campuses from Concordia, NAIT, all the major universities are downtown. So adjusting to university students and the future of Edmontonians would not be a unprecedented idea. It's important to note that individual perspectives on zoning bylaws can be very based on personal values, experiences, and priorities. But as a student, I feel that this issue, especially considering the residents at my school has been overflowing, is very important. I'm making time to attend this meeting on behalf of the thousands of students who could not be here because they're either working or dedicating their time to school because of the indirect hits to affordability. That's kind of all I have to say. Thank you, Council.
Thank you so much, Sonia, for joining us. I'll check again. Sorry, actually, I'll go through the list as people are here. Armando Hernandez. Go ahead, please.
Hi, can you hear me now? Thank you. Hi. So yeah, I'm Armando Hernandez. I am an architect. I haven't seen a lot of architects speaking, so I wanted to make the voice as a practicing architect. I've been practicing architecture in Edmonton for the last 10 years, and I'm very excited about this new bylaw. We are in a small architectural firm, boutique firm, that we see all the ranges of projects since like single home families all the way to 200 units multi-apartment buildings. I want to point out that this is a comprehensive zone bylaw renewal, and apparently the most intricate part is only the RS zone, but I have to make mention about all the other zones that are going to be revamped, and I think it's a great thing that is happening. I've seen comments that this zoning is perfect. I think this zone is perfect for the time that Edmonton is passing. We didn't see a lot of movement in the zone for the last 40 years. So I think this is urgent to approve. Don't delay this because we're already late on the renewal of this zone. I want to address a little bit of some information that is being circling around about the sustainability of the new bylaw that requires to do things. The main thing that a lot of groups are pushing is like if the sustainability is just adding solar panels or EV chargers. I think the sustainability is more than that. We cannot just address global warming by just adding solar panels. So I think we need to understand the great thing of impact of this zoning that is going to be helping the sustainability, which is less use of cars, more density, and more accessible to all the services. I have one example because there's a lot of concern that everything is going to be popping out, and we have big buildings everywhere. I've been working in a triplex in an RX7 zone, which is allowed for 12-unit story, and we have the possibility to do 12 stories. But in conjunction with me as a designer and with the developer, we decided to do a triplex because it makes more sense. So this is just a point to make sure that not because it's allowed, everybody is going to make in buildings of 8 stories. It's not financially sometimes viable to do that. So that doesn't mean that if we have that zone that allows for everything is going to be built. So I want to very, very, very put in this. There's also an intended benefit about this. The intended benefit that we're not seeing is that when more units are allowed, like more than 4 units, then architects, we need to be involved. So that creates a better quality of construction rather than just single home families. But also the access to new forms of financing, which is CMHC. Chelsea and other speakers already spoke about CMHC. If we have more than 4 units, we're allowed to become CMHC financing available. Things that are not available for one bedrooms, for one house, single home families. So that's a very good thing. And that part is already addressing climate change. Like in order to get CMHC financing, we need to be energy efficiency better than 25% of the code. So that's already better than that. So I don't think that the bylaw has to be stopped just because we're not adding solar panels and stuff. There's a lot more comprehensive items that are already in place to address climate change and stuff. So I think the zoning what is intended to is to create better spaces and closer spaces and adding more density, I think that's the best way to go. And that's what city can do, like energy efficiency, climate change initiatives. That is more a federal or provincial way. And also to address just quickly the city that is already addressing the developer costs on things like all my clients have to pay for increases of infrastructure, water, new electrical upgrades and everything. That's already in the city. Is that even if we want to build a new road, the city needs to pass that cost to the developer. So that's also I wanted to address that. And in short, I just want to put my strong support as an architect on this new bylaw. Thank you for the time, and thank you. And I really wish we can support this and approve this bylaw as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Armando, for joining us. Next, we'll go to Melanie Hoffman from Energy Transition Climate Resilience Committee.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Mayor, Council, Administration, for the opportunity to speak this morning. I am a resident of Brookside and excited for the opportunities of what might happen here with zoning bylaw renewal. I'm also a PhD chemist with a background in systems thinking education and have spent the last 5 years working in climate solutions, visualization, and education. And would like to thank you for choosing me to participate in direct advice to Council on matters of energy transition and climate resilience. As has been spoken to by my colleagues, our committee had several presentations from administration on zoning bylaw renewal. So we've had lots of opportunity to engage, to learn, to provide input. And while I know that everyone is doing their very best, I think it's important to emphasize that we continue to not see a response that is commensurate with the emergency in which we find ourselves. And we know that we're going to be living in a changing climate for the upcoming decade, at least, more likely for the rest of my life. But the emergency is now. What we're looking to address right now is what our long-term future, what the future of my daughter looks like. And bold action on zoning is centered in climate justice. This bylaw is not. And so we know that we're not on track right now to meet the goals of the Community Energy Transition Strategy. And of course, avoiding massive climate destabilization and ecological collapse is really central to our ability to maintain housing affordability and even to maintain neighborhood character. And so these are realities that we are reckoning with, that administration and council are working with. And so while the zoning bylaw renewal gets us closer, and I urge you to pass opportunities for densification, I would personally want to ask you to please pass this bylaw with the following amendments. For administration to bring forward before January 1st, 2024 in an emergency response, amendments that include mobility requirements, micromobility, bike parking, EV charging, to require 50% of rooftops add solar or green roofs. You have this in Sub-Area C for the Market District at Blatchford, and I'm curious why we're not requiring that on all new commercial and residential builds. Because we have to recognize that we are leaving homeowners and renters on the line for changes that they are going to have to make in the next decade. So let's be strong on that now. I would like to ask that you require 50% of soft landscaping, and that the decisions on River Valley zoning are removed and will be decided on by Q2 of 2024 to recognize the concerns and address the concerns around protecting those spaces for biodiversity, for mental well-being of the many living beings in our city. And so with that, just really want to acknowledge that, of course, densification is key, but it is not the fix all for the pieces, and there's just a few more things that we can decidedly do at the municipal level to continue to lead as Edmonton has done in the past, and to really ensure that we are protecting and caring for Edmontonians in the way that we are empowered to do. So I'd like to thank everyone for your work, and I'm excited to continue to work together on this systemic cultural shift that we are in. So thanks so much for your time.
Thank you so much for joining us, Melanie. Next, I understand Kimo Mansouri has joined us. So Kimo, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead, please. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning, Council. My name is Kimo Mansouri. I'm the board chair of the Africa Center. I immigrated to Canada in 2002, some 20 years ago. And when I came, I decided to be around city center area, closer to areas that I can access a lot of things that I needed as a newcomer in Edmonton. And when winter came, it was a wise decision that I actually chose to be in a place that I can walk a few meters away to get things that I need. I can go to Chinatown, I can go to downtown, I can go to places that I can get all the basic needs. The city planners have proposed a comprehensive rewrite to how the city regulates land. The new proposed zoning bylaw will be a permissive zoning that allows more equitable, allowing gentle density development like rental and multi-family housing almost everywhere in and around our city. Our recent research and Statistics Canada have shown that Edmonton is a destination for Black people, and the population is just going to grow. And we thank the city for helping us to undertake our community consultation for the new African Multicultural Center, which the name might change. That area, during the consultations that we are going on right now, what we are hearing from many of our people is affordable housing, especially for our seniors who are, some of them are retiring and they are stuck in their homes and they don't know where to go. They don't know how to downsize. And the land that we have, some people are even suggesting, why can't we have affordable housing for seniors within that land that we are having? And I believe this rezoning bylaw will actually help shape how we design the future of that particular land that the Africa Center is planning to build its multicultural center. Many immigrants coming to Canada, we come here in the beginning, we don't have modes of transportation, and it takes up to 3-5 years sometimes before people have a modes of transportation. It took me probably around 5 years before I got a vehicle of my own. It took me a long time for me to own a property. I live in the Canosa area, and I believe this zoning bylaw will not only help new immigrants coming, because this will make our communities the redesign in a way that it is accessible to so many amenities. And one thing that we'll ask council whilst the zoning bylaw is going on is to also consider keeping certain areas, because the Black community likes nature. Places that we can go in and outdoors, not using all the lands that are available to build houses, but also preserving certain greener places that people can go to engage and do things. So during these consultations, as I said again, we have been talking about the zoning bylaw. We've been talking about how it's affecting people in Edmonton. And we want to, the Black community, the Africa Center, wants to throw its support for this proposed bylaw that it will not only be good for the city, but environmentally and for integration of our newcomers into the Edmonton society, it will be very, very much in line to helping them integrate into the community faster and easier because they will have access to so many activities and opportunities within their own communities rather than driving longer distances to go look for these things. With this, I want to thank Council and the city administration for putting all these zoning bylaw renewal in place. And I want to say on my personal self and on behalf of the African Center that we support this zoning bylaw as we deliberate on this one. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Kim. I'll check if Alex Bowie is joining us. No, I see Jawar Hama joining us. We'll go to him. Go ahead, please. Or them, sorry.
Good morning, Council. My name is Jawar, and I'm working with MCHP Multicultural Health Brokers. And I'm actually myself a recent immigrant to Canada and Edmonton. And I'm here to show my support for zoning renewal for the reasons expressed by others. And the reason, one of the reasons that I really support it is the affordability for marginalized communities and newcomers to Canada. As you know, when refugees and newcomers move to Canada, they can't really afford any transportation and rent together. So they have to choose one of them, either live close by downtown and don't have any transportation and pay higher rents, or move outside of city center and get a vehicle. And if you include insurance and gas prices, we end up with the same cost for a person. That's why, that's one of the reasons that all the communities and the marginalized communities and seniors really support the new changes. And thank you very much for letting me speak here today, and I won't take any more time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jawar, for joining us. I'll check if Andrew Bembridge is here. No, how about Matthew White?
Yes, sorry,
Andrew?
I'm here. Did you say Andrew Hansen?
Yeah. No, I'll come to you, Andrew, a little later on. Andrew Bembridge. No, Matthew White.
Hello.
Go ahead, please, Matthew.
Okay. I didn't have anything formally written, but just wanted to express my support for this bylaw update. I live in Glenora, so I know my opinion's a minority in that neighborhood, but just like to talk about neighborhood character before you hear a litany of discussion about neighborhood character in the opposition to this. I'm not a religious man, but one thing I learned early on is the church isn't the building, the church is the people. Neighborhood character, to my mind, generally focuses around people in the neighborhood, engagement between neighbors, discussion, dialogue, usually on a calm, welcoming streetscape. So I would focus more on how we create spaces for people to create neighborhood character rather than the buildings themselves. And further to that point, a lot of the older houses aren't remaining upright regardless of the zoning bylaw changes. They're either getting torn down for large single-family dwellings or alternatives that we're discussing. And then everybody's talking about housing. The mixed use features of this bylaw. I've said many times, do we want to create communities or clutches of bedrooms? So, where in a neighborhood can 10 to 12-year-olds go safely without crossing major thoroughfares? To start on those building blocks toward independence. Too many neighborhoods in this city were stuck rolling the dice at 16 and handing the kids the keys to the minivan and hoping for the best because they've never really been able to travel by themselves or just with a couple friends. So I see a lot of potential for that as we adapt new zoning bylaw. And then also with mixed use, I think we can create more spaces for seniors to age in the communities they've helped build and live in for, hopefully a long chunk of their lives, a long and happy chunk. So at the risk of sounding contrived, I'm middle-aged, and I'm only going to get less middle from here on out. I'm here to stand up for the city I hope to see my kids become adults in, and the city I hope my wife and I age in. So with that, I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you so much, Matthew, for joining us. I'll check if Gabriella Dunn is joining us. No. Jamie Sapita.
That's me.
James, sorry. Go ahead.
So I'm just taking a break from work right now, and I can't really have my camera on because of where I work. Is that okay?
That is fine, yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Is that James?
What?
That's James Spita, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Jamie, sorry.
James Speed.
Okay,
Sorry,
good.
my Google email just has the name that I set up as the email. It's weird.
Go ahead, no worries. Yeah.
Yeah. So, well, my name is Jamie Sapita. I've lived in Edmonton since 2006, and I've grown up there. Went through elementary to high school there. And I currently live in the McGrath area. Now, I really think it's a good idea for the update to the bylaws. I'm in support of it because I think it will make the city a much better place to live. And I just think it'll help out a lot of people if we do. Thank you. That's it. Nice and sweet.
Yeah, thank you so much, James, for joining us. Next, I will check if Hannah Goa is here. Hannah Goa.
Hi.
You're there? Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, councillors, Mayor Sohi, and city staff. I'm speaking in support of the new zoning bylaw for many of the reasons that others have shared. We're in the midst of a climate crisis and a housing crisis, and it's rare that one piece of legislation can effectively address disparate, though connected, urgent issues. I grew up in Old Strathcona, and had an incredible experience of community in that neighborhood. And for many years had some of probably what you'll hear from the people who are in opposition, where I didn't want things to change. I really loved the character of the neighborhood. And I, was a little bit reactionary to any sort of development and changes. Over time, I have learned that, come to appreciate that there are things bigger and more important than my ideas of what a community needs to be. Since then, I can no longer afford to live in Old Strathcona. All my family does. I have bought a house in Macaulay. And so they're right there, affordable housing. And this community is incredible. And I feel so blessed to have been able to move to a community that's so dynamic, that's so diverse. But of course, every day I see the symptoms of the housing crisis. When I walk my dog, when I walk to work. I also work with Multicultural Health Workers Cooperative and encounter it daily in my work, where families, newcomer families, are being forced to move multiple times, live far from their work and communities, working multiple jobs, and so then unable to adequately support their children in the complex context that they're growing up in. And as for the climate crisis, we really can't not do everything we have at our disposal, every tool that we have to respond to this emergency. So I urge you to pass this bylaw, including any proposed amendments that increase the effectiveness of it in terms of addressing climate change and affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hannah. Before I go to Ivor Lemerick, I would like to add Sandy Pond, Chinatown Transformative Collaborative Society, will be number 17, and then number 18 will be Alexey Vasilev, joining remotely. It'll be number 18. Okay. Ivor Lemerick, please go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ivor Lemerick, a proud Edmontonian and a long-time former builder in this city. I'm not opposed to the intent of this new zoning bylaw to allow densification in this city. However, I'm very opposed as to how the proposed zoning bylaw is going to be implemented as it stands now, which could potentially destroy many city mature neighborhoods. The notion this proposed zoning bylaw is going to resolve our urban expansion problem, housing affordability, and better utilize our inner city infrastructure is largely, in my opinion, a myth. The proposed zoning change is taking away the human rights of existing property owners to question the potential adverse impacts of a proposed development. This is not just unneighborly and unfair. However, I suggest an amendment to make a provision in the bylaw to require developers to have a dialogue with adjacent property owners. This will go a long way to create good design that benefits everyone and avoid problems. This could achieve a constructive win-win rather than a controversial win-lose situation and a lot of headaches for city staff. Also, before allowing a blanket zoning bylaw, I suggest to first pre-test the bylaw in a designated area or two. This can only be beneficial to all parties and potentially avoid unintended consequences. This would be a wise step since this bylaw is an unproven proposal with potentially disastrous and controversial effects throughout this city. I also want to mention the LRT corridor overlay zoning changes by implementing of a high-density zoning along the West LRT line from downtown to Lewis Estates. Please align the district plans and the zoning bylaws before approval of this bylaw with the following in mind. How can high-density zoning benefit the LRT corridor and the citizens in the adjacent neighborhoods? What is the impact on safety, livability, and of these mature neighborhoods? What should be the parameter borders of the corridor for easy walking distance to proposed LRT stations versus a blanket 800-meter high-density corridor? How can the corridors be designed to stimulate positive development around places like Jasper Place? Consider what type of housing that newcomers and immigrants need. It may be fair to say that most refugees coming here may not want to be around crowded transportation corridors, which may escalate their fears. Another important part of this bylaw should be the recognition of Edmonton's heritage and the relative areas that could be affected by this zoning bylaw. Last but not least, how does all of this contribute to affordable housing? Let's ask ourselves, how can developers contribute to affordable housing, and how can these corridors be designed to avoid the problems of noise, safety issues, and reduced livability? I further suggest the district plans to be adjusted in consideration of potential impacts of the zoning bylaw on neighborhoods so that negative impacts are reduced. This will help the city manage growth with the right policy and regulatory levers to create an even, open playing field. In summary, try to imagine what this city will look like in 10 years. If you don't get it right, then you will be responsible for permanently and negatively impacting mature neighborhoods and the city of Edmonton. Is that the legacy you want to leave? Thank you for the discussion.
I just want to confirm, Ivor Lemerick, that you registered in favor of the bylaw, but the points you're raising are questioning the implementation. So I just want to make sure you want to remain registered as in favor, or we can change it to you being opposed to the bylaw.
No, I'm generally in favor. However, I feel.
That's fine then. I just want to make sure you recorded it correctly. That's
That's a
fine.
deceiving question, but.
No, because we have to follow the procedures around keeping track of the people who are in favor and against. So I know there's nuance. There's nuance about that too, right? So thank you so much. Okay, good. We will next go to Sandy Pond, Chinatown Transformation Collaborative Society.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council member. I'm Sandy Pond. I am the co-founder and chair of the Chinatown Transformation Collaborative. With my 30 years experience in real estate, I do understand the complexity of the rezoning because that's really overdue. I am in favor of the bylaw renewal of the changes, mainly in the mixed housing with business. Chinatown area and downtown is almost 100 years old and is long overdue for revitalization and rejuvenation of the neighborhood. With the change of bylaw, it will increase density, but it increase economic viability to businesses, services, and to all age groups who are seeking affordable housing, attainability of housing, and accessibility of housing. So it's important that we have so much vacant lots in the area and also desolate neighborhoods with end-of-life structures that need to be incentivized. And one of the things to do is to have this change of bylaws. It does bring back life, it brings back people into a neighborhood, mainly when we look at so many underutilized infrastructure that are paid by public taxpayer money, school, libraries, and even with transportation, underutilized transit. With the new change of bylaw, we'll definitely able to put a positive growth and utilization of these services and existing infrastructure that's public and also private. So I am in favor of the change of zoning bylaw, but with the caveat that I really encourage in the mature and end-of-life neighborhoods that where we need the positive change. It will increase better safety and security also, because now you're bringing families and more people into a neighborhood that was overlooked and neglected for a long time.
Thank you so much for joining us, Andy. Next, we will go to Alexey Vasilev. Go ahead, please. Are you there? Alexey Vasilev. No? Okay. I will check. Haroon Ali, are you there?
Yep.
Go ahead, please. Your 5 minutes.
Awesome. Thank you so much. My name's Haroon Ali, and I'm speaking in favor of this zoning bylaw renewal initiative. So I wanted to touch on a few different options. So main one is I lived in Rutherford for quite a majority of my life. Rutherford is a suburban community just south of the Henday. And I'm currently living in Garneau. I've been living in the university area for the better part of a year and a half. And the differences are like night and day. When we build communities around communities, you know what I mean? It is so much better for almost everyone. It's better for students, it's better for like seniors, because there's things to do. In Rutherford, it would take me about 30 minutes to get to the 30 to 20 minutes to get to the nearest not even just convenience store, restaurant, anything like that. In Garneau, I can get to one in 1 minute, just right outside of my house, Ace Coffee. Another thing that I also want to touch on too was that I used to be I ran for city council myself, and I used to be a student union councilor. But in both of these experiences, I've talked to the university students about housing, and I've had it even with my own friends now too, as some of them are looking to move off campus. So some of them have, and I'll explain why I'm talking about this at the end. But some of them currently are living in co-living units. Co-living units are often good. They're a more affordable way to live. However, there are also problems with when there is a lack of housing supplies, where we run into slumlords. For example, some of my friends are currently living in apartments that are technically supposed to be one bedrooms that have been divided with little cardboard into rooms. You know what I mean? So, and they're being charged upwards of $500 to $700 to be living in these type of units. It's concerning. It's a safety risk. It's a fire risk. And some of my own friends have quite literally been put in safe what's called harm, what was it called, as a result of some of these areas. By allowing for proper multi-unit developments in their community, we're allowing for students to call Edmonton home. And while I see that some may call, what was it called, the changing of neighborhood character a bad thing, I think it's a necessary thing. I don't think I think at this point in time we are seeing a housing crisis right now, and unless we want to have folks sleeping on the streets because they can't find housing like the situation is in Toronto, we just really cannot afford to be wasting time on this. Uh, I feel like the conversation's been had. People know about this enough. You know what I mean? Almost, I think 250 people took time out of their day over these next 3 days to speak to you folks. I think people are more than aware of this bylaw, and I think that this change just needs to come at this point. It's not efficient to use land the current way that we are using. When, like, for example, even in Garneau, like new developments, West Garneau, which takes up about 10 houses, and houses almost 170 people. That is a far more use of house space than building 10 single family homes. So yeah, I just wanted to once again speak in favor of this, and yeah, thanks so much for letting me speak, and yeah, I really hope that you folks pass it.
Thank you, Haroon, for joining us. Next, I'll go to Andrew Henson.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I've lived in Alberta for 10 years and in Edmonton for 2 years, both of them in rented apartments. I'm studying economics at the University of Alberta. I'm here because I received a pamphlet from the Coalition for Better Infills. It was clear from the pamphlet that these people had resources and power, and they wanted to preserve their beautiful neighborhood as they saw them. I'm here today because of that pamphlet. But for me, the most beautiful neighborhood is one that exists in a state of balance with the city around it and with the environment as a whole. It is a neighborhood where people can actually afford to live, especially for the increasing percentage of renters in the city, rather than be forced onto the streets. The truth is that Edmonton cannot afford to keep on building expensive suburbs on the edges of the city, which are a huge drain on the budget. Suburbs are not only a huge drain on the budget, but they also require long commutes. It is a well-known fact that people's commute is among the most stressful periods of their day. But it's also a fact that people are bad at predicting what they want before experiencing it. We think we want a nice house in the suburbs, but most of us would be happier living in a cozy apartment close to our work and the places we visit most often. This bylaw isn't revolutionary, but it's a step in the right direction. It responds in an economically responsible way to the housing affordability crisis and the climate crisis, which always hurts marginalized communities the most. And crucially, it responds to the climate crisis by reducing the pollution people would have emitted during a tedious and stressful commute, and by helping them live in more efficient houses. I'm fortunate and grateful to have had the time to speak here today, but I know that many renters and folks from marginalized communities don't have the time. As you listen to the perspectives present here, please remember all the hard working folks who stand to lose a lot more than the view out of their window. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Andrew, for joining us. I will check if Alex Bui is here or Gabriella Dunn. Nope. And Andrew Bembridge. Okay.
Yes, yeah, sorry, Bembridge.
Go ahead, please.
All right, hello everyone. Hello Council, thanks for allowing me to address the panels today. My name is Andrew Bembridge. I am a recent arrival to Edmonton by way of Ontario and Calgary, and living in the Oliver neighborhood. Just for a little bit of context of when. So what attracted me to the city was actually the ongoing debates around housing and zoning changes, and seeing the progress that you folks have made actually north of Calgary for all of the efforts to make sure everybody, along with the businesses, have a much more consolidated environment and simplified environment to in order to grow and change the city. So right out of the gate, I am wholly in favor of passing the bylaw, and just want to add some additional pieces to the conversation that I've noticed a few people have talked about, but the conversation has very much been centered around housing. So just as an initial note is I totally understand the concerns of especially those opposed to the bylaw changes. But just wanted to remind everybody that the existing system is something that all the changes, all the consultations, all the rezoning requests take a lot of time, a lot of effort from both the developer and the city and everybody involved. It's already happening. The changes in your neighborhoods. It's in every one of our neighborhoods around Edmonton. So consolidating these 4 to 6 different zones into a much more manageable, efficient, and timely system that benefits us all. We do have a bit of catching up to do in comparison to some jurisdictions. We've heard about different places around the world, but we have our own unique Canadian situation. And the most important part is to drive that efficiency and also to allow and acknowledge the fact that all these changes are bringing us up to things that are already happening, demand that's already there. People already want to do these certain things in the neighborhoods. So building it into a codified bylaw, allowing that work to be done is absolutely paramount to ensure that we have the most efficient path forward to growth. And as the council has mentioned, this is a living document. It's not set in stone. This will change. We will see in the same incremental growth, incremental suggestions and consultations as we're presented to go in the future. One additional piece I wanted to bring in here, just to close off my notes, is also talk more about the commercial and industrial changes. So not a lot of changes on the industrial side, but we do have some simplification and also benefits for commercial business owners, commercial retail units coming into housing developments, and really diversifying our neighborhoods and corridors. And I want to speak to that as well, because housing is absolutely a massive priority, but so is allowing our business community to flourish, and also opening up those additional retail units, additional office spaces, and flexibility to allow services to come into the right spots in the neighborhood to service the right demographics that they want to have around. And so those additional changes don't just worry about the housing, it's about the businesses that serve our communities as well. And the additional changes that are baked into that are mixed use zoning, mixed use neighborhood, as well as even just consolidating the commercial business and industrial business employment zones is a great step forward to ensuring that we get the spots we need, the right people in the right places, and also that has the knock-on effects of the environmental benefit and reducing climate change, meeting the goals of the city plan, as well as encouraging a lot of transit-oriented development. I really am super hopeful to see Blatchford take off. And Blatchford is a great example of the housing side of all the work that had to go in, all the money that had to be spent, all the time that had to be spent going through the existing process. And I imagine that these new bylaw changes allow that process to be a lot more efficient. So we can see more innovation pop forward and be a lot easier to get done without having to have a massive bankroll for the few people that can then hang out in the time to spend going through this existing consultation process. So like I said, all in favor of it. Please pass this bylaw. Looking really forward and excited to see the changes that happen to Edmonton once we get going with this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Andrew, for joining us. Okay, that concludes the speakers on this panel. Now, questions to the panel from council members. Okay, I'll just see the list to pop up. If not, we'll start with Councillor Knack.
There you go. I was quicker on the list.
My guess was right.
That's good, yeah. Again, thanks everyone. Appreciate the time, and I'm going to keep asking questions because it's an important topic. So I'll start with guest Hoyt. Appreciate, there was, and I don't know if you had a chance to watch yesterday, but I touched on the fact that the majority of the correspondence and those in opposition, at least in the ward I represent, is from the neighborhood that you live in as well. And whereas it's either mixed in other communities or outright supportive. You touched on neighborhood character, appreciate the points you've raised, but I guess I want to ask the question, knowing where you live, you don't have to share it with everyone else, but I guess I want to ask that question, what if something 10.5 meters high with 8 units in it was built right next door? Because you have a lot where you're trying to, do some great things around what you're growing and all of that, so that would impede it, especially if it was built on the side, on the south side of you.
The famous shadow in the fall. I mean, everybody's got a 6-foot fence, on the inside of their fence too. So all my moss grows along that south-facing fence, and the native species we're trying to grow in the front yard. Well, they're taking right off. They're native species. They grow very well. Have a lot of shade already. So I guess the shade thing. A big chunk of what we do in the backyard is shade, so we don't have too much direct sunlight in the back windows. So I guess the shade's never really bothered us. I know that's a personal response. I think it's a knee-jerk reaction that you have this big looming thing. What might be detracting is if all of the backyards face into my backyard, right? I mean, we have bylaws on privacy screens and whatnot, but if it's facing east and west the same as the rest of the lots on the street, most people are building the maximum they can put in the footprint anyway. And am I going to get a sundial and check the difference between a 32-foot high, 4,000 square foot house built on the lot next door, or sorry, I didn't do the math on the meters, but a 40-foot high, multi-unit building. We're middle-aged, middle-class people, I guess. Most of the time, I think I'll have more in common with neighbors that can afford, a $500,000 to $800,000 unit than I will with someone who's building a $2 million unit next to me, I guess. So it comes down to, yeah. You know me, Andrew. I mean, I think every stranger's a friend I haven't met yet. So I'll be happy to talk to whoever moves in next door to me. But it's nothing I'm fearful of.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Mr. Lamerink as well. Ivor, sorry, I'm going to ask you. Hello. You touched on one question or one point that I sort of highlighted here is that most refugees might not want to be beside crowded transportation corridors. And I don't disagree with you. I think part of, as a city, what we're trying to do is not exclusively have the highest form of density only on arterial roads. But to be clear, that does create tension. And I've heard it in the emails, I've heard it in the calls of people saying, well, maybe I don't want that. So having a 8-unit building beside them that is interior, that would help somebody who is a newcomer maybe live more centrally into a neighborhood than always being forced to be on the outskirts, creates that tension in a community, in many communities. And I wouldn't mind your thoughts on that.
Well, that's a difficult question. One needs to have some more thought about that. But there is a problem in most city public areas that discrimination seems to affect certain people, and they react adversely towards these groups. And I don't agree with that. I think we're in a global world, including in Edmonton, and I think we should consider trying to live harmoniously amongst all the various ethnic groups. And so I don't understand why people are objecting to a global world, but on the other hand, I think we should try to consider what can we do to minimize the effect it may have if they're housed in large communities close to public transportation. And whether that is internally or not, I'm not sure.
Thank you.
Where
I'm out of
that
time.
would be.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. Mr. Hoyt, I appreciate the fact that you stated that you're a minority in the neighborhood, but is there just maybe more outspoken?
Yeah, I probably dwell on that too much. I think my opinion is the more in the neighborhood. I think the neighborhood opinion is the minority in the city. So I think my views on this are pretty mainstream. I come at, we've talked about the environment benefits and some other societal benefits in this, and they're fabulous. Sometimes I just boil it down to be a plain old taxpayer. This is cheaper and more financially sustainable in the future too, right? So I like low taxes and I like efficient spend. I think this contributes to it. So.
I think most Edmontonians would agree with you on that point.
Yeah.
And I like your approach in regards, spaces for people and that. But you brought up the fact about the neighborhood character, but I think I'm going to turn my question over to the architect, Mr. Hernandez, about maybe how can we preserve those character homes.
I think, thank you for your question. I think the most important thing to do is do a good analysis, and that comes to the design excellence. And that's where I see the opportunity of bringing this into with this new bylaw. When you have a single home family, it's normally drawn by a drafter, not by an architect. So with these new homes that are a little bit more complex because they're 8-story tall, 10 meters in height. You have more more technical people involved. Even the city and other technical people are involved. So there's better design, better quality, and more response to whatever is happening on the outside. Currently, I'm working on that. Like normally, when I do a project, I see what is the character of the building and character of the neighborhood in order to do that. But you need more people, more professional people involved in that, which I think that's one of the unintended benefits that this has. But adding more density, you need that professional requirement into all the buildings and not just cookie cutters that happen everywhere where a drafting company that are stock drawings and just popping out that. So I think that's the benefit of that the architect in this and the designer can have that more opportunity and more leeway and more spaces to enhance that creativity. I think that will be my answer. Thank you.
Okay, and I think we've seen some examples of that in some other public hearings that have come forward with rezonings. I'm thinking warehouse district. There's been maintaining the facade of the building. Can you think of any other examples that we might have had or that you've been involved in?
Yes, for sure. I work in the Brewery District, and we try to continue with some of the interactions there. We work on other projects. I participated in the project with Chelsea was speaking a little bit before, and we were trying to mimic what happens next to our drawings. One of the projects that I did, the triplex. We try to build towards the site and understand what is the site and the elevations of the buildings next door to us. So we instead of doing the 12 units apartment, we decided to do the sixplex because it was more in tune with the neighborhood that it was surrounding. So we took into consideration heights and stuff, which the heights already, as we said, like we're at 9 meters right now, pretty much, and adding 1.5 meters is not a lot, and that doesn't break the character. It's just it's just good practice to see what is in the neighborhoods, and each building has to adapt to that. So yeah, that's
okay, and that's good to hear that you are preserving the character of the neighborhood as well. Thank you very much.
It's more an individual thing that each designer has to pursue that. That's my point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. So we have 2 more council members signed up, but we are at 12 o'clock, and I would prefer to actually conclude with this panel. Is it okay that we extend the order for? You have to go? I have to go. Go ahead. Sure. Okay. Is it okay we extend? But oh, you have questions too. Then, Councillor Principal, you have questions too. Okay. That'll be about 15 minutes.
I'll move to extend orders by 15 minutes.
Okay. Okay.
Second.
Cool.
Second.
Okay. Please vote. Thank you.
Councillor Stevenson as a yes.
We can just go by unanimous consent.
Yes, please. Good. Eddie. Okay. All right. Was Councillor Tang? Oh, Councillor Tang, go ahead, please.
Great, thank you so much. Just one question to Sandy. Thank you very much for being here. I thought you brought up some really salient points around how you see this might impact underserved neighborhoods like Chinatown. And I'm also curious, Sandy, are you still there?
It was Sandy, right?
Oh, I think she logged off.
Hmm.
All right, well, that was my only question.
Okay.
So I'm done, thank you.
No worries.
And
Councillor
thank you to
Paquette.
everybody else.
Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I just want to follow up with one of Councillor Knack's questions with Matthew Hoyt. Matthew, you were talking about the potential cost savings for the city. Basically getting our budget under control. I'd just like to hear more of your thoughts on that.
I heard it last night, so I did. I'm working in Quebec right now, so I stayed up till midnight last night watching everything. And I was happy this time around. People are already debating the myth of over-exercised sewer lines, and population scarcity is worse for the sewer system than population excess, because we end up with the Turdbergs, causing all kinds of mayhem for EPCOR at some point. Density, density lowers costs, right? The cost of sidewalk per meter, curb per meter, electric lines for streetlights, gas lines, storm sewers, it's all by length. So the more tax base, the greater the tax base we can have per meter of city service, the more efficient our spend is. So, and based on the population numbers of the inner city neighborhoods from the 50s, we're not even projecting to hit those original design peaks for a while yet, because most of the neighborhoods in the mature neighborhood overlay and transit overlay design and everything are underpopulated based on their original design. So, I like the idea of getting more use out of something we've already amortized. So, and getting more tax base to support the new build too. So.
All right. Well, thank you very much. And I think that may be the first time Turdberg has ever been used in council. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you so much. Just a few very brief questions to Melanie Hoffman. I know that you had talked about some of the soft landscaping requirements or the site coverage. If you're still on the line, just wondering if you could sort of comment with the balance, recognizing we have the zoning bylaw controlling the amount of hard surfacing, I guess, on an individual lot, but then the implications of sort of building out new neighborhoods where we may need to build new road infrastructure, which has, quite significant hard landscaping.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Stevenson, for that question. What we're thinking about there, of course, is resilience to extreme weather events and stormwater runoff, as well as, I guess, resilience to heat, because soft landscaping will often include vegetation that helps lower the local temperature. And so when we're looking at both maybe roof surfaces and surfaces that are outside of the, 45% now on an RS lot that you can cover with a building. Seeing the opportunity to have permeable surfaces for parking, whether it's something as simple as the planted concrete blocks that I'm commonly used to seeing, having grown up in Germany. It's just providing relief on the sewer system again too, and the opportunity to improve our resilience appropriately.
Yeah, no, thank you. That's a really, really great point. And it makes me think too about some of the public infrastructure that can support with those objectives as well in terms of boulevard planting and our water runoff management there. Great, thank you. That's very helpful. And just lastly, Mr. Limerick, I just want to confirm, I think in your speaking, I heard some concerns just around some of the upzoning, and I just wanted to take a moment to ensure that there was clarity around this exercise that's in front of us right now with public hearing, just in terms of the like-for-like aspect of the proposed rezoning. Is that Mr. Limerick for you?
Oh, sorry, can you rephrase that, please?
Sure, not a problem. Just in your comments, you had referenced some of the upzoning that was concerning to you, and I just wanted to ensure that there was clarity that what's in front of us right now is sort of like for like rezoning.
Sorry, are you talking about the LRT corridor that I talked about?
Yeah, so recognizing that I think what you were referencing would be through the exercise of district planning.
Yeah, just to rephrase my comments is, right now you've got a 800-meter rezoning proposed for high density from A to Z, from downtown all the way down to the Lewis Estates.
Sorry, can I just pause you there? I'm not aware of that rezoning. That's not what we're contemplating.
You're talking about an 800-meter corridor, to the best of my knowledge, along the entire LRT line.
That would be through district planning, and I don't believe there are no rezonings that are proposed that I'm aware of through the district planning process, which isn't complete yet.
Okay.
Okay, so that's a good clarification. Just wanted to make sure we had a shared understanding there. And those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. So that concludes questions to this panel. You're free to go. Thank you so much. But before we take a break, we will have at least one more panel of members of the public in favor. Then we have a large number of Edmontonians waiting to be heard on the opposition side of this bylaw, and we will not be done by Thursday. So be prepared. I just want to city clerk to think it over during the break, which is kind of I'm giving you, instead of giving you a break, I'm giving you something to think about. We might have to, we will have to free up days next week, or we have to go on a weekend, either Saturday, Sunday, or days next week. We have to complete this. This is a very important discussion that Edmontonians has been waiting on, and they want to weigh in, and we don't want to rush, but at the same time we want to make sure that we are not bumping schedule on other items. So I will be prepared to meet on the weekend, but some to think about and public to think about, either next week or on the weekend, because we would not be able to finish on Thursday. Yeah. And we don't want to rush either, right? We want to give proper time to the speakers and ask questions to them that council members desire to ask. Okay. All right. Okay. Thanks. We'll be back at 1:30. One more, two more people? Okay. Okay, which one wants? All right, I would like to call this meeting back to order and do a roll call of council colleagues. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson.
Hello.
Councillor Paquette.
Hello.
Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Councillor Salvador.
Hello.
Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Jans. Okay, we have a quorum. There are a few more people that we need to add to the list in opposition. Laura McKetty, Jason Lee, and Mei Hong has already been added to the list, so there'll be duplication. Okay. All right. We are now going to call into the speakers in favor who were not present when called. And I'll call your name, so please let us know and join us. Bruce Nickerson, joining remotely. No. Jay Dang, in person or remotely. No. Bobby Belzak, remotely. Nope. Eunice Emery Sahen, in person or remotely? No. Chad Oman, to answer questions only, Inglewood Community League, in person or remotely?
Good afternoon, Mayor. I am remote.
Thank you. Justin Carter, to answer questions only, in person or remotely? Nope. Jamie Zerwinski, in person or remotely? No. Cameron Smithers, in person or remotely? Nope. Lindsay Munn from Sevita, remotely?
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Aman Hamid, in person or remotely? In person, can you please come up down? Aman, you'll be number 10. Aiden Murphy, remotely.
Present remotely.
Thank you, you'll be number 11. Stefan Emmer, remotely. No. Jared Campbell. Jared, you'll be number 13. Quinn Ing, remotely.
Yep, remotely.
You'll be number 14, Quinn. Dave Troutman, Argyle Community League, in person. Dave, please, you'll be number 15. Victor Kwong, remotely. No. Paul Robinson, remotely. No. Liette Broski, remotely. No. Marij Khan, remotely. No. Dolly Montefiore, remotely.
Here.
You'll be number 20, or we'll figure it out, don't worry. You're remote anyways, so Kirsten Goa, in person or remotely? No. Jake Monolam, in person or remotely? Nope. Alex Bowie, remotely? Nope. Gabrielle Dunn.
Hello, I'm remote.
Thank you, Gabrielle. and Alexei Vasilov remotely. No. Okay, we'll check back on them. But before we go to our panel, I would like to welcome grade 6 class from Greenfield School, Ward Papasto, and they are here with their teacher, Mr. McDowell. Thank you so much for joining us. And your ward counselor is Counselor Jans, there, sitting in that corner there, right to the. We didn't put him in the corner by design. He just happened to be there, right? So, yeah, far, very far left, right? Yeah. Are you here for the afternoon, right? Are you having fun so far? Are you going to stick around, listen in for the discussion that we're having on the zoning bylaw? Okay, stick around. Zoning is about how we build our city and the places that you get to live in or enjoy. And so that's what we're talking about. So stick around as long as you want to, okay? Nice to see you all. Okay, now we are going into our first speaker, Bruce Nickerson, not here. Jay Deng, not here. Bobby Welsick, not here. Eunice Emery Sahin is not. For first speaker is Chad Oman. To answer questions only to Chad?
Yeah, just asking questions.
Okay, we'll wait till we're done. And next speaker will be Lindsay Munn.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lindsay Munn, and I have the honor of being the Vice President of Property Portfolio Management at Savita, the largest provider of community and affordable housing in Northern Alberta. It is my pleasure to be here today, alongside with many of my colleagues in the housing sector. Thank you, Mayor Sohi, and the members of Council for the opportunity to speak today. Today's public hearing for the proposed new zoning bylaw is greatly welcomed by Savita, as it can provide more housing choices to Edmontonians who are facing an affordable housing crisis. Affordable housing is a key pillar in supporting the well-being of our population and ensuring that every Albertan has a safe and stable place to call home. At Savita, we are acutely aware that many in our community face significant challenges in securing suitable housing due to rising costs and limited availability. A lack of affordable housing disproportionately affects low-income families, students, seniors, and other vulnerable populations. Savita is proud that we are able to house more than 15,000 people in need of affordable homes in Edmonton. That's close to 1.5% of the city's population. The proposed new zoning bylaw is of great importance, as this change will give the communities across Edmonton more housing options for all people. We know that as our city continues to grow in population, the diverse housing options enabled by this bylaw can help ensure that every Edmontonian has a place to call home. The different housing types like multifamily homes, single detached, apartment, improve housing accessibility and sustainability, making Edmonton resilient and overcoming the current housing crisis. We have seen firsthand the transformational, positive impact that housing initiatives like this have on our Edmonton families, as well as our surrounding communities. Beyond improving housing options and supply, this new zoning bylaw will also help build a sense of belonging for all Edmontonians, creating the solid foundation families and individuals need to contribute to the community. Mayor Sohi and all of City Council, on behalf of Savita, I want to express our gratitude to you for supporting this critical step in providing housing across Edmonton. Thank you for continuing to partner with us as we collectively work towards ensuring that many thousands of Albertans have access to safe and affordable homes. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us, Lindsay. Next, we will go to Aman Hamid. Go ahead.
Mic's on?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you, city councilors. Thank you, city administration, for obviously your time and effort that has been conducted in this zoning bylaw overview. I've had the privilege of obviously being in government myself, but now being on the side of industry. And so I understand obviously the work that you guys have taken has been a long process to where we are today. To give you a little quick background about myself and my family, our family came to Edmonton in the 1960s because of the opportunities that Edmonton offered. And in the mid 1990s, we moved back after moving to Toronto because of obviously industry being slowed down here in Alberta. But the reason that we moved to Edmonton was, again, affordability, housing options, and these are things that not only as an industry member, but as a homeowner, I was able to do here in Edmonton. In 2019, I went through the whole process of finding my own home, buying my first home. But in today's market, unfortunately, as we have seen appreciations, I could not buy a home in today's market. Whether it's interest rates, whether it's price of living, this is why my support is, of course, behind the zoning bylaw. Because at the end of the day, as we know, our population is going to reach 2 million. And if we don't have the housing options, the recruitment tool that Edmonton offers is going to be missed. So my humble opinion is please approve this new zoning bylaw in the conditions that it's in, the way that it is written, and of course be mindful of the challenges that it may bring when it comes to mature neighborhoods. Listen to the neighbors, understand how we can make this work for everybody in this together, and ultimately, if our goal is 2 million, we have to be able to provide the housing options for that population. So thank you for your time, and I wish you all the best in your decision.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, Aman. Next, I'll go to Aidan Murphy.
Yeah.
Go ahead, please.
So yeah, thank you, Council, for listening to
Aman, you might want to just hold on, Aidan. You may want to stay back because council members may have questions to you. Unless you have urgency to leave, that's different too, right? Okay, good. Okay, no, sorry to stop you, Aidan. Please go ahead now. We'll start your time again.
No problem at all. Yeah, so thank you to Council for having listened to a day and a half of this already, with more days to come. And thank you to all the speakers who've spoken somewhat more knowledgeably and persuasively than I'd be able to on this. I'd just like to take a couple minutes to address the one aspect of this bylaw that I think is really the crux of the matter, and that I would ask the Council keep in mind for all of the following speakers who will be speaking in opposition to this. Edmonton is a wonderful city that I've been happy to call home for 15 years. It's a city of opportunities, and it's a rapidly growing city, as our previous speaker noted as well. As I told the Urban Planning Committee a couple months ago, an average of one full Beaumont's worth of new residents is added to our city every single year, or have been for the past decade, and that's likely to escalate rather than slow down. And the whole slogan in Ontario is Alberta is calling, but it's largely because people can't afford to live in the cities they grew up in. I've had engineers and writers and Uber drivers and landscapers and nurses who had to leave Toronto or the Lower Mainland because those places didn't build enough housing for them to live in. So we need to be building more housing, and right now 3/4 of it's being built outside the Henday, paving over fields and forcing new residents to often have quite terrible commutes to be able to go to their work. And I think this bylaw is, while certainly not a silver bullet, would be a wonderful step in the right direction. And over the course of the next 2 or however many days you're hearing people speaking in opposition to this, I would like you to be asking every speaker when they say that we shouldn't be building more new housing or fourplexes or density or any kind of new opportunities to place people within the Henday, I would like you to ask them whether they think that placing new single detached houses in neighborhoods further and further from the core of our city is the more environmentally, fiscally, and socially responsible option, because I can see no way in which it is. If our council is currently looking at adding more money to snow clearing, I can't help but think that my sidewalks in front of my house in Bonnie Doon, they're not at capacity. Our street is not at capacity. Our sewers are not at capacity. My neighborhood has less people living in it than were living in it when it was initially built and moved into. We can stand to have much more density, and this bylaw is one big step to doing that. It won't solve affordability. It won't solve the environmental crisis. It won't solve the city's budgetary concerns, but it's a huge step towards those things. And I really have nothing more to add that hasn't already been said by other people better already. So thank you guys so much for your time. And I don't think I'll be able to be around for questions. And yeah, thank you very much. I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you so much for joining us, Aidan. Next, Jared Campbell.
Thank you. My name is Jared Campbell, here wearing a number of hats: a developer, broker, advocate, campaign advisor. But ultimately, I'm just here as a citizen whose passion and life's work has been towards building a more dense, walkable, sustainable, and ultimately attractive city. I want to start by noting my deep respect to the mayor and members of council up here who are attentively listening to over 200 registered speakers. It takes some patience and grace. This really is how the sausage is made for city building, and for that I thank you. I want to thank administration for all of their hard work to get us here, and for the many passionate speakers, both those that came before me as well as those that came after me. The last couple of days, day and a half, you've heard from some incredible, knowledgeable speakers, and it really kind of made me struggle a little bit with what to say because I don't know how much more I could add. But I thought I'd come up here and maybe just speak to a little bit of the politics of what I've seen. I first got involved in city building and urbanism through sort of political campaigns, getting involved in my community league, and helping to get IDEA, the Infill Association, started up here kind of over 10 years ago. So I have been doing this for a while. I think it's important, if I were you, to really consider how the tides have shifted on housing politics over the last few years. It's remarkable. If I were a municipal politician, I'd be paying close attention to the energy, optimism, organizing, and youth involved in pro-housing advocacy. How close we are on a split in this particular conversation between support and oppose compared to where it would have been 10 years ago should tell you where the political momentum on this type of issue is going. I would ask that you consider those most affected by housing politics, folks like low-income renters, those struggling to afford housing, those not yet old enough to enter the market, and those not yet Edmontonians, but who will be soon. For the most part, they're not in this room. Their voices have largely been silent in this debate, and I would ask that you keep those folks in mind. Now, I'm not saying that this zoning bylaw renewal will necessarily help all of those folks. This really is focused on the market segment of affordability, but the better the market works, the more efficient it is, the more people it covers, which allows all levels of government to use their scarce resources on a fewer number of people that do have deeper affordability issues. Another thing I'd like you guys to keep in mind is recency bias. Over the last few months, a lot of you have been inundated by opposition in a way that few municipal other issues will generate. And when you consider the bylaw later this week or over the weekend or next week, you'll have most recently heard from a bunch of opponents. These two things are going to make this issue seem like it is bigger than it is and that the opponents are stronger than they are. I'm here to tell you it's not. There's no sustainable political opposition in crying wolf if that wolf never comes. One of the first fights some of the infill advocates here went through was 10 years ago when we were talking about allowing duplexes on RF3 lots. It's remarkable how similar a lot of the arguments against that change are to the arguments that I've heard on this particular issue. I'm here to tell you that the wolf never came. The fear that was going to generate from the duplexes coming in RF3 neighborhoods didn't come. The fog of war will pass and the next election will not be fought on this issue. This is a minor incremental change to getting a few more small-scale infills built. It's a step in the right direction, but it's not substantive. Appeasing bad faith actors doesn't win them over, it only emboldens them to continue with what are now effective tactics. For example, if you're considering amendments that go against good planning in city building to appease, all you're doing is making everyone unhappy and making your own work on things like district planning harder. The opponents aren't going to come around because you lower height limits or limit unit counts. Canada is in a housing crisis, and Edmonton is seeing incredible in-migration that is threatening our housing prices, our rent levels, and our vacancy levels. This is despite Edmonton doing so many things right on housing, things like this bylaw. It's a problem nonetheless. It's a problem caused by the inaction of other municipalities, but it is our problem. We need more action and more leadership. Now is not the time for waffling or appeasing those whose self-interest does not speak to this moment. This bylaw leaves a lot to be desired, but is an incremental step in the right direction. It can and should be amended next year, and frankly, it'll probably be amended over the years to come because cities evolve and city building never ends. I ask that you support this bylaw this week or this weekend or next week, whenever you do, and that we do it without amendment so that we can implement it in short order because the housing crisis speaks to that moment. And after this week, I ask that you continue to pursue bold leadership on housing, as this is a necessary moment for that. I thank you for your time and would welcome any questions you may have.
Okay. Thank you so much, Jared, for joining us. Next, we'll go to Quinn Ing.
Hello, thank you very much. I have a presentation that should be up. Okay, I guess it's not going up. All right.
We'll check with clerk, but you go ahead with your presentation.
Okay, I wanted to talk about the fiscal side of this bylaw. So the expenses of low-density housing are pretty intuitive. Spread out populations are going to require more services like police stations, fire stations, and libraries per capita to service a wider area. This will include more extensive road networks, electrical grids, sewage and solid waste management, water supply pipes. Everything that goes into making a neighborhood needs to be more extensive and longer. This results in higher maintenance costs. If we could go to slide 3, please. Right. So what this means is that oftentimes with R1 zoning or single family zoning, there are budget deficits every year in that the neighborhoods costs more to maintain than they make in tax revenue. In addition to this, higher density often, but not always, leads to higher productivity and therefore higher municipal profits. So those extra revenue streams can lower the tax burden on the citizens. Next slide. Now for Edmonton in particular, we have found that making new neighborhoods under our current zoning does result in this same type of neighborhood with higher maintenance costs than revenue. So each neighborhood added in this fashion will reduce city wealth and increase tax burdens. So the way that we build neighborhoods needs to change. Building in a way that is so sprawling is fairly reckless, I would say, and fiscally irresponsible. So I think this bylaw is a great step in the right direction. Next slide, please. Okay, that is all I have today. I will relinquish the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us, Quinn. Next, we'll go to Dave Troutman, Argyle Community League. Go ahead, David.
Mayor Sohi and Council, I appear before Council today to deliver the wishes of Argyle residents regarding this generational change in shaping the city's future. Perhaps I could begin by asking Council for a moment of silence for the demise of the municipal mature neighborhood overlay, but we'll pass on that. Yesterday, Councillor Knack and Councillor Tang were asking us for suggestions from the EFCL and from representatives of realtors and small independent developers on how to bridge the gap between the views of longtime residents and some others who endorse this bylaw during the engagement process. If Councillor Knack looks back at the Council initiative on public engagement, he'll find the policy produced their specific recommendations for giving communities of interest a greater role in planning and development by informing and educating residents about the impact of plans before they are approved or developed. As was stated yesterday, there's an opportunity for leagues like mine to bring all parties to the conversation before any application to redevelop or build gets approval. You've probably heard this before, so I'm just repeating something you've probably heard. I know the smaller builders don't have the same resources to represent themselves to residents and city council the way large ones can, but at the community level, I believe it could be beneficial for them to hear from residents well before any misunderstandings arise. Bylaw 20001 is a long and broadly advertised undertaking, and the project team believe they went the extra mile to engage citizens, but in my mind, they never questioned whether their efforts were appropriate for the project. Argyle's residents expressed concerns about what they see as missing from those proposed bylaws, They wanted to see a better way to resolve disputes once construction is underway. They did not see any plan for an appeal process or improvement recommendations for the current system. As president of Argyle, I have helped a resident understand what to expect from a SDAB hearing, as well as how to prepare their presentation to that panel. In my role as their elected representative, I help all my residents understand how to interface with the city and explain why some things are happening around our neighborhood. Residents have asked me to express their concern about setbacks and spacing within subdivided lots or infill projects. They feel there should be consideration for a neighborhood's character. We're hearing a lot about that. When allowing for larger building space and shorter setbacks this bylaw allows for. Our tiny neighborhood has seen a few infill efforts and have grown more confident about their potential. I believe our league is changing hearts and minds in our little paradise. Our demographic has always been diverse, both in terms of ethnicity and incomes. We're so small that most of the children know who I am. We're so small that the turnover of elders to young families is having a much stronger impact on our community activities and lifestyle than with much larger neighborhoods. But I also see the demands on families being completely different with our newer residents than it had been for established residents. This social change requires us to negotiate for a better understanding of expectations locally, as in community locally, and constantly remind my community how we must begin now to prepare for much larger changes to come. Finally, our residents asked me to be here to tell council they must ask administrators to build trust and regain the confidence of citizens by not talking down to them. Our community has many deeply experienced people and professionals who know what they're talking about, but they're frustrated when told by administration and city departments, you don't understand. Our leadership are dedicated parents who volunteer their limited time to make a better place for their children. We support any effort by council to improve the quality of life for every Edmontonian, and we believe this new bylaw is helping in that regard. But it has been mentioned a few times in these hearings as I've sat through 2 days of it. It needs a few improvements to be added to make it work for everyone. We leave it to you to decide if delay will benefit or whether we can try for a continual improvement process after January 2024. Thank you for providing this forum for feedback and for hearing our concerns.
Thank you so much, Dave, for joining us. Next, we have Dolly Montefiore. Go ahead, please.
Hello. So my name is Dolly. I live in Councillor Cartmel's ward. And I grew up in Edmonton. I sought asylum in Canada. I don't even, 18 years ago, and then grew up here. And then I went to school in Ottawa. So I work remote. So I made the choice to come back to Edmonton. And I'm in favor of this zoning bylaw renewal because Edmonton's my home. I love it. And I feel like with this renewal, it's going to give the city the chance to have higher density, and higher density, it just leads to more fun. A great example is Montreal. And it really, to me, it's a matter of having this kind of, again, higher density is just a better place and it's more affordable. And it's to the point that if this wouldn't be passed, I feel like throughout the years it would get more expensive and it would stay suburban. I live in McGrath currently, and my God, it's a 30-minute walk to the nearest coffee shop. So, I would love to not have to deal with that. And yeah, please do not make me move to Montreal. And I also want to mention that this is the only opportunity I've ever had to be consulted because the zoning bylaw is older than both of my parents since it was back in 1964. And I want to point out that when people complain about property value, it's because of their appreciation. They're also complaining about my debt load not getting higher and higher because I am in the age group where we're buying homes. And while I can empathize that you're not making $1 million on the house that you bought for $100,000, that also means that I'm not having to pay $1 million for a house that somebody else bought for $100,000. And I think that should be in consideration for the younger residents of Edmonton who do want to have families here and do want to stay here. And I feel like the zoning bylaw renewal will, have more options of housing for everybody, even if that means that it's not super expensive. So that's all from me. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, Dolly. And next we'll go to Gabriella Dunn. Gabriella?
Hello, sorry. Hi, so my name is Gabriella Dunn. I'm a fifth-year human geography student with almost 2 years of experience working in the planning field. I'm here to speak in favor of the new proposed zoning bylaw. When I first dealt with the current zoning bylaw in my second-year planning class, I had a lot of trouble understanding how to use it. This new bylaw is a lot more streamlined and understandable. As someone who struggles with dyslexia, I genuinely appreciate the effort that was put into making this document more legible. The new zoning bylaw also opens the door for many great opportunities for the future of Edmonton. Currently, Canada is experiencing the worst housing crisis out of any country in the G7 and unfortunately experiencing challenges to housing is not an uncommon experience for myself and other students. While the zoning bylaw won't immediately make housing more affordable, it opens the door to allow for more affordable housing to be built. It also considers the future sustainability of development within Edmonton. There are many aspects of this bylaw that will allow for more economic growth and create a more connected city. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, Gabrielle. So that concludes the list of speakers that were present. I will quickly walk through once again. Bruce Nickerson, are you here? Jay Dang, are you here? Bobby Balsack, are you here? Eunice Emery Sahin, are you here? Justin Carter, are you here? Jamie Zerwinski, are you here? Cameron Smithers, are you here? Stephen Emmer, are you here? Victor Kwong, are you here? Paul Robinson, are you here? Liat Broski, are you here? Marij Khan, are you here? Kristen Goa, are you here? Jake Monolam, are you here? Alex Bowie, are you here? Alexev Yaslov, are you here? No. Okay. Now questions from council members. Please sign up to ask questions. As the list appears, I'll go to Councillor Knack to start. Oh, you are.
Oh, I am first. I'm the only one on the list right now. Thanks again, everyone. Mr. Troutman, I wanted to ask you some questions. You've been on the council for Public Engagement when that first started. I think you were there from the very beginning and actually before. Is that correct?
Correct.
So, lots of requests. We're going to hear some right away about taking another year. And I wanted to get your take as somebody that helped form some of those documents, that helped to create. You're here supporting it, but I want to understand why we shouldn't do a year. That's a major request that's going to come up. Why do you feel we are okay to make a decision now?
I think it provides you an opportunity to take a different approach to engagement in the period after you've put in the bylaw. Any amendments would have a better chance of being passed if the public knew what you were up to long before you do it.
How long, I mean, again, I know you've been involved with the city on public engagement for a long time. How long have you been involved with this process yourself through the Community League and just individually?
For this bylaw, the full 5 years.
Okay. What were some of the things that you went to? I just wanted to get a sense, because I appreciate that there are a lot of folks who they've only heard about this within the last month. They got a brochure and now they really are invested in this. What did that look like for you? How did that process work for you?
It's a personal process because we're so small and everyone knows me. Mm-hmm. I'm able to speak at all our events. We have had 5 AGMs in that period, and each time we've had more than 30 minutes of back and forth on it. And each time we have that, more people learn more about what bylaw actually says and have started reading it because we're able to quote it. So if someone in the community knows it and they can consult that person, they get a better idea of what's what the potential and possibilities are.
How have you, to that point, and again, it's tough, especially if folks are just getting involved in the last 4 weeks. I've had some long phone calls and long kitchen table meetings in the last month and a half, where maybe people haven't had a chance to read it yet. What did you find over the years for yourself when you ran into that person that hadn't read it yet, and how did they react after you had a chance to talk about the specifics? Did you, is that how you've come to the recommendations that you have today, or what did that look like in your community with the folks that you worked with?
I tried my hardest to get them to meet people who have the other side of the position and let them work it out. As a facilitator and as an elected person, I'm not allowed to have an opinion. So I just let them meet other people who think this is a good idea. And this sometimes means introducing people who are older than myself to people who are much younger than me who just joined us. So I think sometimes when those people get a chance to sit down and chat about it, it clears up a lot of all the myths that have been referenced here.
That's and I guess I want to ask, is that in your mind? I mean, it's tough with some larger communities to bring together those different voices. I mean, looking at the panels we've just heard from, there appears to be a really big demographic difference. And how do we, in larger communities where not everyone knows who you are, what are some of the tips, suggestions, ways that you would like to encourage? I guess for me, I'm trying to figure out how do we make sure we're trying to bridge that gap broadly going forward. We've got district planning, which is a very important topic. We've got, this. What does that look like for you?
Donuts help, but I think if you advertise it in a way that seems attractive, people will set aside time. If I was able to bring this guy to the group and have him sit and talk to a group, that'd be a big group. But if it's just us going to get together, they've got better things to do. So I think you try and put people in front of your residents who can answer the questions. I've been to too many community forums where an engineer is not allowed to answer that question, and that's difficult.
Yeah, and it's frustrating, not just difficult.
Yes, and I often tell people that, if engagement's working when nobody shows up.
Fair. I'm pretty much out of time. Thank you, Mr. Charlton.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Before I go to Councillor Rutherford, I would like to welcome some students who are joining us from Greenfield School, grade 6 class. They are here with their teacher, Mrs. J. Packett, right? Did I say that right? And your ward councillor is Councillor Jans, sitting to my far left. There was another class from your school here earlier on, so all of you are visiting City Hall today? And you're staying for the afternoon? Are you having fun? What is the fun part of being at City Hall? Huh? Watching City Council is the most fun part of being at City Hall? Oh, mock council. Oh, the mock city council. Who was Councillor Jans in that your mock city council? You were? Who was the mayor? Ooh. Well, I hope you had fun, right? I hope you run for mayor. Councillor Jans' position when you are 18, and you maybe hope to run for mayor's position when you're 18, right? So, yeah. No indications here. It's just okay. Thank you so much. We need to lighten up a bit, Thank you. And we're talking about zoning bylaw renewal, which is how we build our city, right? So stick around as long as you want, okay? Nice to see you all. Okay, now Councillor Rutherford.
Hi, yes, thank you very much. My question is to Mr. Oem, if he's still on the line.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, I was intrigued when I saw the support from the Inglewood Community League, because I didn't see a letter come in to myself or council. So I just wanted to get clarity on if that's a position of the community league?
So we do support the bylaw. Definitely, I don't think that this is our silver bullet, but definitely the position is that continual improvement is definitely something that we would want to see. And I think that while there's some concerns from the neighborhood, I feel that while the discourse was good to see, the Better Infill Coalition really did confuse the neighborhood on the topic, which the Community League has had to explain, and with the small board that we do have was rather challenging. But beyond that, I think this is a really great start, and I think this is really encouraging for being able to grow up instead of out, and that's something that the league shares. So. I think that would be great. And I definitely have heard from neighbors that, we would love to see like a little brick in our neighborhood one day, a little brick coffee style shop. And that would be, just such a great thing for our neighborhood. And I see that being enabled with this bylaw. So thank you so much.
Okay, and then just a follow-up question. I asked the same question to somebody who was here yesterday with regards to Prince Charles, because Inglewood and Prince Charles are unique. Along with, I think, from the council Q&A, about 20 neighborhoods in the city are already predominantly zoned RF3 rather than RF1. So if you go just a little bit west, Woodcroft, for example, is predominantly RF1, Inglewood is RF3. So if you're talking about collapsing zones, one of the biggest things is that there will be more change, I would contend, for people that have RF1 that now can have those property rights from RF3. But I wanted to get your perspective on what, over the last several years, you have seen that change, the pace of change, the type of change. If you could just speak to that from your experience, being that it would be the most similar to the proposed RS zone.
Totally. We've definitely seen a number of infill come in and built in our neighborhood. I would suggest that our neighborhood would be much better served if some of these infills weren't what some folks call skinny mansions, where they're $700,000. We've seen a lot of that in the neighborhood, so it does price out my generation from being able to purchase those homes, but it has made single detached homes that have been maintained in the neighborhood a little more accessible, because it's helped keep the demand in check. So it's been a gradual process that hasn't happened overnight, but we've been really lucky to be able to welcome new neighbors into our neighborhood for sure. And we can continue to do that where there's lots of opportunity with, I can think of some problem properties that would be great to see sold and hopefully redeveloped. And, that would be great.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. And then I just have one final question to Mr. Trotman. I did my master's in community development, and my thesis was on public engagement within local government.
Great.
So one of the tensions that I often see, and one of the things that I think this proposed zoning bylaw is intending to do, is we talk about equity. And what we see right now, especially in the public hearing process, is communities that have the capacity, the ability, the time, can come and come to public hearing. So we're seeing more, maybe approvals of the less ideal-looking developments in neighborhoods that don't have that same capacity to organize. Mm-hmm. What are your thoughts on that?
I was happy to hear the FCL representatives yesterday talk about how they help the community leagues and inform them of methods and provide resources to us to be able to do those kind of engagements and make time for it. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Within my time.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I'll ask a question of Chad. Mr. Oman, you've come to council a few times, both in favor and against different developments and things like that. So one of the concerns that we're hearing from folks that they have heard through some of the better infill stuff is that they will lose their ability to oppose bad developments. And so I'm just wondering what your thoughts are on that, having been on all sides of that discussion.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. I think that while we have there's a challenge. So the one I think what you're referencing is there was some green space in our neighborhood that we oppose being developed because we need to protect that green space, and especially with some of our interior communities, that's a very finite resource, and once it's developed, we'll never get it back. So that's where my position was on that particular subject, and also the position of the community league as well. So when it comes to like developing in general, I it would be it's pertinent that we do continue to grow up instead of out, and I think other speakers have alluded to snow clearing, and that's a huge topic with council, and it's a really pricey ticket too on our budgets. So if we can maintain the city boundaries as it is and continue to welcome people into the city by building up, that's ultimately I think what we're trying to get after with this bylaw, right?
Yeah. Okay. So I get now. Maybe I'll shift gears over to Jarrett. Mr. Campbell, you're still around?
I am, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So, one of the other things that I'm hearing as a concern from folks is that the zoning bylaw gets passed, and suddenly there's going to be this development all over the city. I've got folks up in the suburbs who are really worried that they're going to suddenly get an 8-story house right beside them. You've been observing Edmonton development for a number of years. What would you say about those concerns? Do you think that holds water, that suddenly everyone's going to be getting like a big building right beside them?
Probably what I have observed is incremental changes to zoning result in incremental changes to neighborhoods. And in this particular case, it's what, 1.5 meters, a little bit of site coverage. And so certainly it will enable some people to build slightly bigger buildings. But at the end of the day, we live in a free society. And, even with the zoning bylaw that's in place now, somebody can build quite a large house right next to you. They can put 6 units on that lot instead of maybe 8. And so, I think that there's this sort of fear of the unknown, but, somebody could build a giant single-family house and paint it bright pink right next to you, and they could have done that for, the last 20 years, and it just doesn't happen. And I think a lot of the folks that are concerned have sort of created a scenario in their mind that ultimately, land economics don't support. If you're going to build something, you got to buy a house, and if the house is a nice house, it's going to be very expensive to do so. And so while you can't assure everybody in the city that somebody won't buy their neighboring house and build ultimately a 3-story building, what I've seen is it doesn't happen at any sort of huge pace. We don't have that happening. We've been allowing further and further development rights for 10 years, and every time we see a little bit of a change in each of the neighborhoods.
Okay, so your position is that because people can already do it right now, the changes suggested in the zoning bylaw renewal won't mean like the sudden rapid expansion of development. It will continue as it's continuing, just with the slight revisions updated from the 1960s.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, as much as I would absolutely love all of our mature neighborhoods to see rapid growth and we completely transform into a dense, walkable urban center, it's going to take time, and it's going to take decades, and it's going to take a lot of city building to get there. So this won't change much.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Next, Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So my questions goes to Mr. Chen N. So are you still there?
Quinn?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm here.
wonderful. first of all, I would like to thank everyone for speaking this. And then my question to you, you actually brought a very interesting point in your presentation, talking about the comparison between the maintenance cost and the tax revenue. And because tax revenue is a major component of our city's revenue, right now for the 2023-26 is over 56% our city's revenue from our property tax. So I just want to mention that. And then when you compare the higher maintenance cost than tax revenue, are you referring to the mature neighborhood, or are you referring to the newer neighborhood? So I just want to get some sense from you, and what comparison are you doing, and in which specific area?
Right, so I'm talking specifically about single-family zoning. I guess that would be RF1 in this case.
Okay.
So single-family zoning as compared to really anything denser than that.
So if that is the case, it's my understanding, and for the single-family RF1, and their maintenance cost is actually from homeowner, is not from our taxpayer dollars. So where is that fundamental piece there to do this comparison?
Right. Is that true in the case of like electrical lines into the neighborhood, like road costs, sidewalks, light posts?
So you are talking about the public facilities, underground facilities, sewer system, water system, all those types of things. Okay,
yes,
so thank you for that clarification. My next question to you is about, so in the mature neighborhoods, in order for us to build multi-union building and increase the union's population, and in the mature neighborhoods, from your perspective, what could be the maintenance costs look like? And even in order for us to build that capacity to support this infill.
So the maintenance costs for the
public maintenance costs, not specific property maintenance costs.
Right. So yeah, when you increase the population, the maintenance costs will go up. For example, with fire stations and public services, the more people you have, the more you have to pay, or the more money it costs to run those facilities.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I understand you talk about the post after we build this. I mean, actually talk about the preparation for the maintenance capacity for us to support those increase. I think we're talking about the two different things here. But thank you very much. You brought a very interesting point here, because you're only speaker talk about this comparison for the tax revenue. So that is why I want to get some sense from you. Thank you very much. And
thank you.
So I do have the 1 minute. I want to ask a question to Mr. Amen. And I know you did lots of development and in our city's community. And from your experience, what do you think about the comparison between the new proposed RRS to the RF3? So which one, and even DC2, which one is more flexible from developer perspective to support that housing choosing options?
Thank you, Councilor Rice. So just simply, like, the reduction of rezoning times will be obviously greatly assisted. Because if you're in an RF1 zone currently and you're looking to upzone that, then you have to currently
I'm ask RF3.
Either case, so if it's an RF3 and you're looking to upgrade that, you have to go through the rezoning process as it stands currently. With the new RS zone, that my understanding is it brings those zones together, the small-scale residential. So from a perspective of timelines, you're a little bit quicker to getting your permits at least submitted, because you don't need to go through an initial rezoning process. So from a development perspective, it only assists communities from being developed and obviously projects starting. So like just from a timeline perspective, not looking at anything else.
Thank you, Aman.
Yeah.
Thank you
My
so
time
much.
is up.
Appreciate it.
Thank
Yeah, yeah. Constable Jans?
Thank you. If I could go back to guest Quinn Eng again, I just want to be clear. So your argument, and I'm paraphrasing, correct me if I've got this, is basically you support the zoning bylaw because it'll lead to a higher density and a more compact, efficient, economically viable city. Is that sort of the gist of it?
Yeah, that's the gist.
Okay, so your concern is about more the economics and the I guess minimizing the expenses and the cost of services, etc.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks. Just wanted to clarify that. I guess then, playing with that a bit, one could say that this bylaw hardly changes anything. I mean, it'll have a negligible impact on the tax base. Wouldn't you rather see a bylaw that was significantly higher than in density?
Councillor, I just up here, over here, Councillor, just wanting to remind that we keep the conversation around the land use and be careful with the tax discussion. I know you're talking about the economics or the economy of the neighborhood, but just to be careful around those specific questions about tax base.
Okay, so then to paraphrase to legal, I can ask about the cost of services, the efficiency of land use. I can ask about those pieces, but if I was to say, will this bylaw increase the city's tax coffers or not, that would be out of order?
Yes, that would be moving away from land use, and we want you to stick to the land use questions, which would be, like you've stated, the infrastructure, the economies of the infrastructure and how it's built and maintained.
Okay, may I ask then to guest Quinn, were you aware of those restrictions that I am under?
I was not.
Interesting. So not allowed to talk about taxes. Got it. Or do I got it? Kind of.
I believe you have it, Councillor.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Maybe to guest Campbell then. In the gentlest of terms, you led with in your description talking about being a developer, and I think I know one of the projects you were involved in close to a train station. Now, would you consider yourself kind of conflicted here? Because if this was to pass, this could help your future business, no?
Yeah, I mean, all of us have an interest in how the city is built, and so all of us are inherently at conflict with each other in terms of certain economics behind land use. And myself as a developer, certainly, I mean, if I can build more, in theory, I can, have better business. But at the same token, if you limit development rights, it may just mean higher margins for the developers who are lucky enough to have built a land base already. So it's not clear that this change is going to benefit anyone in particular, although I will say that the research would show that this is likely to taper housing prices, all else being equal. And so if you are an existing homeowner, you may find that if this bylaw were to not pass, especially with how much in-migration we have, your house might go up more than it would otherwise. But from a developer perspective, it really depends on which segment of the market you're in, your existing land base, and all of the other factors that come into play on whether you make more or less money.
So even holding steady, just because of the sheer amount of migration, home prices could continue to escalate. Even with this bylaw, there could be changes, but still home prices would continue to escalate.
Yeah, I mean, home prices are going to be, related to supply and demand, and right now we've got just enormously increasing demand. We can do a lot to increase the supply to try to taper that, but, there's just so many people moving here that, even with pretty concerted effort, it's likely to see a scenario over the next couple of years in Edmonton where home prices go up, rents go up, vacancy goes down. That speaks to a little bit of the urgency and why I would really recommend doing this now and doing a bunch more things, like not stopping this conversation just at zoning bylaw. But, there are so many factors involved in the housing market. You got to do what you can, but you can't, so long as so many people are moving here, it's really difficult for us to taper housing prices. All we can do is reduce the level of increase likely.
Very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford? Take the chair, please.
I have the chair.
Thank you. I want to ask some questions to Lindsay Munn from Savita. First of all, thank you so much for all the work that Savita does in providing affordable housing in the city. Are you still there, Lindsay? Oh. Okay. Well, Lindsay is not there, so I'll take the chair back then.
Your chair's
Okay.
returned.
All right. All right. So that concludes the questions to this panel. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. Really appreciate. That was panel number. There was 7 or 8, right? But I think at this time, we have heard from everyone who was available to speak in favor of this bylaw. Now we are moving to the members of the public who are in opposition to this bylaw, and that is panel number 8. I will call your names, and so please identify yourself and come to the front if you're in person, and if you're joining remotely, we'll let you. We'll see if you're here. First speaker is Cindy Olson, joining in person. Cindy, please, you'll be number 1. Stephen Green, joining remotely. Stephen Green.
Hello.
Okay, thank you. You'll be number 2, Stephen. Monica Harper, in person or remotely.
I'm joining remotely.
Thank you. You'll be number 3.
Thank you.
Beb Zabat, Skona District Community Council, joining remotely.
I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. Debbie Cronwit Martin, in person. Thank you. You'll be number 5, Debbie. Jody Caron, in person.
Here remotely.
Remotely, okay. You'll be number 6. Calvin Bruno, Papaches First Nation, in person. I know Chief was here yesterday. Or joining remotely? Nope. Davin Beggs, in person.
I'm here remotely. Actually.
Remotely, okay. Thank you. Peter Piram, remotely.
We're remotely. Peter and Deb will speak together.
So Deb, you're second after, you're right after Peter.
Peter will speak, but I won't need an extra spot. Thank you.
Okay, your questions only, Deb?
No, Peter and I will just present together.
Okay, so it'll be in that order. So Peter will speak first, and you'll speak second after Peter. That's how
Perfect. Thank you.
That's as scheduled. Thank you. Then Patrick McKenna, remotely.
So Deb has second after right after.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I can't. Is that you, Monique? Can you?
Joining?
Yeah, you'll be after Patrick. Monique? We can hardly hear you, so you're break.
Okay, so you'll be like in that one.
Can you, Monique, can you mute yourself? We'll try to fix it. Chris, can you fix that with Monique?
Joining remotely.
That is Patrick?
Joining remotely.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. And Monique?
Joining remotely?
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much. JP Le Bourgeois, joining remotely? Not yet. Sheila Primster.
Patrick, can you, oh, okay, yes, that's done. Okay, Sheila Primster joining in person. That's you, Sheila? Okay, you'll be number 14. 14, sorry. Teresa Spinelli, remotely. Teresa, are you there? Okay. We'll check again. Stephen Lakey in person. You'll be number 16, Stephen. Peter Wilson joining remotely. Peter, are you there? Teresa, we see you now. Can you mute yourself?
Yes,
Got it. You'll be number 15, okay?
thank you.
Peter Wilson.
Okay.
Okay. Melissa Penny.
I'm joining remotely instead of in person. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right. We're going to start with Cindy Olson. Cindy, nice to see you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. We're here today because a new zoning bylaw is being put before City Council. I'm concerned that the bylaw does not meet the legislative framework under which all municipalities entities across the province of Alberta must operate, that being the Municipal Government Act. I'm not a lawyer, but being a past school trustee for 10 years, I'm familiar with the Act, as we too were bound by the same legislative framework. Section 617 of the Act, contained in Part 17, provides as follows. The purpose of this part and the regulation and bylaws under this part is to provide means whereby plans related to matters may be prepared and adopted. A, to achieve the orderly, economical, and beneficial development, use of land, and patterns of settlement, and B, to maintain and improve the equality of physical environment within which patterns of human settlement are situated in Alberta without interfering on the rights of individuals for any public interest, except to the extent that is necessary for the overall greater interest. Well, this bylaw takes away some rights, the note of appeal, consultation, and notification. The question I ask is this: what considerations, consultations, and studies have been undertaken to determine that in actual fact these rights that we now have must be taken away for the overall public interest? These consultations should also be undertaken by independent parties, not any with vested interests. Over the past 4 years, the city has effectively already removed exclusionary zoning through amendments to the existing bylaw. Consequently, single-family detached housing has dropped from 60% housing stock to 36% housing stock by 2022. This was done without taking away notifications, consultations, and appeal. Section 618.4 of the MGA provides that council must follow the land use policies of the MGA according to the land use bylaws. Section 20, planning process goal. Planning activities are to be carried out in a fair, open, considerate, and equitable manner. Municipalities are expected to take steps to inform both interested and potentially affected parties of municipal planning activities and to provide opportunities and sufficient information to allow meaningful participation in the planning process by residents, first, landowners, second, community groups, third, interest groups, municipal service providers, and stakeholders, fourth, fifth, and I think it's sixth. In the case of this zoning bylaw consultation, it began with a targeted group of stakeholders in 2017, 2018, and has been ongoing. In fact, the draft bylaw was effectively written before the public even knew about it. The consultations that were provided in the city's own report, what we heard, Phase 2 tactics and results, page 17, 18, and 19, were defined, and again in the city's own words, as traditional, non-traditional marketing and communication tactics. No word of engagement. I don't feel this satisfies the duty to allow meaningful, participation in the planning process by residents, landowners, and community groups, or anyone else. Section 187 of the MGA speaks to the process of passing a bylaw. I'm only going to speak to subsection 1, 3, and 4 to that. Number 1, every proposed bylaw must have 3 distinct readings. 4, each councillor present at the meeting at which the third reading is to take place before the proposed bylaw receives third reading, be given or have had the opportunity to review the full text of the proposed bylaw and any amendments that were passed after first reading. And for a proposed bylaw must not have more than 2 readings at a council meeting unless the councillors present unanimously agree to consider third reading. A key finding of the recent poll says 58% of both supporters and opponents support a 1-year delay. With the amount of interest, information, and ideas generated through this public hearing process, I hope City Council wisely will take a step back and take time to synthesize and reevaluate all information and not pass this bylaw within a week or a month or even 4 months. We need time. 58% of the people, opponents and supporters, feel that we need a step back to relook at it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cindy, for joining. Sorry. Clapping or loud expressions of support or opposition are not allowed in chamber halls. Sorry about that. Only time that anyone can clap in the council chamber is when there's a special protocol item being presented, such as welcoming kids when they come to school, come to City Hall. Sorry. This is just the procedure that we have to follow. Next, we will go to Stephen Green.
Hello, and thank you for allowing me to speak here today. Changing your mind takes bravery. Many of you are invested in this initiative and have put in a great deal of work. Thank you for your hard work and care on this important matter, but it is not what is right for our city. Citizen voice matters, and many of the voices that are in favor of this initiative have raised the issue of affordability and access. If affordability and access is the goal, then the bylaw changes need to be designed to enhance affordability and access. As I will argue, this is not what an open free market on housing will lead to. Edmonton is a unique city, and if you look at our voting history, it is clear that we value community and compassion for all Edmontonians. Our voting history has shown that we put people before profits and community before capital. Many of you were elected because you reflect our values, and you also put community first. The word community matters. As a community leader and a student of business administration, I admire the free market. I believe the free market and the wealth and opportunity it often generates can solve many problems, but the free market cannot be given unfettered access to our communities. City zoning bylaws have protected our communities from the vagaries of the free market for decades, and this initiative will dismantle all of the protections that have helped give shape to the city as we know it today. There is room for growth and infill and revitalization, but it needs to be managed. The free market will not care for the community. It's not in its nature. That is why we have bylaws that rein in the impulses of capital. If you move ahead with this initiative, it will have unintended consequences that negatively impact our city. Please listen. When you vote on this, think about how Edmontonians vote. We are not a conservative city. We put people before profits and community before capital, and so must you. That is who we are. Please listen to our voices. I also need to ask where seniors in particular have been taken into consideration. I have seen some evidence that seniors will be able to walk to the grocery store if this plan moves forward. This is naive. Consumers will make decisions based on price. And if this plan thinks that local grocery stores will emerge out of the new initiative, I think you need to learn more about the nature of the industry. There might be some local shops that emerge. This is a tenuous assumption at best in this plan, but large grocery chains will continue to dominate. There's no valid reason to assume that how we purchase groceries will change. So if seniors cannot walk to grocery stores, how else have their lives been explicitly considered? I don't know how this initiative will impact seniors, and given the rent-seeking nature of market forces, I argue that you do not know either. It is safe to assume that things could get further out of reach, that seniors with their lower purchasing powers would get further marginalized. Stop and go back and plan for explicitly increasing the quality of life of our seniors when you seek to reshape the city. I hope you have heard my concern for seniors, for affordability and access, and for the importance of communities over capital. And I plead with you to be brave enough to change your mind and vote how your citizens would vote. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us, Stephen. Next, we will go to Monica Harper.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I live in the mature neighborhood of Otwell. I was raised here, and I'm so proud to also be raising my kids here. Otwell is a well-maintained, loved, and fully populated neighborhood. The schools are very well attended. The recreation centers are bustling. We have all the amenities within 15 minutes. Currently in Otwell, we have the ability to walk to grocery stores, doctors and dental offices, restaurants, pharmacies, a veterinarian, a family-run coffee shop, several banks, a farmer's market, corner store, etc. We quite literally have everything at our fingertips. We also have a beautifully maintained community that has been this way since the 1960s. And while some may roll their eyes at how antiquated the rules of the old zoning laws are, like the MNO, these rules protect neighborhoods like Otwell from builders who don't see the value like us residents do. They don't see that the construction impacts the residents around them. They don't see that what they are building is now going to eclipse someone's beautiful home that they have put 60 years of love into, because everything in the MNO document that protected them for years has now been retired. Many residents of mature neighborhoods that already house the benefit of 15-minute neighborhoods are wondering why we would disturb something that already works. I think that having a blanket plan for the city is not responsible planning. I agree that there needs to be densification, but I believe that this is an opportunity to develop areas that are currently defunct and in need of revitalization. Rezoning should be a case-by-case basis, and the structures that builders want to build should still have to be approved in order to hold them accountable. Builders have less ownership in a neighborhood and zero responsibility in how what they are building will impact the things in the long run. Builders are there to build, get their payday, and get out. It's the residents that are left with what that build brings after the builder is long gone. And then what? This new rezoning feels very in favor of the builder and seems to be stripping the rights of the current owners in mature neighborhoods. It really feels like this council wants to see mature neighborhoods become a thing of the past. And that is so disheartening for a longtime resident. I also want to address bungalows that have invested in solar panel energy. What measures will be put in place to protect these homeowners that could potentially have their investment nullified by a tall build? In California, they have rectified this situation by protecting owners of solar collectors with the Solar Shade Control Act, or the SSCA. The SSCA ensures that there are height restrictions in place to make certain that the solar panels are still effective. The state of California has recognized that installing solar panels is an effective measure against climate control and therefore has chosen to protect those investments. Edmonton should follow suit to protect their citizens' investments when it comes to solar panels and make sure that the rezoning bylaw doesn't impact their investments. Again, this comes with intentional planning and not just blanket rezoning. I would also like to address the concern of infrastructure in mature neighborhoods. These neighborhoods were built in the 50s and the 60s. Otwell is currently at max capacity when it comes to traffic and people. My neighbor's son got hit and ran over by a car while walking home from school because the traffic got so heavy with people cutting through. How are you as a city council going to ensure that our neighborhoods, the ones that are currently fully inhabited, remain safe, have proper measures for traffic safety and parking, etc., if the city's council plan is to add a bunch of units? This is a real concern. This densification seems to be relying on the fact that people won't be driving, but let's face it, no one's giving up their cars in the winter. The traffic will inevitably increase. Our mature neighborhoods are not built for high dense population. And what about the impacts we don't see, like plumbing issues and garbage disposal? These are very real concerns for the current residents that are already struggling with excess people. Lastly, I would like to mention that while, yes, the council has graciously extended this bylaw by a year, it is clearly not enough. The world was in a global pandemic for 3 years and suffering its consequences. Clearly, this led to a lot of Edmontonians being unaware of the rezoning, and rightfully so. This is an opportunity for the council to be strategic and steady in their approach and make sure that Edmontonians are heard. And if we could, let's make our city the best it can be. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us, Monica. Next, we will go to Beb Zabat from Scona District Community Council.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I am here speaking on behalf of Scona District Community Council, which is comprised of 17 community leagues. The majority of Scone District leads have met every 1 to 2 months in 2023 and 2022 and have worked collaboratively to create Scone District's position paper on the proposed zoning bylaw. Over 300 volunteer hours went into the Scone District position paper. Thus, we hope you have read it and will give it serious consideration. The proposed bylaw focuses on increasing density, but density alone does not achieve climate resiliency, a healthy environment, or inclusive livable communities with affordable housing. Improvements are needed before final reading of the new zoning bylaw. I'll be addressing the medium and large scale zones, and others will speak later about the small scale zones and landscaping. Next slide, please. With regards to the larger scale zones, our number one recommendation is to apply the 30% soft landscaping site coverage regulation to all residential zones and housing types to enhance climate resiliency and equity through zoning. Thankfully, administration has already incorporated soft landscaping regulations into the zoning bylaw for the small scale zones and included a regulation which allows soft landscaping area to be on the roof. Thus, even sites with little ground level space for deep topsoil and plants could achieve the 30% soft landscaping requirement. Soft landscaping is so important for cities to achieve climate resiliency and a healthy environment. Every site should contribute. Plus, for environmental justice reasons, residents of higher density housing should have access to healthy green spaces outside their door, the same as others. The proposed zoning bylaw should ensure there is sufficient space for soft landscaping. Future work can develop green site standards to ensure the small, soft landscaping areas high functioning and contributing fully to climate resilience. Next slide, please. Secondly, we believe that the zoning bylaw regulations should do more to mitigate negative impacts of large buildings in the medium and large scale residential zones. Negative impacts such as massing, sun shadowing, and wind tunneling, impacts that will affect residents in these higher density zones and as well as in the transition area. We recommend the proposed setbacks be increased by 3 meters. And I must add that there is a strong consensus that at the very least, the RM and RL zones should have a minimum 6 meter front setback with room for large trees, like lovely high density Oliver community. I see that we're already on the social benefits, so I'll leave that slide there. Thirdly, we recommend the city not give away development rights without getting sufficient social benefits in return. Sure, grant bonus floor area with 20% rather than the proposed 10% of the units are large 3-bedroom units in a child-friendly building. Households with children are more likely to remain in high-density housing if there are many other children in the building, according to Vancouver research. And grant bonus floor area for residential developments which meet inclusive design throughout the whole building, not just 10%, in the RM and RL zones. And then require the mixed-use zones to meet inclusive design criteria throughout the whole building. Mixed-use developments close to transportation corridors and services are ideal for people with mobility challenges. And please do not provide any bonus for developments that destroy historic resources. Next slide, please. So affordable housing. To address this, we recommend the city make a bold move. If you make no other bold move, incorporate exclusionary zoning in medium and large scale zones to create more permanent, non-market housing distributed throughout the city. And finally, I'd like to say that the mixed use zone, we suggest that that need to be allowed to be rezoned until there has been thorough engagement on district plans and district plans have been approved. The MU zone has fill in the blank heights and FAR regulations. Those decisions are to be determined by the district plans.
I am
so thank
sorry,
you
Bev.
for
Thank you so much. for joining us. Next, we will go to Debbie Cronwit-Martin, joining us in person. Go ahead, please.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm opposed to this bylaw for three major reasons. First, infrastructure has a breaking point. With unlimited redevelopment of up to 8 or more units on single-family lots, engineers tell me it is a matter of time. Areas with combined sewers and older neighborhoods that already have significant redevelopment are at greatest risk. To avoid infrastructure cost, most cities limit infill to 2 to 4 dwellings. Even then, they are charging infrastructure fees, requiring developers make provisions to handle peak sanitary and storm discharges, limiting where redevelopment will occur, or allowing refusal based on capacity. Edmonton is doing none of this. For this reason, I am asking you to send this bylaw to the city auditor to assess risks and costs. Second, Edmonton has successfully encouraged infill for 13 years. The level of infill this bylaw allows, A, isn't required, and B, will harm the social fabric and character of communities. Slide, please. The economic, demographic, and market study developed by Watson Associations is the basis for Edmonton's growth strategy. It provides a thorough analysis of housing needs to accommodate 2 million people. The study defined 4 housing types that correspond to different demographic housing needs. Slide, please. It also provides an assessment of demands by housing type. If the required housing types are not available, people will move to surrounding communities. The study prepared 2 scenarios for dwelling unit and population absorption between 2018 and 2065. Slide, please. The baseline market scenario takes the city to 1,800,000. The study projects that up to 200,000 people will not find the type of housing they require in Edmonton and would choose to live elsewhere. That type of housing is single family. Slide, please. The full population scenario provides what is needed to reach 2 million. Now that we know where the city needs to go, let's look at where we are. Edmonton started gentle redevelopment in 2007 by allowing secondary suites. Today's bylaw allows 4 dwellings on single-family lots. Everybody seems to forget that. We have been actively encouraging intensification since 2010. Slide, please. With the baseline scenario, the city is consistently near or above all annual infill targets. This infill was achieved with the existing zoning bylaw. Looking at the full population scenario, medium and high density apartments are consistently near or above targets. However, we need 83% more infill single family and duplex housing and 25% more infill row housing. With the proposed bylaw, many more single-family homes will be replaced with 6 to 8 unit row housing and apartments, rather than the much-needed duplexes or single-family with secondary and garage suites, effectively impeding accommodating 2 million people. A few years ago, building skinny houses costing $700,000 worked because interest rates were at 2%. Today, increased interest rates are pushing people out of the housing market, and investors are choosing more affordable developments, such as 8-unit condos and townhouses. With the removal of the GST on rental properties, 8-unit apartments are an attractive option. The argument that 6 to 8 dwelling units will be rare is falling apart. Allowing row houses and condos and corner lots, but keeping to a limit of 4, will allow you to reach intensification targets, retain neighborhood character, and respect your constituents' wishes. Keeping at 8 is clearly placing the interests of investors and developers over your constituents. You are placing profit over people. My third objection, the bylaw was sold on the idea that it would bring certainty to the development process. Well, it certainly does make it easier for the developers, but it creates tremendous uncertainty for property owners. The desire for simplicity removed the very regulations that helped your communities accept infill these past 13 years. Condensing zones is what allows 8 or more dwellings on single-family lots everywhere when you really only need a limited number. What other problems will emerge? I spent days researching zoning bylaws. I could not find any major city that has adopted a simplified bylaw, condensed as many zones, or removed as many regulations. Edmonton will be the one and only. Clearly, other cities place more importance on residents and communities than on simplifying a bylaw. Cutting edge is fine if you own the assets and the risks. This administration and council are not the owners of the properties impacted. Developers are not the owners, the taxpayers are, and they are telling you that they don't want this. Please listen to us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Debbie, for sharing your thoughts with us. Next, we will go to Jody Cron.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for allowing me the time to speak. I moved to Edmonton 26 years ago from Ontario, and I've been living in Royal Gardens for about 5 years now. Just want to start by saying that I generally support the idea of increasing density to meet our growing needs, and I think some of that's been happening. But in the current plans, I think we're missing the mark. Reservations are how it's applied citywide versus a possible trial of a few selective areas so we can work out kinks and go. I think a lot of us see, when plans are put in and put into, bylaws and whatnot, they typically don't come back off the shelves right away and get rewritten or get a full rewrite. So it makes me a little bit nervous seeing that. I hear a lot of people on the calls talking about, climate emergencies and crisis and whatnot. And I know a lot of people that are in, that have apartments and whatnot, apartment buildings. There's still a lot of vacancies out there. May not be, I think the affordability issue is definitely a problem, and it's only getting worse for everybody. And a lot of that has to do with factors outside of our control. But when we call everything an emergency and a crisis, I think that tends to make people make rash decisions. And usually a lot of times they're not the right ones with the long term. I know there's, this plan's been in place or been in consideration for several years now, but I think there's still a little bit of work to do on it. There are a few things I do like about the plan, although some of them don't necessarily help affordability, like infills. But what we've been seeing, a lot of people have talked about it. People are typically buying a $300,000 home with a lot. They're typically bungalows. They knock them down. They build two $600,000 homes, which doesn't really support affordability, because I know people are looking to make money when they're flipping these things. The other thing it does is it takes away bungalows that were affordable for people to go in. And we talk about the elderly and seniors. They're typically looking for single level homes if they want homes. Otherwise, they're forced into apartments. So that takes them right out of the market. Suites, I think suites are a good idea. As long as there's specific rules in them, because me being a homeowner in a neighborhood, you see a lot of, if they're not controlled, you get a lot of, people throwing garbage and other things, and just making sure that the accesses are properly planned for safety and whatnot. So they're controlled suites. And the other thing is multi-units. I think lumping all of these in the same group kind of creates some issues. If the multi-units aren't controlled to specific areas and they start building them in the middle of a street after they knock down a couple of houses that they got the land for a good price, it kind of takes away the feel of the neighborhood. I know the infill, some of those neighborhoods look pretty good, but if you start throwing multi-units all over the place, it's really going to take away from the feel and the neighborhood feel. And I think it'll drive people out to the outskirts of the areas where their newer homes and the properties won't be selling, and it'll drive the prices up, I think. The city plan states a cost savings of 8%. I'd like to know what how that cost is factored. Is it factored at $2 million? Because if you are planning a 50% of the increased population go into infills, does that really, you would think that would tend to lead to a higher savings. So I'm not sure what happens if, let's say we don't get to 2 million and we start putting all this infrastructure in, and people, they want more land, they want to have a dog and a yard and all that kind of stuff, and it goes away. People are going to start looking at outskirts and looking out of town, and you may never hit your target for 20, 30, 40 years, which impacts what that savings may be. In the last 4 years, people are having a hard time making ends meet with, my property taxes went up, 20% in the last 4 years, and who knows where that's going to go next. So I think it's important to keep that in mind when we're making these plans, that you know, if we don't hit the 2 million and let's say people are forced to the outskirts and want to head around the Leduc and other areas, then that revenue doesn't come here. And what does that do for a longer term? And then the plan also states that new and alternative funding will be sourced to ensure the growth pays for the funding. But what does that look like? And there's not really any, showing in there, or I didn't see it anyways. But where's the proven track record on us being able to manage that and make sure that hits the targets? So, I mean, those are pretty much the biggest things. And I hear a lot of people talk about Toronto, Montreal, and other areas in Vancouver.
Sorry, Jody, I have to stop you here.
Time? Okay.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Is that 5 minutes?
Yeah, the 5 minutes. And then I need to make sure that everyone stays in 5 minutes.
No worries. I didn't think I was that long. Okay.
From fairness perspective.
Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for the time.
Yep. Devin Beggs next. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, yeah.
All right. To construe the detractors of this bylaw as NIMBYs is inaccurate and purposely being used as a way to discredit legitimate concerns. I believe the city needs more density. I believe it needs more affordable housing in all neighborhoods. I believe it needs to improve its infrastructure, and I believe it needs to be environmentally sustainable. I am not convinced that this bylaw will address those issues. It is not because I'm worried about sightlines. It is not because I'm worried about property values. It is not because I'm worried about the character of my neighborhood. It is not because I am racist or classist or anti-immigrant. And for some of the people in favor of this bylaw to imply or outright claim as such is incredibly offensive and shameful. Why is this bylaw's goal to reduce regulatory barriers with a streamlined and simplified bylaw and not to make housing more affordable or our city a more environmentally sustainable place? Why is there this assumption that a variety of housing will be built under this new bylaw and not just what is the most profitable? The idea that most economists agree that more houses means more affordable housing is simply not true. While it can help with affordability, it only works if there is a requirement for purpose-built affordable rentals. Developers will build whatever will make them the most profit, and that is not affordable housing. Making it easier and cheaper to build housing will not make rents cheaper. It will simply increase the profits of developers as they build more luxury housing and short-term rentals. Like, for example, the full-time short-term rental that operates next to my house. It is an infill duplex that was built about 4 years ago. And yes, this is the nightmare scenario a previous speaker claimed to be a myth. This short-term rental is actually 2 short-term rentals, an upstairs suite and a downstairs suite. The upstairs rents for $160 a night, sleeps 6, and the downstairs unit is $65 a night and sleeps 2. If the owner rents both spaces every day for a month, they bring in $10,000. Why would owners rent out a place like this for an affordable rate when they can make 5-10 times as much with a short-term rental? Last year, short-term rentals in Edmonton increased by 20% to a total of 4,400 units. How much are they projected to increase after this new bylaw comes into effect? How will the city budget for all of the extra costs of more short-term rentals? Why should taxpayers be expected to pay to clean up the messes of these full-time short-term rental properties while owners are making a fortune in passive income? How do full-time short-term rentals improve the community, provide affordable housing, decrease our climate impact? Why are short-term rentals not addressed at all by this new zoning? Something else I've heard a lot today and yesterday is that we should just pass this bylaw and make any needed changes and amendments later. It has been 5 years, long overdue, etc. While I've trying to get short-term rentals regulated for 3 years, and council has not yet made any amendments or changes. Why would we trust that they would make the needed amendments to this bylaw in the future and not just let developers do what they want? In 2021, it was revealed that 8 of the 12 incoming councillors received at least $58,349 total in donations from executives in the development industry. While these donations are completely legal, how can the people of Edmonton trust that the council will vote with the best interests of their constituents in mind when many of them are in the pockets of powerful developers that stand to gain the most from this type of deregulation that is proposed in this bylaw? Many of the speakers yesterday and today expressed the same concerns that I have about this new bylaw that are in support of the bylaw. Caveats concerning environmental impact and affordability have been heard repeatedly from supporters of the bylaw and should alert council that this bylaw is not ready to be implemented. It is the job of city council to regulate developers so that our city will grow in a way that works for everyone, not just the people with the most wealth. This bylaw as it stands will simply give developers more leeway, more options, and more profits. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you so much for joining us, Devin. Next, we're going to go to Peter Parham. Peter Parham. Okay, I'll see if Deb Parham is there. No, we'll go to Patrick McKenna. Oh, here you are.
So sorry, yes.
No worries, no worries. Is Peter ready to go?
Sorry, I had some audio issues here.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, councillors, for the opportunity to talk today. My name is Pete Parham. I'm a resident of Rio Terrace, for reference sake, and I'd like to express my concerns, reservations regarding the proposed city planning changes under consideration. I'm not a subject matter expert, as many of the speakers have been, or represent any particular group, as others have as well. Just a concerned citizen with uncertainty as to what the future might look, and understanding the importance and the generational importance that we are looking at with this bylaw. First and foremost, I want to stress that my view on this is that we do need to make change. That's not in question, and from my perspective, I think to enhance the development of the city, the livability, addressing any of the issues that we are experiencing going forward, I think we need change. My concern is that not all aspects of the changes that I've have read through have been addressed. The questions have not been addressed. And the particular areas of my concern and our concern is the following: traffic congestion, infrastructure. One of the major concerns is the potential increased traffic, and particularly parking congestion. The proposed changes may lead to more vehicles, already overcrowded streets, which can adversely affect the environment, air quality, overall quality of life for the residents. We see many of my neighbors and friends in other neighborhoods experience huge challenges with just the parking alone. Interactions and engagement between neighbors have been negatively impacted by this. It's something that has to be addressed. Affordability, I'm worried about the impact of housing affordability. High density development can drive up property prices. I've heard counters, folks speak one way or the other. I don't think we have enough information to confirm one way or the other. That's a simple fact, but I am concerned about making it lower income families having even more of a challenge than they are already experiencing. We need to see a balance. We need to see a balance of representation of the neighborhoods and involvement with particularly homeless situations. One area that needs to be addressed, mixed use zone in the zoning bylaw. There needs to be at least a discussion, at least confirmation of where this bylaw will sit on shared balance, a concentration of supportive housing. I'd like to hear where that would go. I'm probably coming very close, so I'm going to try and wrap this up as quickly as I can. But I'm concerned about green spaces, particularly trees. I see wanton removal of trees without regard and plan or consideration of of neighborhoods and neighbors. I think that needs to be controlled, and it seems this bylaw is taking away those controls. And community engagement. I'm really concerned about the simple fact that I only was made aware of this in May, and it only came through internal folks that I know. And while I've read since then numerous op-eds and other communication from the planning group that has prepared this and other interested parties that suggest that we've been told for a number of years, we simply have not. And whether that is on us or whoever it's on, that is a failure, and we need we need a chance to delay this bylaw so that we have a chance to communicate.
Okay, thank you, Peter.
And talk about it. I'll leave it at that. Thank you for the opportunity, folks.
Well, next go to Deb Piran. Deb? Are you speaking as well, Deb? We'll see Deb Piram. Once again, are you speaking as well or not? I guess not. Okay, we will go next to Patrick McKenna.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes,
we can. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yep.
Thank you. My name is Patrick McKenna. I have long joked with friends that while I live in Canada, I do not work in Canada. And indeed, my work has taken me to some 47 different countries. That said, I continue to be proud to call Edmonton my home. This past weekend, I happened to access and completely read through all 171 pages of citizens' correspondence you received on this issue. 171 pages. You folks certainly have struck a chord with my fellow Edmontonians. What was most striking to me was that those writing in favor included Canadian Home Builders Association, Infill Development, Urban Development Association, Stantec, numerous other developers, that good number of which are the same people who spoke with you yesterday and again today in support of the zoning bylaw. Nevertheless, if one looks closely at all of those many letters sent in, which I did, I read every one, only 26%, 26, were firmly in favor of these zoning changes. So in spite of the smiley face optics of how our individual tax-paying citizens in Edmonton really, really want these zoning changes, there's little evidence to support that message. Even many who claim to support these changes, as you've heard, have expressed serious concerns. And if we were really to reflect right here, right now, what might motivate any of us individually to author a letter of support for anything? I mean, think about it. The answer would most likely be one word: reciprocation. What could I get? What are you capable of giving me in return? Alternatively, what might actually provoke someone to make the time to compose, to forward a letter of opposition or complaint? Think of a bad shopping experience you might have had. Simply because we are disappointed, we're unsatisfied, we're offended, we're pissed with what has occurred. And the majority of the correspondence I read that you received clearly falls into that category. Now, I'm not here to challenge those proposed zoning changes. I am 110% in favor of affordability, but only to question the process involved in what I've seen. I confess, I'm an unapologetic proponent of ethical transparency. And ethical transparency is something that I believe has been missing within this entire zoning bylaw issue, which promotes my question of you. When our citizens examine the city's website, City of Edmonton's website, we find that there is a published code of conduct, wording originated by yourselves in the city. Call it your sacred promise to our citizens of Edmonton, which very clearly states things like, councillors must not attempt to use their office for the purposes of influencing for the councillor's personal benefit. Councillors should avoid carrying out their duties in any manner that may reasonably be perceived as being in conflict with any future endeavor that may be undertaken by that same councillor. And we will remove ourselves from any decision process that may result in a real or perceived personal gain or benefit. Now, our citizens, I tell you, the ones I've spoken with are confused over whether this is just hollow rhetoric or whether elected councillors discovered to be offending this code of conduct will actually be taken to task for their abuse of public office. The confusion arises because we have a number of elected councillors who have business interests related to, have accepted large donations from development-related donors, and have even been members of prominent associations active in lobbying our city on behalf of developers building in existing neighborhoods. And rather than seeing these councillors remain impartial with respect to these zoning changes, our citizens have instead witnessed them speaking in and to being quoted in various news media and being extremely vocal advocates for these bylaw and zoning changes in various community group activities. Any rational Edmontonian would have to conclude that all of this should reasonably be perceived as a blatant conflict of interest, meaning that there is no way that any of these councillors should have been allowed to address publicly, actively influence, or now be allowed to speak on behalf of this highly controversial city matter. So my question, folks, is given that we have a Municipal Government Act, given that we have a Conflict of Interest Act in this province, which clearly states that a public office holder is in conflict of interest when he or she exercises an official power, duty, or function that provides an opportunity to further his or her private
Sorry,
interest.
Patrick, your time is up.
Yeah, my time is up.
Yes, thank
Yours
you.
will be soon.
Well, anyways, we'll let it pass. I mean, oh, sorry, there is a point of order here.
Just around respectful conduct, that's all.
Yeah, so,
Yeah, just a point of
Yeah,
order
yeah.
around respectful conduct in the chambers. That's all.
yeah, we will, I think probably Patrick wasn't here when I stated the rules of engagement. So I would remind everyone that we are here to engage in a very respectful way with each other. And so far, I'm very, very impressed with the exception of Patrick, that everyone has engaged in a very, very respectful way. And I think Edmontonians would expect us to continue to engage in a very respectful way with each other. So just a reminder. Thank you so much. Next, I will go to...
Mr. Mayor, I do have a point of order.
Yes, Councillor Paquette.
Perhaps it should be impressed publicly that councillors do receive death threats, and I don't think that that's what was happening here at all. But if we can be more careful in the way that we use our language, that might be helpful in an orderly and respectful proceeding.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Yeah. Okay, next we'll go to Monique McKenna.
Hi. In my own neighborhood, I see a great number of homes being demolished and taken to landfills. This, I was told by a company taking down a home on my block, dump trucks and backhoes working endlessly, is only a very small example of how many are being demolished per day. For every new dwelling, the amount of waste is exacerbated, creating a very non-eco-friendly environment. When land is being developed, the air quality is affected, with the uprooting of mature trees also disrupting the animal habitats that live within. All sorts of birds, bees, butterflies, squirrels, as a small example, will be driven out to leave way for concrete and pavement, without room for gardens, pathways, green spaces that now exist in old neighborhoods. Paints, varnishes, and other chemicals in landfills pollute and alter waterways, destroying ecosystems. The land is forever a space polluted and gives way to the need to create even more landfills. Alternatively, there is a great deal of empty space in the inner core of the city that could be utilized for development without taking down a single home. For example, the land where the Coliseum now sits vacant and can be developed is an opportunity for developers to create affordable housing, a walkable neighborhood, planting trees without having any impact on the environment if the developers are mandated to removing the demolished structure with the accountability in doing so. If the proposed rezoning has the environment as a priority, let's focus our attention on those areas that are available without neighborhoods being forever changed. Tell us, please, how can you purport to telling our citizens that this proposed rezoning bylaw will not have a negative impact when growing landfills emit methane, air pollutants, and exacerbate the greenhouse effect? Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, Monique, for joining us and sharing your thoughts with us. Next,
You're welcome.
Next we will go to Sheila Primster joining us in person. Please go ahead, Sheila.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Council. I live in a mature neighborhood in South Edmonton. Can you hear me? Okay.
If you don't mind moving a little bit close to the mic, will be helpful. Thank you so much.
Okay. Good afternoon. I live in a mature neighborhood in South Edmonton. I chose that location because of the mature neighborhood overlay, and I don't appreciate that this bylaw would take away the negotiated regulations that made the mature neighborhood infill work. Currently, we already have up to 6 dwellings on a single-family lot, 2 skinnies, and cottage suites. I acknowledge that density is important, but public engagement and involvement is essential in order to respect your constituents. Local communities must have a say into what infill looks like and how it affects our lives. Developers appear to be the primary group you're attempting to satisfy. A question: who are your targeted stakeholders? By streamlining the process, you have removed all public confidence that you care about our views. Further, by removing the area redevelopment plans, you have eliminated what we found to be important. I object strongly to the fact that after you pass the bylaw, public appeals will not be allowed. We no longer trust you. Much of the serious public consultation was done during COVID. Do you think we were distracted, perhaps? Yet during this time, the department was able to have intense meetings with the development industry. Zoning bylaws do not address affordability. You know this. The last time you seriously addressed affordability, the city created its own real estate development arm and built Millwoods. That was 1971. I like the idea of walkability. In my neighborhood, we can already walk to commercial areas. You are now claiming to fix a problem that doesn't exist in many neighborhoods. In fact, in many infill areas, there are little strip malls dotted throughout. This was good planning in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. It was only in the 1980s and beyond that the development industry refused to put these in. Allowing commercial on residential streets means they are no longer residential streets. Where will our kids play hockey and learn to ride their bikes? I would love to have more houses with solar panels too, but why would anyone invest in solar panels when they could have a 3-story apartment built next to them and block sunlight for much of the day? They wouldn't get return on investment. The infill we have now frequently has rooftop terraces. This bylaw removes the requirement for privacy screening. Now people will be able to watch us in our backyards. We will have absolutely no privacy. I'd like to ask, why is district planning being done after the bylaw rezoning approval? In the normal planning process, larger plans such as area redevelopment and district plans are done first with community consultation, and then zoning is done. Calgary is going through the process of revising their own ARP before they consider any rezoning. They are doing extensive public consultation, and their intensification will include real affordable housing initiatives. The idea that community associations provide a good source of consultation is incorrect. Did you even ask how they contacted their membership? What about the people who are not members of the community? How many people responded? Without that information, you cannot tell me that they represent the community. I can tell you that I spoke with numerous people from many community leagues, and not one of them were invited to participate in public consultation. It appears that the community boards are the only ones you heard from. Further, on some boards, there is a distinct conflict of interest with developer members being on the board. As I listened to your questions and comments, here, it became clear to me that most of you have already made up your minds. This isn't a true public hearing if you already know how you will vote before you have listened to a large number of your constituents. You appear to be just checking off the consultation box. That is not democracy. That is not why we voted for you. A majority of Edmontonians agree that it would be a good idea to delay this process. 58%, in fact, support a one-year delay and 15% oppose it. The remaining 27% just didn't know enough about it. That also tells you something. If you want to get it right, you will delay this process. If you believe in democracy, you will delay this process. In the cabinet, in front of City Hall, there is a large sign that says, "To the children, use your voice." We are using our voices, but are you listening? And finally, the way that this council votes is public information. We are looking for you to consider our voices. We greatly appreciate the voices of reason and diligence on this council on this and several key issues facing the City of Edmonton at this time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us, Sheila. Next, we will go to Teresa Cipinelli. Oh, sorry, sorry, Teresa, I know you're in, I saw you in the car, you're traveling, right? But we have to take a break here. We are at 3:30, we'll be back at 3:45, then we'll come to you, okay? We'll be, until then, for 15 minutes, we are on the recess. Yeah.
Also, I'm going to start by calling this meeting back to order. I'm sure Amarjeet will be joining just a second, but I can at least get roll call started so we can get back to our panel discussions and get through all of the great conversation in a timely manner. So, Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette. Councillor Tang.
Hello.
Hello. Mayor Sohi is back. I will just finish.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. I was going to say I'll finish roll call and then hand it back. Councillor Hamilton.
Hello.
Councillor Salvador.
Hello.
Councillor Cartmel.
He's coming, just stepping.
Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Jams.
Good afternoon.
Sorry,
Cool.
thank you, Mayor Sohi.
All right, we have quorum. And where were we? This is the list. Teresa Spinelli. Go ahead. Teresa, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead.
My name is Teresa Spinelli, and I live in Macaulay, an inner city neighborhood, probably one of Edmonton's oldest neighborhoods and poorest neighborhoods. Not only do I choose to live here, but I also have our businesses located here too. I have lived in this area my entire life. I have seen some not so wonderful things and lots of wonderful things. We work hard to support our most vulnerable citizens and make sure our neighborhood is safe for our communities. Although I'm on this panel as opposed, really, I think this zoning bylaw renewal initiative contains many good and necessary changes. I am all for diversity, density, and affordable housing. But as per my fellow Edmontonians, there is lots of concerns. The issue that concerns me is that our neighborhoods are not identical. Some communities have no subsidized housing, while others have a lot. Some communities have no social services, while others are saturated with community services. One of the things I like about this proposed zoning bylaw is that it will allow all types of temporary and permanent, affordable and supportive housing in all residential zones. The issue is that since land is cheaper in the inner city neighborhoods, more likely the land will be more affordable for nonprofit associations and developers. But our inner city neighborhoods are already saturated. If this bylaw is passed as it is, it will likely lead to further concentration of poverty as developers buy the cheapest land in the poorest communities. Similarly, the permitting of community services and the city's description of community services is very diverse. In a multi-use zone that once was a commercial zone, has the potential for further destabilizing some business improvement areas that as business owners, we have worked so hard to maintain. A group of businesses in Macaulay, Little Italy, Norwood, Alberta Avenue, small businesses and large businesses, we're all owners that we say we all support the distribution of supportive and affordable housing, as well as the associated supportive services. However, as a business in a proposed mixed zone, we ask that the administration embed regulations directly into the mixed use zone of the zoning bylaw that limit the concentration of supportive housing, permanent and seasonal day and overnight shelters, as well as the related services such as safe injection sites in a manner consistent with the current council policy of limiting affordable subsidized housing to 16% of all housing units in any neighborhood. This would create a much more balanced Edmonton and not cause our poor communities to deteriorate even more. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today. I really worked hard to be here at this meeting. It took me a long time to make this happen, and it took my executive assistant to be on call, and I've been logging in and off. I think this is a really important decision, and I really thank you for considering what all our fellow Edmontonians are saying. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Teresa, for joining us. I think you were here yesterday too, right? So, yeah, thank you so much. Next, we will go to Stephen Lakey.
Good afternoon. I'd like to start this with a bit of what I call a housekeeping issue. When I look at the process for these public hearings, I think it's flawed. The fact that everybody in favor of this gets to speak first creates a hardship for those at the end. I think with the technology we have, there could have been better communication efforts, and I would urge that that be something that's considered for future meetings. I'm here to tell you that I do not support this bylaw as it is. There are parts of it that I just cannot tolerate, even though there are some parts that are okay. My view is that we cannot let the horse out of the barn before dealing with these. There is a fundamental level, an issue of trust that I have with the city, with developers, and I think we've got to get beyond that as one of the things. when I look at, a lot of my comments are going to be from the perspective of a resident of West Jasper Place, which I am. West Jasper Place is an area that's probably had a fairly controversial relationship with the city. We've been affected by a lot of decisions that the city has taken. We can go into those, but we're probably the only area in Edmonton that's affected by 3 LRT stations that are in close proximity. And we also have 3 corridors that will surround us with this plan. I think that creates a situation where the level of change that we're going to be susceptible to is higher than in other neighborhoods. I'll come back to a couple of things on that. When I look at the district plans for the Jasper Place plan, with a population that's going to go from 55,000 to 99,000, the lion's share of that is going to be smack dab in West Jasper Place. The city, to me, just has not planned for that. I think that there are many other areas within the city that should be pilot projects for development, even in West Jasper Place, around the back of the old Klondiker Hotel. That's been vacant for 60 years. Blatchford Field, other brown sites within the city. If we're going to design a city with cores, I think we need to look at different, what I'll call micro cores out in industrial areas. I have a real concern with the secondary corridors as they are set up. There needs to be some very, very tight control definition over those corridors. As it is right now, 156th Street and 149th Street, if that gets sloppy, then our whole neighborhood is going to be susceptible to this kind of change. So for Kim Petrin to say that I shouldn't be worried about a high rise, okay, maybe it's only 6 stories, but yeah, there's one that's going to happen across the street from me, and I'm not very happy about it. Another situation, close to where I live, there's already an RA7 zoning that's happened in the core. This is on 350 by 150 foot lots. The people there are very annoyed with this, but what also really annoys me is that according to them, it was several members of this council who said, well, we're going to approve this at a later time, so let's just go ahead and approve it now. I'm left with wondering, why are we even doing this? I've got a couple of things I want to draw on the works of Ashley Salvador and the show me the money and substantial completion. With the change, the population that we're going to have, I just don't think that the city is set up to manage problems like parking garbage. I have 2 pictures that I'd like to show you of a row house that has been hijacked by younger people. I even see that with the city staff. The emphasis on the virtual, when I look at the plan for my neighborhood, the 156th Street LRT station, it's going to be wonderful. We're going to rollerblade, we're going to cycle, we're going to have coffee, we're going to have stores. That's just not how most normal people are. So 25-year-olds who are calling for this now, I think they're going to regret it in 10 or 15 years. It's just not representative of most of the people. The consultation process was skewed in their favor as well. So there are many homes and other quick things in my neighborhood where the value of these homes is $700,000. It is
sorry, 5 minutes are up. Sorry about that. And also just a quick, just a courtesy for everyone that you can refer to us as by names, or you want to point something about us. I would request that when you're speaking about administration, you just speak about administration, not bring their names up into the conversation, because they follow direction from this council, right? So they work on behalf of us, right? So it's not their person.
Ms. Petrin's case, there was an editorial.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Yeah, okay. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Yeah. Next, we will go to Peter Wilson. Peter Wilson, no. Melissa Penny.
Hello. You ready for me?
Yes, we are. Thank you.
All right. Some of you might remember me coming back here in June. I had just learned about the proposed rezoning bylaw. I gave a little presentation about the biodiversity in my backyard. So if you weren't here for that, the quick version is I live on a busy bus route in Woodcroft. I don't live near a forest, the river valley, or a body of water. Yet I've had 99 species of birds come through my backyard and hundreds of species of pollinators and beneficial insects. So if those numbers don't mean anything to you, what I can tell you is that's more than most of our city's green spaces. So even though those numbers, for people who know, are kind of astronomical, it pretty much fell on deaf ears, except for I would like to very much thank Councillor Rutherford for coming by and learning more about urban ecosystems. But I was still mad after the fact because I just couldn't believe that no one thought that this was a big deal. But then I realized I can't actually expect you to be conservation biologists. That's not really fair, is it? But I think what is fair is that if that area of knowledge is lacking on City Council, that you would have taken the time to consult with experts in that area to see how this proposed rezoning is going to affect our biodiversity and our urban ecosystems. So I'm not against density. I'm an avid birder and a nature enthusiast. I don't want our grasslands and wetlands compromised with building either. But I can't support this bylaw because it has zero preservation of urban ecosystems in it. It has nothing about building to be have better environmental standards. It has nothing about the environment itself. There's nothing about guaranteed affordability. And it really doesn't take the people who already live here in mind at all. So these are the reasons why I'm actually opposed to it. So back to what I think is missing. Backyard mature trees are ecosystems and habitat. Even if the people who own those trees aren't nature enthusiasts or gardeners. So when you do things like adding trees to parking lots, okay, that's pretty, it's not habitat. When you're putting non-native flowers and pots all over the city, wasting a ton of water, that is not beneficial, that is not habitat. Basically, what the point I'm trying to make is not all space with plants in it is habitat, it's far from it. So everyone seems to be sharing stuff today, so sure. I'm getting close to 50 years old. I thought I was going to age in place and continue what I feel like has been my life's work now, which is providing for urban biodiversity. But the problem is I have a weird street. So I've got on either side of me a corner lot with alley access and also directly behind me. Literally, I could be surrounded by apartment buildings. And now when there's nothing in the proposed rezoning about bird-safe windows, which kills 16 to 42 million birds a year per Canada, I start to wonder where our priorities are, because what's been proven is that a couple of things is that biodiversity, when we take care of it, there's always one species that benefits more than any of them, and that's us. And biodiversity does not stay in a neatly designated nature area as much as you want it to. So not having an excellent incentive to preserving mature trees and more urban green space that's already there, not trying to make an ecosystem, but preserving what's there is cheaper too. It's a backwards view on what our world's facing. So we've lost more trees than ever in Edmonton this year, in all of Alberta this year. We cannot afford to literally lose another tree. Mature trees absorb more carbon, they reduce flooding, they provide shade to keep these dense neighborhoods cooler, yet we treat them like an inconvenience. And we have to remember that every breath we took today is thanks to a tree, and everything we ate today is thanks to a pollinator. So I'd never been to Summerside, and I popped down there this summer because I had to go a couple of times. And my first impression was like, wow, look at all these front lawns with all this stuff. But I know my plants pretty well. And when I got closer, I realized these were all highly ornamental, exotic species. And Summerside is an ecological dead zone. So people could literally paint leaves and flowers on a plastic bin and be doing the same for the environment. So we're told we're in a housing crisis, but we're also in an environmental crisis. And there's no reason not to take both of these things into a new rezoning bylaw. And I think Edmontonians have every right to be skeptical of any large-scale project taken on by the city, because there isn't one that has gone as planned yet. So hearing that things are going to be taken care of later, we can't believe you. And that's not our fault. So let's have regulations that force developers to do their best job, not just a job. Thank you, that's all.
Thank you so much for joining us, Melissa, and that is it, but I'll go back to see if Calvin Bruno is here. No. JP Le Bourgeois. No. Deb Bram. Peter Wilson. Nope. At this time, council members, questions to the panelists. As we sign up to speak, Andrew Knack starts.
Maybe one time I'll click on a little later just to change it up a bit.
No.
Thank you. Ms. Spinelli, thank you very much for coming, and thanks to everyone on the panel for coming. I wanted to just quickly check with you, because it sounds like, generally speaking, if I interpreted your message, and it sounds like overall most of the changes you're supportive with, you're concerned about the concentration, and I just wanted to double check, was it your impression that this would eliminate the policy around things like affordable housing and social supports, that would no longer exist in terms of?
Yes, that all the work that was done in the area development plans is kind of gone. That's all waved away.
Okay, I will, yeah, that wasn't my understanding that policy in that direction would go away, but I could be wrong, so that's something I'll ask about. So I guess maybe asking that out loud, assuming that isn't the case and those other policies still exist around not over-concentrating in an area, I think the only other issue you had flagged was the mixed-use zone. Is that right?
Correct. I didn't read the all 1,000 pages.
That's fair. No,
but I did have some people explain it to me.
Yeah.
And the mixed use zone is very important also. You know, as an inner city business, it's already hard to run a business, let alone an inner city business. It's very, very difficult. And if all of a sudden we have more supportive housing around on a commercial zone, it's just going to be harder.
Yeah.
And there's just, like I said, we're just oversaturated.
So again, just for me to feel 100% comfortable, if the policy still applies, that we can't go more than 16% in a community, I'm not hearing any other concerns.
Correct.
Minimum, sorry, sorry. Correct word, okay.
Well, I do have other concerns, but nothing major.
Okay, yeah, I mean, and I wanted to just get a sense on that. That's your biggest one that jumped out, okay.
Yes.
Mr. Lakey, I wanted to ask you, you touched primarily on the district plans, which aren't before us today. I wanted to maybe take a few moments and get a sense of the zoning bylaw renewal, which is before us today. What would be some of your primary concerns?
Mr. Knack, I think that we need to consider the district plans in concert with the zoning to understand the true impact. I look at the district plan for Jasper Place, and I see a couple of things that just really don't jive with how the plan is formulated. If I take the description of the 156th Street LRT station as an example, and you're intimately familiar with the area, it describes this as it will be a vibrant area. Commuters will lounge around, they'll drink lattes, businesses will spill out onto the plaza, there will be fine restaurants. This might be what a 25-year-old sees, who's got coffee as one of their primary interests. But I don't believe that this really serves the interest of most Edmontonians. So I think somehow even the writing of these district plans has been skewed just a little too far in this way. Other examples of that outside of the district plan are the consultation process itself, and others have gone into that, but it was very, very virtual. There was not a lot of in-person input. There's various reasons for that, but when you start to look at the bylaw itself, people argue that it's simple, but there's a lot of technical terms in there that most people don't really understand, And you got to go even beyond the section 2 of the bylaw, because you get into landscaping, all the stuff in section 5, section 6, and people need to digest that. Your average person with kids and wife and other problems that we had during then just does not have time to read that. So somehow the city, the planners have taken a liberty in saying that this simplifies the process. Getting back to 156th Street and Stony Plain Road and how wonderful that will be, the reality is that across the street from that has been an application for zoning as a detox center has been made, and then where the Old Saxony Hotel, the Bedford Inn, that's going to be a homeless shelter, for lack of a better word. So rather than being a...
I'm out of time, but I might come back around. Sorry.
Okay.
I want to make sure.
Thank you so much.
you.
Appreciate that. Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, thank you, and thank you to Melissa Penny for being here and for taking the time when we had our chat in your backyard and got to see some diversity of species. That was fun. Within the bylaw, there is a tree retention incentive, and then I don't know if you saw in the Q&A council portal, I did ask some questions about that. I was wondering if you had any thoughts on the tree retention incentive within the bylaw.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. So basically the price isn't high enough on it. So even though it says it can be deciduous, or it has to be deciduous and a coniferous, when we're putting in a lot of native species, non-native species, and especially to fit on the space that's left, they turn out to be these kind of dwarf exotic species. And if we're ever put in a situation like Calgary where we have water restrictions, these things are not going to live. So when there's drought and that kind of stuff, the mature trees can actually handle that. New plantings cannot. I didn't see your questions in there though, sorry, so I can't speak to those specifically.
That's okay. That's exactly, what that helps answer that. And then there was a modification from the May proposed zoning bylaw to what's before us today in terms of 30% soft landscaping. Mm-hmm. Thoughts on that?
Yeah, so I've been watching from the live stream the last day and then logged in today. And so everything that I saw that a developer put forward saying, like, look at all of this, like, diverse housing and all these things that can happen. The one thing that kept coming up is that there is this patch of non-native grass lawn. And that's just such an archaic view of what like greenscaping is. It does nothing for our ecosystem. It actually takes a ton of water and it's hard to maintain. So if this is what 30% looks like, because that's the visual I'm getting, that's really concerning. And so I think that there needs to be more incentive to put in more modern landscaping that's going to do a good job for our biodiversity and ecosystem and also save us water.
Great, thank you. And then we've talked a lot about the RS zone, which is in mature neighborhoods, and I know that's Woodcroft would be in the mature neighborhood, but you did mention Summerside, so I did want to say, is there anything from a landscaping perspective that you would want to see to support biodiversity?
Yeah, absolutely. The key things are some of our native trees specifically would not be able to handle the kind of pollution that happens in a city. So that's why we have a lot of things like American elms and bur oak and stuff. Those aren't actually native to here, but they are incredibly beneficial. That's why we've got them for our boulevard trees. They're very hardy. But when it comes into what we put in a yard, there needs to be better access for people in education about Edmonton specific native plants. I have over 50 species of native plants in my yard. They are not weeds, they're gorgeous. Unfortunately, people don't know about them, but the payoff that we get in return is huge, and they don't require much water. They don't require water. You plant them and you're done.
Perfect. No, that's helpful. And I did want to just acknowledge that I'll have some follow-up questions to my questions from the portal, and I will have a follow-up question about bird safe windows to administration when we get to that section. So I wanted to let you know that. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. I think I'm going to ask Mr. Lakey. Do you have grandchildren?
No.
Children?
No.
Okay. Any of our speakers here have children or grandchildren? Okay, all right. I will go to, sorry, you are, I'm trying to look at my list. Debbie? Yeah, sorry, okay. Have you asked your children or grandchildren how they can afford a home? Part of the reason for the zoning bylaw is to sort of increase that supply, so that home ownership is more attainable for them.
I completely understand that, and I actually believe in affordable housing. But this isn't going to do it, okay? I have looked up and I have researched what has affordable housing. The industry is a bit split. Some of it say, well, if you get a whole bunch of housing, then that will keep it affordable. Well, that is true if you don't have a bunch of people coming in, maybe. But their industry has also found, and UDI had a report on this, they found that it absolutely did not increase affordable housing zoning, because what happens is when you upzone, like what you're doing, you're upzoning all these parcels to potentially 8. So that makes them all more valuable pieces of land. When you upzone and you add the new construction costs, which went up by 37% after COVID, you now greatly increase the costs. And what they found was that, you know, some of the older housing, if you put in the secondary suite, which costs a lot less, if you put in the backyard suite, which costs a lot less, you get the intensification at less. So what you're doing isn't going to solve the problem. In fact, it may do the very opposite. That is what part of what that report I was telling you about said. What they really said was, you probably can't get to 1.8 million people simply because whether you like it or not, they've actually reduced the numbers. Right now, 55% of people, all age categories, want to get to a single-family home. They've reduced it in the future to 50%, but we won't have enough single-family homes. So they're going to go to the surrounding communities. That's what the very report that you commissioned told you. So you're not going to increase affordability with this. You've done nothing in your bylaw to actually set aside land to increase affordability. If you really want to increase affordability, develop some ARPs, consolidate some land, and go after the province and the feds to create affordable housing. There's your solution. This isn't going to do it.
Okay. So if I'm looking, I mean, if you're just looking at one lot going 8 units and that, but if we're doing this across the city, that, you know, overall increases the supply, which would then therefore
that is a very naive way to look at it. What I just told you is...
But these are economists that are...
And the economists are split on it. You're choosing to look at the economists that support you.
Okay.
I actually looked across economists and said, so no economists, they said maybe over time you might get affordable if you get enough build. Not affordable. You might not increase your costs.
Okay, so...
There's a big difference.
So, okay, so my original question was, have you spoken to your children?
Yes, I have.
And how do they anticipate
you know what
that
they
they
really
will
are
be
saying?
able to?
I'm not going to buy in Edmonton.
Okay.
That's what they've told me. They've said, because I would like to buy an older home and fix it up, and I don't want this beside me. I'm going to buy, and they're looking at every community around Edmonton. They are not going to buy here.
Okay.
You've lost them already. They don't trust you anymore.
Okay. And we've heard from many speakers over the past couple of days.
But these are young people telling you that.
Yeah, and that's
so
what we're looking for.
That's what they're telling me. They don't trust this council, and they said, why would I buy when maybe my bungalow is going to have an apartment on one side and a bunch of condos on the other, and I want someplace where I can have.
Well, I guess that does give us housing choice. Some people do still want to have that single-family detached home.
Of your people, yes,
yeah,
and all studies are showing that 50% of people will want that in the future. You're looking at this without the marketability of it.
That want.
Right, but you're getting that. I just gave you the stats to prove you're getting it.
Okay, my time is up. Thank you, or getting there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi, and thank you everyone for coming to speak. So I was going to ask David for that similar affordability question, and I think I will come back later for that question because I may ask from different angle. So my first question goes to Cindy Olsen, Miss Olsen. So really appreciate your background as a school trustee and understand the all the legal process and for the democracy and how we make decision. In your presentation, talk about the meaningful engagement. May I get more understanding and from your perspective why you think this process is not meaningful, is not really reflect our democracy process, and because based on presentation our city provided, and we did the 5 years, and there are lots of milestones and reports come out based on that engagement. So maybe you can talk about a little bit more.
Yeah, I'd really be happy to do that. The point is, there was a long engagement, but it was a long engagement with a targeted stakeholder group. By the time most of the city found out about it, there was 3 months left before this day, or 4 months left before this day. The engagement that occurred was not meaningful because, I mean, partly, probably because of COVID. I know that there were a couple engagements. There was a couple in 2022. The numbers were dismal who came out to it. There was another bigger one in June. Again, I think there was 40 people, including staff, who came out to that. I didn't bring all my statistics with this, but you can find this in your own reports. I went through those reports, page by page by page. There was a lot of stats about doing things like things online. Well, I'll tell you, people who are really in the middle of a housing crisis, those people who are living from paycheck to paycheck or pension check to pension check, they don't have computers to look online. We're going to have a lady come and speak to you about that. They don't have the opportunity and the time. They're just making ends meet. They're trying to survive. There was no engagement really with them.
So
there was no engagement really with people, even like myself. I'm a widow. I'm 70. I found out about it simply because I have this interest in politics. But you know what I heard? I found out about it 1.5 years ago, maybe more than that. And I started to talk to people about it then, and you know what people said to me? This is never going to happen because the city wouldn't do that to us. And then imagine the shock when they find out that there's this bylaw going through. The thing is, the Municipal Act asks appropriate opportunities and sufficient information to allow meaningful participation in the planning process by residents, landowners, and community groups. And instead what we get is a pushback saying, oh, it's because you're NIMBY, because you don't want density. It's not that. I hear very few people who say that they don't think that there's worth in density. But there has not been the meaningful participation, the sufficient information going out to people in the public.
Okay, okay. So at the end, you request for the 1 year delay for this bylaw approval.
Well,
is there any specific activities or sufficient information you can mention here, and what those group and who are not have access to our city's activity information, and you are expect during this 1 year delay?
With the 1 year delay, you can get into smaller group processes, especially with the district plans. You can get into smaller group processes where we can, I don't know who the gentleman was, but he was saying, you know, when you talk one-on-one, when it's not something over a computer, when it's not something that you have no knowledge about, you get information that you need. We need time to put the district plans together, the area redevelopment plans together to see what we're going to do about the environment. The environment is a huge issue. There is nothing in there right now. And to say we'll pass this bylaw now and we'll do those things later is not meaningful, because who knows when and if they will get done. There's an opportunity here, a big opportunity. 58% of people surveyed have said they are willing, they have no objection to a delay. We could use that delay to build these plans in a way they should be built, to communicate with each other and all come out happier and follow all of the sections of the MGA. Like, there's just so much that could be done.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you,
Time is
Councillor
out.
Rice. Councillor Principe?
Thank you. My first question is for Devin Beggs. Are you still there, Devin?
I am here, yes.
Hi there. You had mentioned about short-term rental.
Yeah.
Some sort of needed regulation or bylaw. Was
Correct.
that in relation to the zoning bylaw renewal or just on its own?
My point was that you will see an increase of short-term rentals with the bylaw as it is. Therefore, they need to be regulated. We do not need more of these places. We need less.
Okay, I see. So your concern is that we would see more if this bylaw passes. Okay, great.
Correct.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted clarification on that. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you.
No problem.
And then next, Speaker Teresa Spinelli. Hi, are you there still?
Sorry, I am. I'm driving. Okay, I'm here.
Hi, okay, be careful. So I just wanted to clarify, when you had spoken about limit on affordable housing in the area, my understanding, it's a 16% minimum as a goal, not a limit. Is that your understanding?
My understanding is the opposite. My understanding is if a neighborhood already has over 16% of affordable or sustainable, whatever the word is, that they don't add anymore. That's my understanding as it is now.
Okay.
My neighborhood has 66%, so it doesn't matter what percentage you pick.
Okay, well, thank you.
We'll still save our neighborhood.
Yes, okay, sounds good. Thank you for explaining that to me. I'll just clarify with administration when it comes to that time. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Jans.
So thank you. My question is for guest Zubat, if Bev is still here.
Yes, I am.
I just wanted to make sure I heard you correctly. What is the amount you're requesting for site coverage? Could you elaborate on that point?
For
the soft landscaping?
Yes. Thank you. Yes, the 30% soft landscaping is for the site area. So we want at least at minimum 30% of the area covered with soil, with trees and other plants. Now, I know that some of the previous speakers, I know there was one of the architects that spoke early on in favor of the bylaw, but he was saying he thought it should be 50% soft landscaping. And I know the person that Melissa who spoke with the Energy Transition and Climate Resilience Committee of the city, she also mentioned the 50%. And we did consider that. We know from speaking with the experts in stormwater management that 60% is the ideal, and you would not have to, you wouldn't need to upgrade your stormwater system if you were able to obtain that. We just felt that 30% was kind of a compromise, thinking that at a later point, the city would have an opportunity to incorporate some green standards. I think that Melissa Penny was alluding to, that you need to have plants in there that contribute to the biodiversity, and as well as stormwater management and using some of the low impact development strategies. So we kind of compromised and said 30% would be good. It's very doable in all the residential zones. And it's kind of like absolute minimum that should be required in order to any kind of climate resilience and a healthy environment. And that area, those areas do need to be, it's somewhat connected by their root system at least. I know, there are fences in between yards for sure, but that doesn't mean the root systems identify with the fences at all. They go, and the branches of the trees go over the yards. And when they're connected, that means it's better for the habitats, the animals and pollen, etc., gravel. So that's why we're also big on aligning those soft landscaping areas because there is more value in the ecological benefits as well.
Right.
And yeah, but we really, really want to emphasize the importance of having it in the higher density zones. We looked at some green cities in Europe and elsewhere, and it's what's happening is if you the higher density, that is, the higher you go, the bigger the green area. That's kind of their philosophy. Whereas here in Edmonton, we seem to say, okay, the higher density, the higher we go, the less we need at ground level.
The trade-off seems to be like we are both at that Better Buildings, Better Communities talk, and the trade-off seems to be, I mean, in Europe, they go thin and tall, but then leaving a lot more orchard space and green space, etc. So I mean, we tend to go short and squat with our buildings, and I guess that's the trade-off. If you know we want to accommodate so many people living in an area, how do we mix that in? I guess so. Just so I understand, the Scona District feeling is 30% for soft landscaping across the board, across all site areas, across all zones. That's the ask.
Well, we had kind of left the industrial zones and the strictly commercial zones to be determined.
Okay.
I mean, the ideal would be for all zones.
Yeah, because that's another one I worry about too. Is we see these, you know, massive just bluegrass farms of that. But also, I just wanted to confirm: did the district took a position against plastic lawns too, right?
Exactly. Yeah, they provide. They're actually negative benefits.
Right. If you plant the
yeah, they'd be better off with just
bottles, yeah.
Gravel or just pure ground, you know, exposed, nothing growing on it would be better than the turf.
Okay, thank you for this. I'm out of time. I'll follow up with admin. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Salvador.
Thanks so much, and thanks to all of our speakers for being here today. So just two questions, and the first one maybe is a little bit more of a clarification. I believe it was Speaker Olson, you shared some statistics around single-family homes dropping from, was it 60% to 36% of housing stock over 5 years? Is that what you shared?
From your documents.
I'm just wondering where you got that statistic from.
Well, you know what, I can email you with it, but I didn't bring all my research papers with me because they're all over my kitchen table, right?
Okay, and just, yeah,
and
it doesn't.
I certainly can do that because it is come to that. It's down already to 36%.
Yeah, okay, no, that's helpful, because the numbers that I have, and it's from the Government of Alberta's regional dashboard, 49.6% of homes in Edmonton were single-family houses in 2021, and that percentage has declined by 0.73% in the last 5 years. So I just want to make sure we're on the same page in terms of data.
Yeah, well, my data, like I said, my data was taken right from a paper.
Okay.
And I will send you that, but I didn't bring all of that with me because I wasn't talking
no problem.
particularly about that.
And then Speaker Green, are you still online with us? Yes. Stephen Green. Just confirming you're there?
Hi there.
Hi. Thanks for being with us. You know, I'm wondering, one of the things that you shared is that zoning bylaws have acted in a way that protects people and has protected people for years. So I'm just wondering what you meant by that, if you could elaborate on that.
Well, it serves as a safeguard to development, and so that there has to be, you know, I'm not an expert on this, and so what I've looked at, it just seems that it would be no more rules for a lot of development. And I know that there would be still limits, but that the citizen safeguards that speakers that are more eloquent about this have shared, there seems to be far fewer safeguards against what would be allowed in each community. And I do think that each community has, you know, like for instance, in my community, we would really love to have a senior center built. And so what is there that would incentivize a senior center from being built? It's a very desirable neighborhood for development. And so would there be, I think I could see houses that still have value in them being torn down for, you know, more profits to be made from a multi-unit, but how would that help the seniors that need homes that are still in communities they've grown up or that they've raised families in. And so I just don't think that there's any safeguards that put the needs of the citizens first. And that there's a lot of, as other speakers have shared, some naivety around what we think the market is going to come up with.
Okay, thank you for that answer. Yeah, and I mean, the reason I asked that, I'm just reflecting on some of the other folks we heard from yesterday, this morning, who were talking about how the bylaw wasn't necessarily working for them and wasn't protecting them, and in some cases further marginalizing them. So I'm just trying to contextualize your comments in that regard as well. Any thoughts on that piece?
Yeah, I just think that this bylaw initiative is putting so much faith in market forces and that there's better ways to do it, and that's through planning and management by the professionals that have a background in that, to make sure that the vision that they have that would help the people and give the most value to each community and addressing the individual community needs would be met by having people involved in the planning stages, community by community, rather than having the market hopefully arrive at, increasing the supply of affordable housing. And I don't think that that's what will happen.
Thank you. I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. Well, maybe I'll stay with Stephen Green just while he was there. Appreciate all the speakers for coming. Just, you had mentioned in your comments, concerns about housing becoming more expensive. Could you just talk me through the mechanism that you're seeing causing that steep increase in price?
Well, again, I think other people have spoken, better than I could about this. I'm an educator in K-12 school and a school principal, and not involved in this. It's just I just think that there's really desirable neighborhoods within the community. And I think if we purposefully make sure that those neighborhoods could be accessible to, and newcomers that are in the city, to increase I look at the community schools and increase the diversity in the neighborhoods, the market won't do that. What the market will do is take a home that was built in the 1980s and, make it from a single family unit to a couple of families, but then also it would be multi-million-dollar homes like what we saw in the gentrification in Ritchie neighborhood. Ritchie neighborhood's a beautiful neighborhood. I grew up there, right? And there's no way that I could afford the homes that are being built in that community. And I think that we want to have the densification, we want to have our communities increase their vibrancy. We need to have some governing hand in that work. And then we could see senior centers being built. We could have multiple units happening within the neighborhoods where we have that we could see affordable homes. But we don't understand what mechanism would ensure that the market would serve the needs of people that can't afford the homes or that have mobility concerns. I think that developers will continue to do what we're seeing happen in communities just at a larger scale.
Yeah,
so
thank you.
Big mansions being built and only a few people being able to afford them.
Yeah, no, I think that's an important distinction too, just as we talk about sort of market affordability and non-market affordability. I think you're right that, non-market is called non-market for a reason. It can't be served by the market. So that's a great point. Wanted to follow up. I don't know if Monica Harper is still on the line.
I am.
Hi.
Hello.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm really, really sorry to hear about the youth that was hit by a vehicle in your neighborhood.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, that's certainly something we don't want to be seeing. And just wanted to make sure you were aware and your neighbors were aware of the Vision Zero Street Labs project, which can help introduce street safety.
We are.
Oh, great. Okay.
We work actually very closely with traffic and safety.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
So I think you had referenced, it's Otwell where you live, is that right?
It is, yes.
And you'd mentioned that it's sort of fully inhabited, and I just had a chance, we've got some of the census data available, and what I'm seeing is that in 1971, the population of Otwell was about 9,600, and it's now down to about 6,000, or at least of 2016, it was down to 6,000. So
I would argue now in 2023, it would be probably back up to the 1971 mark, or whatever data you pulled. Houses don't last long on the market. They go very, very quickly. Our schools are overpopulated and by kids in the neighborhood. In fact, kids in the neighborhood even have a hard time, like in surrounding neighborhoods, have a hard time getting into the schools. I'm seeing more and more families that actually I grew up with, the kids that I grew up with, coming back to the neighborhood because they love growing up here so much. Like,
Great. So sorry, I'm just have a minute left, so I'll stop you there, but appreciate, it's a good point. I'll see if we can get our hands on the latest federal census.
Yeah, I
from
would
2021.
suggest looking into that because I don't
I'm so
believe
sorry.
those numbers.
I'm just going to move on. I just have a few moments left. Debbie, I just want to confirm, sorry, I was just looking through your presentation. Just wanted to be sure I was getting the math right. How many, so you sort of had the total amount of units at build out.
I can't hear you, sorry.
Oh, sorry. You had the total number of units at build out, and then were you dividing that by 42 years to get
If you look at it from the date of the study was done in 2019. So I went from 2019 to 2065. It's explained on the slide. So that's because that was the statistics they were using, and then the build out from there. But then I compared it to the city of Edmonton's.
Perfect. Just didn't have the 2019 start. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Mayor, Stephen Green, you're still on the line? Stephen Green?
We see him online, but he's on mute. Stephen Greens, please. Green, sorry.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, please, yeah.
Oh, no worries. It happens to me all the time. So I just want to follow up on sort of the housing affordability question and sort of, I think you were saying that maybe there needs to be more government intervention and government subsidies for affordable housing or more government builds. I wasn't clear on that part, so just some clarity.
Well, I don't know if the mechanism would be through subsidy. I think that there could be planning regulations. So when I say incentives, I mean, you can incentivize, but I don't think that there needs to be a cost attached to this. Isn't there a way to regulate? Isn't there a way through planning and community-focused bylaws to encourage the kind of building that you want to see? And again, I don't know, but there must be some way to regulate so that you can encourage, like I say, senior centers being built, so that you could discourage, that there's rules around if you're going to be building on this site that there'd be price caps. Like I do think that when you're talking about community development, that it's important that the market is regulated, and I don't see any market regulation.
Just out of curiosity, how much of that do you think is within municipal control? How much of it is in provincial and how much in federal? Because I agree with you, and I think that like our zoning bylaws are the mechanism that the city has, but of course there are other mechanisms of orders of government.
Yeah, and I don't know that a whole lot about it, other than I see this as giving up the ability for the city and your voices to be the ones that are guiding that.
Well, we're definitely working on it every day, just always advocating with other orders of government. It's as I'm sure you've seen some of the news articles, but I just want your thoughts. We had a fellow here who tries to develop on a small scale. One of his larger projects was going to be elders and youth living together kind of development. He wanted to go to 24 units, but he couldn't do that, so because of our restrictions. So he's down to 20, which makes it harder to amortize, which means that some of those prices for folks goes up. So that's some of the challenges we have, that we do have people who want to do exactly what you're saying. So just thoughts on that.
I wonder, is this the mechanism to ensure that can happen? And would it be encouraged to happen like they might in this case? Because that would be great to have occur. Like in this case, would that be encouraged, or would there be other more, market-driven, would there be a profit incentivized no, we can go and make money from this. We don't need to involve the city. We don't need to ask for anything. We can make this profitable, and that would be the driving decision maker.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay, I get it. And then, so just a question. Auckland went through a similar move that is being contemplated here in Edmonton. It's worked out fairly well for them because they weren't doing spot zoning. They just did the entire city all at once. But how fast do you anticipate development would occur if the zoning bylaw passed compared to what's already occurring when you take a look at sort of other cities around the world and particularly Austin, which saw a slight increase, but that slight increase was meaningful, but it wasn't something that was stratospheric. So just curious about what you think the timeline is here if it passes to when we see actually impactful development.
I think we would very quickly see the wrong kind of development that would drive up prices.
What leads you to think that?
Just the
like what evidence have you seen in other municipalities or through other examples that would lead you to think that?
Just the evidence from what I've seen in other communities in the city of Edmonton. But
that's okay. I hear you. Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Rutherford, can you take the chair, please?
Yes, I have the chair.
Thank you so much. I want to start with the Speaker Beggs. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, although I'm sideways, so I will turn this. Yeah, I can hear you.
Good. I agree with you that, and nobody intends to frame this discussion as NIMBYism or in any way using negative connotations to people's opposition to this, because people, changes can sometimes cause anxiety, and definitely I want you to know that none of my colleagues so far has any used that kind of language to describe the opposition, and also what we heard from members of the public so far, and those who talk about equity, those talk about access to newcomers and immigrants, they were more talking about systemic barriers that zoning creates, not the individuals who are living in those communities. I just wanted you to know that that's my impression of the conversation so far.
Okay, well, that's fair for council, but I heard someone yesterday, one of the speakers, when they were asked why people might be in opposition to this, said, well, I assume it's just because they're racist.
Oh, okay.
Did you not catch that yesterday?
Yeah, I might have missed it, but he did not, anybody here say that, but we will definitely check. If that was the case, that's not what I heard from the intent of anyone's using that kind of language, but we can definitely go visit our, we can go check out the presentations, yeah. But I just wanted you to know that that's not, nobody is framing anybody in a negative connotation during this conversation.
Well, that's not really the impression I got from a lot of the speakers yesterday, but I understand you're speaking for council in this case, so I understand.
And I'm also kind of reflecting what I heard so far from members of the public as well, right? So, yeah. On the short-term rental concern, my colleague, Councillor Jans, has a note of motion that will probably generate some options around that. Just wanting you to know that's in the works as well.
Yeah, so why not pass this after that's been passed?
Yeah, so, this is maybe that's question I'm going to go next to Bev Zabat. Right? Bev, you and I, you've been presenting to council for a long time, and I've been here since 2007 in different roles. We have seen our, zoning changes through council decisions. And the council, in my memory, probably vast majority of the infill applications that came to council have been approved by council for more density, right?
Right, for sure.
So do you see this as a kind of work in progress, now more formalizing those changes and making it easy, but we will continue to learn from this process and continue to refine and improve this process as we move forward. Like there's no perfect zoning.
Yeah, I see this as a major jump in many ways. For instance, in the RS zone, people are saying, well, it's not, it's like RF3, it's all the same. So what's the big deal? And it's not all the same. With the MNO gone, with the mature neighborhood overlay gone, you no longer have that 40% rear setback. So, so it's going to be totally different. What is going to be developed in the future in the RS zones it's going to look totally different, because you can go almost to the back to where most people's garages begin. You can now develop to. So it's like having one big building in the front, as opposed to having one modified building in the front and then backyard housing or a big garage in the back. It's going to be like two different forms of housing mixed together, or maybe more than two different forms.
So that is the change that is.
So it's a major transformation, that part, for sure. And with the higher density zones, and that has been incremental. And most of the changes happened in 2018 with the missing middle amendments that were made, and we haven't really seen a lot of it built out yet. So, and DC2s, yes, we've seen some DC2s when we talk about the, and a lot of what we saw in DC2s is sort of that new RM and RL zones.
Thanks, Bob. Well, I am going to move the second out.
Second by Councillor Principe. Please vote.
We could also do unanimous consent. Council's enabled to that.
Everyone approves. Okay, Councillor, I'll take the chair back.
Okay.
Okay,
Councillor Knack, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. I just wanted to go back to Monica Harper, and because I appreciate Councillor Stevenson had been asking you about the census data. I do have the 2021 census data, and so I wanted to ask you, because I think there is this sort of conversation that happens in a lot of mature communities where we think most of our mature neighborhoods are seeing a lot of change. And so, as she mentioned, the stats from 1971 were about 9,685. As of 2021, it actually went down from the 2016 down to 5,770. So there's almost 4,000 people fewer in Otwell today than there was 50 years ago. And even something like the school, while we do see some mature schools full, most mature, actually there's no school except for I think 5 outside the Anthony Henday that are at capacity from residents within the local community itself. Most have open boundaries. And so when we talk about that idea of focusing on neighborhoods that need that density, I look at stats like that. They're very similar to the mature neighborhood I live in. They're similar to most mature neighborhoods. I wouldn't mind your thoughts on that.
So, I did actually look up the stats while I was on quiet there. And the most recent one is actually 5,959. And some preferred not to answer and whatnot. I can only speak from the perspective of Otwell. Yeah. I grew up here. I've been living here for the last 13 years. I know that our schools are at capacity. I know that within Otwell, our community seems to be at capacity. I don't see the empty, unoccupied units. Mm-hmm. So I cannot speak to the other mature communities. I'm speaking for my own community. I'm not sure that we do have 2 major arteries, so we do get a lot of people cutting through. So maybe that does add to a lot of the traffic, but we're at capacity when it comes to our own neighborhood and the schools. We actually even had a teacher who taught at our elementary school. Her daughter, they had to buy a house in the neighborhood in order for her daughter to be accepted into the school, because they couldn't get in just because she taught here. There was no room for her. So in order for her to be accepted, they have to move into the catchment area. That's how full Otwell schools are. So I can't speak to the other mature neighborhoods, but I can speak to Otwell. And ours are very, very well attended.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I wanted to go over to Ms. Olson. You had touched on, you've been involved following sort of for the last year and a half. Most of your presentation was focused on the process piece, and I appreciate that. I've made a lot of notes on that. What I'm curious about is, in terms of some of the proposed bylaw changes, I just wouldn't mind your thoughts as somebody that's been following the discussion for so long. Oh, sorry, your microphone, just so everyone can hear.
When it wasn't supposed to be. I guess the bylaw changes that I want to see, I guess, would stem coming from the public engagement. I think the public engagement was weighted very much to a younger cohort. What I see happening, it seems to me that the new missing middle are those people who want to stay in their neighborhoods, who want to stay in place, who are aging. I don't know how many people, when we're talking about all building these big, tall, buildings with stairs, they're like 20 and 30 years old. By the time they're 60 and 70, what's going to happen to those places? Because people aren't going to want to do the stairs. The neighborhood I'm in, for a while, there weren't very many kids there. Yeah. Now, there's more and more kids. So I think what we need to do is we need to stop looking at densification as being everything, and as densification as being that all neighborhoods are equal. They're equitable, but equity and equality are often different. We need definitely to have we need to have the district plans, and we need to have the overlays. Like, I think there's a big opportunity to build trust between administrator, city council, opposed, supported. If we just take the time instead of rushing this through, like I really wonder, why are we rushing it through? Because there are right now lands available. What about transit-orientated development? Like, that's been there since, I think it's 2011. There's still a whole bunch of spaces that have not been developed.
I appreciate that.
Sorry.
I'm out of time. My apologies, but thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Rice. Councillor Rice, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Exactly 5 minutes. So my question goes to Monessa. Monessa Penley, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Wonderful. Thank you. So from yesterday and today's speakers, we heard the densification will improve our affordability. But from your presentation, I heard you said this proposed new bylaw, but nothing inside can guarantee affordability. Is that I heard correctly?
Sorry, I had trouble hearing you for part of it, but if I'm correct in what I heard, you were asking why I thought it was going to be guaranteed affordability. Because unless something is written into the bylaw, you can't guarantee anything. It's what we hope for. We are more affordable than most big cities in Canada. That's why people come here. And so I think that there's a difference between being more affordable than other places, but at the end of the day, is that actually still affordable for people? So a lot of these people who in the last day and a half who were saying, we need this student housing, we need this affordability, we need these different things, but nothing of that is actually in the bylaw. I have a third-year university student at home. I have a second who's going to be there next year, and I have a third child who's going to be there in about 5 years. I know what the students are feeling as well, and there's just nothing in here that's going to promise them what they're hoping for. And I think that that's what actually has to be written in. So developers, if you're doing this, you also need to do some of that.
Yeah, yes, thank you very much, and for clarifying that, it's very clear. So another one is about the environment. And then because lots of speakers talk about this new zoning bylaw will improve our environment and for our climate change, but I heard opposite today. So specifically from your presentation, talk about zero preservation and for mature trees, and then do you still say that missing piece in the bylaw and for our environment and climate change? So,
Yeah, absolutely. Because things like density, which I do agree with, because like I said, I don't want our city to sprawl out more.
Yeah.
The biggest risk is habitat loss. And I think what's missing is that recognizing that habitat is throughout Edmonton, not just in the river valley. And so when we think we can take something out and replace it with a new young tree, it doesn't have the same thing. As a tree matures, it gets better at storing carbon. So if we make more bike lanes and reduce emissions, if we have more walkable neighborhoods, more density and reduce emissions, but at the end of the day, we still have some emissions that are going to be taken care of, that need to be taken care of. And if we haven't planned for that, it doesn't matter how many bike lanes or how dense we are, we're not going to be alive to enjoy it.
thank you so much for that. And I just want you to know I love trees as well. So my next question goes to Sheila. Sheila, I do want to ask you two questions, and I hope I have enough time. So for first one, you talk about the solar panel. And then because solar panel actually benefits our environment, but right now this new bylaw, you're talking about the interfere, the solar panel investment. Yeah. So is that my understanding correct?
Yes, I think there's a general fear that, solar panels cost a lot of money.
Yeah.
And so the return on investment is already questionable. It takes a long, long time, and many people can't afford that anyway. So for the people that can afford it, I'm thinking that for myself, if I was in that position, I would be wondering what's going to happen to my neighborhood. Will they actually be effective then? I've heard a story recently of a lady in the West End who has solar panels, and she's got a large building beside her and one behind her, and she actually doesn't get any sunlight.
I just want to use my time properly. I still have 30 seconds. I want to ask you the order, the sequence, and for the planning. Because you mentioned about district planning should be done before the bylaw. Yes. Can you explain a little more, use 20 seconds?
Okay, I'm not an expert on planning. I know people that are retired city planners, and they just told me that is the normal course of action, to do district planning first. That's
okay, so I will confirm with our state administration for that. Okay. Thank you very much, and I return to you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. I see that Councillor Paquette has question to the panelist. If Councillor Paquette is the last one on this panel, maybe we can extend the order by 5 minutes, then deal with this panel. Is that okay? Anyone okay with that? Okay, consensus. Okay, no motions required. Councillor Paquette, go ahead, please.
Oh, appreciate it. I'll be quicker than that. Melissa Penny, I really love your passion. I'm totally on board, 100%. Did you know that the city has passed motions to move forward, and it's been happening now for a few years, toward naturalization of our boulevards, of our storm ponds, and to no longer focus on grass, but to focus on local and sustainable plants and biodiversity as the key. Were you aware of that?
Yes, I did.
Okay,
and
great.
I have spoken to Councillor Rutherford, but public spaces are very different from what a large portion of what's going to be developed, and that is private spaces.
Yes.
And also we have a massive amount of invasive species in the city, and when things get naturalized without care, the invasive species will take over.
Yeah, I'm with you there, 100%. And also, I mean, did you follow along with the debate that council had about preserving trees on private property?
No. So all of this, I only basically mentally tuned in right before I registered to speak in June, because like I've alluded to, I have 3 kids, COVID, things are
absolutely.
crazy, and
that's why we do this job, and you do a more important job of raising your kids. So yeah, no worries. But that is something that council also looked at. We bump up against some of the, people being able to use their property as they fit kind of ethic, which is real.
The
The
only
other
thing I
thing
heard
that I
out
would,
of that
oh,
was
please
that
go ahead.
someone, oh, sorry, I just said the only thing I heard out of that was later where one of the counselors, sorry, I'm not sure who it was, did say something, we can't choose a tree over people. And I would just love to know where they're sourcing their oxygen from, because it might come in handy.
I don't recall that, but okay, so best that I don't comment if I don't remember. And then the last question is just, again, I asked this earlier, what do you think the pace of development is going to be? Because essentially for a developer to come in and develop in a neighborhood, someone has to sell their property to them. And so if people are holding on to their property and living there and cherishing the yards that they've built, presumably they would want to sell to someone who would continue that process. So just your thoughts on that.
Yeah, actually, I think that there's quite a few underhanded tactics that are happening in our city, like fake handwritten letters that are actually photocopied, telling people, oh, we want to buy your home. And so a lot of people think that they're actually selling to a person, not a developer. And I think that that's one issue. And that also when we talk about different neighborhoods and equity and and what are equal, my neighborhood, for example, isn't a very expensive neighborhood. It would be easier for a developer to make more profit off a lot in this area than it would be in somewhere maybe like Glenora. So, I mean, there's lots of different factors that make different neighborhoods desirable. And that's why I think that this plan with so few restrictions is going to bite us in the butt.
So I'll just ask, what's the difference then between what we perceive as maybe an outcome versus what can happen right now?
Well, I think that's the thing. We don't know an outcome until we start the process. So rolling something out of an entire city is a little bit nerve wracking, because how many mistakes and how serious will the mistakes be before we realize what we lost and what we can't repair?
Right. So we won't know. And
That's why it's like a test, make a beta version.
I see. Okay. Well, thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Well, thank you everyone for joining us. So all the questions to this panel have been concluded now. So you can step back and we will come back at 6 o'clock and start with panel number 9. And the first person on that panel is Arlene Sandy. And then please follow the list on the city's Google Meet. Okay. We'll be back at 6 o'clock. Until then, we are on recess. Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's 6:01. We are back. Would like to call this meeting back to order. Do a roll call of council colleagues. Councillor Wright.
Good evening.
Councillor Knack.
Good evening.
Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good evening.
Councillor Paquette.
Good evening.
Councillor Tang.
Good evening.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good evening.
Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Salvador.
Hello.
Councillor Cartmill.
Good evening.
Councillor Rice.
Good evening.
And Councillor Jans.
Hello.
All right, so before we go to our panel number 9, we have few additional members of public registered to speak. They are in opposition. MJ Garrity will be part of panel 15, and Shem Dundee, Michelle Barrett, Barb Post, and Jackie Kruger will be part of panel 16. Okay, panel number 9, Arlene Sandy, in person or remote? Arlene, please, you'll be number 1 speaker. Karen Brown, in person, please, number 2. Ellen Garber, in person, you'll be number 3, Ellen. Susan Carsley, in person or remote? Susan? Okay. Okay, Susan not here yet. Aaron Brown, in person, please. Aaron, you'll be number 5. Dan Kornak, in person, please. Dan, you'll be number 6. Deborah Shanner, in person. Deborah, you'll be number 7. Carol Secord, remote. Carol, are you there? No. Astrid Bularget.
I am here on remote.
Remote, okay.
Carol Secord is here.
Oh,
on
Carol, you're
remote.
there too? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So you'll be number 8, Carol, and Astrid, you'll be number 9.
Thank you.
Bonnie Nicholas.
Yes, I'm here. I'll be remote.
You'll be number 10. Wanda Banas. In person? Wanda? That's you? Wanda? Okay, please. You'll be number 11. Leon Folder, in person or remote?
Remote. I'm here in remote.
Remote. You'll be number 12, Leanne. Sheila McNaughton. In person or remote? Sheila, please come down. You'll be number 13. Bill Haynes, remote.
Bill Haynes here on remote, thanks.
Thank you. You'll be number 14. Diane Newman, in person or remote? Diane Newman, not here yet. Elizabeth Mogensen, remote. Elizabeth Mogensen, not here yet. Ron Graham, remote. Ron Graham, no. Steve Ross? Or Steve Rose? Rose, sorry. You'll be number 18. Number 18 in the far end there. Yeah. Okay, we will start with Arlene. Just a reminder to everyone that each of you will have 5 minutes. Please go ahead with your presentation. Arlene, please go ahead.
Okay, my name is Arlene Sandy. I am a Dakota Sioux, a senior, a mother, a grandmother, living on old age and CPP pensions. I have lived in Edmonton since 1993 and have been employed as a certified teacher for Head Start programs for 10 years. And I also have worked in various group homes to close to 10 years. And as well, I have worked also as a security guard for another 10 years plus. I feel Edmonton is my home and have raised my son, grandchildren here. I am not wealthy. I don't own my own home, but I have chosen to come here on my own time. And money to speak about the importance of affordable housing. I only became aware of this rezoning through a friend about 2 months ago because I don't have access to a computer and I am not a homeowner. I was unable to receive any of the information provided by the city. There are many people in the same kind of circumstances. I have lived in my apartment for over 19 years. The company name hasn't changed, but the company has been sold 3 times to new owners. Every time the owners changed, my rent goes up. My rent has increased from $200 to $910 a month. I was not given a required 3-month notice. Although people might think that this isn't a significant amount, you need to know that my income is only $1,250 a month. To make ends meet, I go to Red Road Healing Society for food bank every Mondays for food support. My utilities, heat is about $100 a month. Some months I can't pay for it. I am lucky to have my own vehicle so that I don't have to take public transportation as I don't feel safe on it. My older son has his own place and is working full-time and helps me out when he can. I live near Nate and have a parking sticker from the city for street parking, but have still been ticketed because Nate students have filled up the streets. Adding density without controls or incentives will not help my situation. Currently, my apartment is owned by Jenna Properties. They are driven by profit. My rents are increasing, but our incomes are not. We don't need more apartment buildings unless developers are given incentives to keep rents affordable. We do need rent caps. We do need affordable utilities. We do need a safe public transit system. We do need food security. We do need parking. We need a city council who cares for its peoples and will not give away the responsibility to plan and develop Edmonton by engaging through meaningful conversation with its citizens. I have power. I have a voice. I have a vote. And I didn't vote for a developer to plan this city. I thought I voted for a councillor to do that. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much for joining us, Arlene, and thank you so much for sharing your story with us. It takes courage to do so, and we deeply appreciate that you have taken the time to do so here today. Appreciate it. Yeah.
Thank you.
And next we'll go to Karen Brown.
Hi, my name is Karen Brown, and I speak only for myself. I'm asking for a postponement of the vote on the proposed zoning bylaw to allow for the completion of three things. First, a robust, genuine public engagement process. Secondly, addressing the dangers and flaws already identified in the bylaw. And thirdly, the new district plans are in place. It is odd the bylaw is to apply to district plans that don't yet exist, except for the 118th Avenue District Plan, and that's where I live. A new zoning bylaw is long past due, but it needs to be based on a genuine common vision and in reality, not fuzzy buzzwords, false assumptions, ideology, the latest cause celeb, or pandering to vested interests. Density does not equate to affordability, nor as a step in mitigating climate change. Affordability relates to our economy, which has morphed from one based on production to a rentier economy. That's why we have too many paper billionaires and too many people trapped in real systemic economic hardship. Increasing impermeable surfaces and decreasing space for trees and greenery mitigates nothing. And there is food security. A lot of Edmontonians have vegetable gardens, and some have chickens too, that supplement their family food budget, and they share. We do. A 3-story building with the new setbacks next door to us will end that. I submit both the proposed bylaw and the process used are flawed. I respect that a lot of time, thought, and resources went into this, but for whose benefit is this bylaw really? Ideologists, land speculators, developers, investment companies, foreign hedge fund operators? It's not for tax-paying me. I live half a block south of the 118th Avenue Northwest corridor, which becomes mixed use. So it operates like an old-fashioned blockbusting, driving the value of my only asset down and the peaceful enjoyment of my property gone. The proposed zoning bylaw raises 3 macro concerns. My first one is with public engagement. The public engagement was performative at best and manipulative at worst. It's a marketing exercise. This council meeting, and you guys are great, is the actual first public engagement. Public engagement was primarily carried out during the pandemic. During the pandemic, we all were focused on immediate concerns, many we had not even imagined, and in some cases involved life and death. And basically, we lost 3 years. Our governments at all levels haven't acknowledged the long-term social and economic consequences of the pandemic or the amount of grief and anger there still is. Secondly, accountability. If people suffer unintended or disastrous consequences, and this may be all of us because of this zoning bylaw, who is accountable? What is the remedy? The mayor and councillors have to account to the electorate, but what about others? What is their skin in the game? Just a my bad or oops? As a social democrat and a pragmatic progressive not vested in a particular ideology, I would not like to see our progressive-oriented council replaced by those whose ideology is rooted in voodoo economics and think the financial management of government is the same as that of a business or a household. Thirdly, trust. At all levels of government, the lack of serious, authentic public engagement, along with no apparent accountability for decisions that adversely impact people's lives, undermines the trust in government and public institutions that is the bedrock of a healthy democracy. Distrust adds to disengagement with civil responsibilities like voting and volunteering. It creates susceptibility to the people with good intentions who are selling snake oil solutions. The real 4 horsemen of the apocalypse are greed, ignorance, indifference, and good intentions. Thank you, Mayor Sohi and councillors, for your attention and for your commitment to democracy by serving in public office.
Okay.
Thank you to everybody else for showing up.
Thank you so much for joining us as well, Karen, and sharing your thoughts with us. Next, we have Alan Garber joining us. Go ahead, please. Yeah.
My name is Alan Garber. I've lived in Westmount since 1986. We moved into an older home. In 1992, we tore it down and built one of the first infill houses in the neighborhood. At that time, Westmount its future was uncertain. There were drugs in the neighborhood, a lot of sketchy places, and we didn't know if we had done the right thing. But we wanted to live close to the downtown where I worked, and so we built our infill house in 1992, and have lived there ever since. Our children went to the West Glen School. In 1993-94, so this is the year after we built our house, enrollment at that school was 244. By the way, these numbers I have from the city of Edmonton, I'll provide them to the clerk after. 1993-94, the enrollment was 244 at West Glen. I hope you take these numbers down. 10 years later, 2003-2004, the enrollment was down to 219. And I remember very vividly there were discussions at that time about closing the West Glen School. Fortunately, the neighborhood started to turn around. People came in to start building houses, single-family houses. And then not long after that, infill housing started to get built. I took a walk down 3 streets a few days ago, 128th Street, 129th Street, and 130th Street between 107th Avenue and 109th Avenue. 56 new skinny houses have been built in those 3 streets, replacing 23 that used to be there. The good news is that people have moved back into Westmount. By 2013-14, enrollment was up to 276. Last year, enrollment at West Glen Elementary was 354. So Westmount has been a success story for rebuilding neighborhoods and for encouraging people to come back, to build their houses, to raise their families. In fact, West Glen is now 6 students short of capacity. That's how full they are. So that's been a wonderful turnaround from 1993-94 when we first built our house where the enrollment was 244. The infill housing has been a blessing in terms of bringing more people back into the neighborhood. It helps to increase the density, which is, I know, something that the city is wanting to do, and I applaud that effort. I'm as opposed to urban sprawl as anyone else. But there's a right way to do it and a wrong way to do it. The wrong way is to allow developers to build 8plexes next door to a single-family dwelling, and along with that, what I call the canyon effect, where this owner of a bungalow in Westmount is now living really in a canyon between possibly 2 giant 8plexes to the north and to the south. And think about that, what that does to the green space, what that does to this person's desire to have a garden. We have a garden, but I don't know what would happen if we lived on a 25-foot lot and there was a big 8plex next door to us. And I applaud also what Karen had to say about green space. We treasure having a garden. We raise our vegetables. We raise our carrots, beets, beans, peas, potatoes. Maybe that helps reduce greenhouse gases. I don't know, but it certainly is good food to eat. So my concern is that by allowing 8plexes to be built in Westmount, it will deter future people from building houses, which we desperately need because we need people to come back. It will act as an inducement for people who are there now to sell and leave and get out before the bad news arrives. People need to have security about what their future would look like. I would not have invested money to build a house in Westmount if I knew there was a chance of a giant 8plex being built to the south of me or to the north of me. I wouldn't do it. And I also echo what Karen had to say about the lack of engagement. I did not find out about this until 2 weeks ago. And I am an observant citizen. I read the newspapers. And I find it really troubling that this is now coming up at the last minute. So I plead for Edmonton to do the right thing and not allow Edmonton to become another American-style city. I could tell you what's happening in Seattle, where my wife grew up. but my time is up. So I thank you, council. I
Thank you so much for
encourage you to do the right thing.
So I was distracted, so I was, thank you so much for your self-discipline. I really appreciate that. And thank you for sharing your thoughts.
I will provide to the clerk the data
Please.
from the school.
Yeah,
Edmonton
please,
Public Schools.
that'll be very helpful. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that.
I could say that the same trends have also we seen in the Westminster Junior High.
Yeah, good. Thank you so much. Next, we will go to Susan Carlsley, if she's here. No. Carl, Carlsley. Carlisle. Susan Carlisle. So sorry. Not here. Aaron Brown. Can you turn your mic on, please?
Am I on?
Here we go.
Okay. Aaron Brown, I am a born and raised Edmontonian. I have two children who were also born and raised in Edmonton. I've been a Glenora resident for 18 years. My kids were born in the neighborhood, so I currently have a 13 and 14-year-old at the Westminster School. When our kids were first born, the Glenora preschool was lacking enrollment. My wife was heavily involved in fundraising, which was very much required at the time in order to sustain the school. The Glenora Elementary School also suffered from enrollment. And by the time our kids graduated, my youngest graduated from the grade 6 at Glenora Elementary, they were using the music classes for additional classrooms. They started splitting grades and trying to find ways to create more space inside the school because the school was, well, by all measurable terms, over capacity. Now that they're at the Westminster School, the capacity of the school is also close to a total capacity. As far as the infill development that's gone on in the neighborhood, walking down the street, just like Mr. Garber said, the amount of streetscapes that have changed immensely over the years is quite staggering. I'm 44 years old, so I was 30 when I moved to the neighborhood. I'm a preservationist at heart, and it's less about the aesthetics of the neighborhood and more about the sort of the long-term realistic approach that the developers are taking when it comes to these skinny homes and to the multifamily complexes that are being built in the neighborhood. So my biggest concern is that I don't really see any evidence of the densification. The idea is good. I also agree with Mr. Garber. Urban sprawl is a terrible, terrible thing. I don't see any evidence that urban sprawl is stopping due to the subdividing of the lots in our neighborhood. Certainly, I definitely don't see the house prices decreasing or housing becoming more affordable. Most of the people that are building these houses have no passion for fine home building or for creating spaces that are more affordable and creating a more diverse neighborhood. They're simply there to profit from an opportunity. I've seen plenty of my neighbors get taken advantage of. Our neighborhood is in flux. When we first moved to Glenora, it was a older community, hence the lack of enrollment in some of the schools. The neighborhood has certainly become a lot younger over the years. Lots of young children. Some of those children have now grown up and have driver's licenses, and some of the streets that our neighbors live on are overcrowded with the vehicles. That, if you've got 5 people living in a house and they all have driver's licenses, in our neighborhood, fortunately for a lot of these people, there's 5 cars in the home. My understanding is that there's no sort of limitation or expectation for parking in an 8-plex unit. I'm just imagining my own street with an 8-plex on either side of where I live, and imagining what the traffic would look like. I currently live in the midst of the LRT expansion too, so that's been. We are a bedroom community. My street has basically become a parking lot for the construction work, which is totally okay. I'm glad the city's moving forward with, you know, larger plans in mind. I just, at this point, after 18 years in the neighborhood and watching the subdivided lots, the skinny homes go up, I haven't seen any benefit firsthand to do anything but oppose the bylaws that are being proposed here. As a business owner, I am in the construction industry, and my business and my family doesn't benefit from the urban densification. The business that I'm in specializes in specialty products that are more conducive to the historical homes, and the projects that are under our way. I've done dozens of projects in my neighborhood for renovations and for single-family homes, but not one project have I ever been a part of in any subdivided lot. So I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Aaron Brown. Next, we will go to Dan Kornak.
Howdy, my name is Dan Kornak. I come from Ukrainian stock. We homesteaded here in northern Alberta, and that's my training, is living on the plains and looking at that beautiful yellow sun. I remember when I was a young kid, Roundup came up to my uncle, and they came to our farm and they wanted to sell Roundup. Well, my uncle was an environmentalist. You know, he kicked him off the property. He came back, then came back again, and then came back again. Never quit. And they never quit. Now they sell Roundup all over the world. For, you know, I'm an environmentalist, all over the world selling Roundup. Well, first off, I just like to say all the sad things that are going on in the world right now. You know, my condolences to all the people that are suffering and for all the animals that are suffering equally. When I first started this, doing what I'm doing right now, which is part of zoning, but it's not. I'm in between well-trained political activists. Trained by Doug Brinkman, B-R-I-N-K-M-A-N. The finest activist in Canada. Surely is. He made me smart, taught me how to tone it down. Don't be so loud. Don't yell and don't scream, because that's part of my trademark. But he taught me well. And when we ran for Métis Ward, I let Ashley know that I'm a political activist, and I'm not right for this job, and I'm not suited for this job, and I never was. You do an absolutely fabulous job here at City Hall, and all the people that work here at City Hall also do an absolute fabulous job. We're in a tight position right now. What we decide here today, not just today, don't get me wrong, but will determine the future of mankind, and there's no buts or ifs about it. The environmental crisis that's going on right now is as real as can be. The scientists aren't wrong. The scientists are telling it the way it is. It's only up to us if we listen to it or not. There's also something I'd like to state is that for all the homeless Aboriginal people, which I'd like to thank Mr. Sohi, who recognized the 60%. 60% of the homeless people in Edmonton are Aboriginal. They become direct descendants of course, the residential school children. These people have gone through hell. I mean hell. And when a person dressed in black comes up to you, and you're a lady, I've seen ladies fight 5 cops. Brave souls, these ones. And they're the last. They're going into extinction. So right from Siberia, with the Russians and the oil, to do anything to get the oil. This is what we're understanding. This is from what we call the Raven Report. I'm an ordained Raven. I'll just leave it as a Raven because it's just, you know, it's more broader. It's a really, really big, huge, thing that I'm a part of. All across the country. All across the country, we've talked about this Coliseum. My writings go all over the world. And I write to the President Biden. I write to our King Charles. By the way, this speech is in King Charles's name. Just for the record. So part of King Charles' Aboriginal reconciliation we're doing on his behalf as a Raven, as a pure Ukrainian, with no Aboriginal in me whatsoever, but raised with Aboriginal people, and being given the status of a Raven was enough to let me talk. I can't make decisions, but I'm allowed to talk, and that's exactly why I was ordained a Raven and not a wolf. To play a lone wolf, which I wanted to be, is a real tough role. Way tougher than what I ever imagined. And when they ordained me a Raven, I understood it. Because they saw what I was. And that's what I am. So for the Coliseum can feed 5,000 people in the morning, in the afternoon. And I know we've all worked with this, and we're all doing the best we can. Nobody's going to say anything, because we got to worry about what we do now, not what happened in the past. What the past is what happened. But we are now at this crossroads. You know, just outside at 1 o'clock when I went outside to do my thing by the Ukrainians, you know, just me doing my ceremonies, and I saw a 14-year-old kid living on the streets, pulling a wagon, getting beat up by a 16-year-old, pulling a wagon, living on the streets, fighting each other, and the 16-year-old telling him, this is the way it is on the streets. You have to understand, there's a code, right? So they're doing the best. We're actually building a cult underground.
Thank you so much. Your 5 minutes are up. Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Deborah Schinner.
Thank
Please
you.
go ahead.
I'll try to get my coughs over and done with. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to explain why I'm opposed to the changes, specifically the removal of the mature neighborhood overlay. I do have a slide. First slide. I am Deb Shaner. I live in Inglewood, which has mainly medium and high density housing, and I live in a small home that's 73 years old. That's my house up there on the right in white. I bought it 14 years ago because I loved the idea of owning my own home, having a large yard for dogs, having gardens, and having privacy and quiet that comes with a detached home. I lived in apartments for 20 years, and I will never share walls with anyone again. I needed a house I could afford on my salary. The little old houses gave me the opportunity to own my own home, and I've heard the same from other homeowners in the neighborhood, that these small old houses are affordable for single people and families with lower incomes. The beige house on the left in the picture is currently up for demolition, and it's going to be replaced. It's proposed to be replaced by 2 skinny houses. I have objected to this replacement, this infill, based on the mature neighborhood overlay's promise to have infill that respects the mass, scale, and character of the adjacent houses, and infill that fits in comfortably with the existing neighborhood. But the proposed small-scale residential zone bylaw seems to eliminate all safeguards provided by the mature neighborhood overlay. And before we leave this picture, you probably won't be able to see it too well, but notice the very small triangular shadow that's cast on my house on this October afternoon when I took the picture. Second slide, please. In close-up, closer to my house and the house beside me that's going to be demolished, you can see that my house is not centrally placed on the lot, but it's only 6 feet away from that south property line that I'm sharing with the home that's going to be demolished. I have a raised garden in that space. I built it because I had very poor lot grading and my basement flooded with heavy rainfall. So this garden not only gives me vegetables and flowers, but it saves my basement. And the other thing to notice is that I do have a 7-foot wide living room window facing the south that lets me see the sky, and I get a lot of sunshine to warm my house in spring, winter, and autumn. My house and the current house beside it work very well together now because they're both single-story homes. If you take away the mature neighborhood overlay and the requirement for infill to respect the scale of neighboring houses, my house may not see sunshine or the sky again. I will have no privacy with a 3-story house on the property line. Next slide. Here's what will happen with a multi-story infill built to the south of my home. As shown in this photo, my home will have a shadow engulfing it from the adjacent tall infill. Compare that to the very small shadow cast on my house by the existing small home in the first photo. Blocking out the sun becomes a huge issue when houses are not in proportion. Next slide, please. Besides being in perpetual shadow, I will look out of my living room window onto the side of the next house. This will be my view forever. No sun, no sky, just unvarying ugly siding, and my garden will be dead. Innovation to me would be fixing up older homes to make them more eco-friendly, splitting the lot into two to add another small home, or perhaps building single-story duplexes. Can't we have infill that is affordable and respects the neighbors instead of being huge and expensive? New developments can have the 3-story houses squeezed together like sardines. Mature areas should have infill that increases density without being overly disruptive to the neighboring homes. Please reinstate the mature neighborhood overlay. Thank you.
We can get you some water. Yeah. We'll have some water. Okay, good. Okay. Yeah. Are you done? Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. Carol Secord, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors, for creating this space for us to speak to you. Where am I located and why? So my husband and I have lived in Westmount or in Glenora for a total of 41 years. And prior to that, my experience living in Edmonton was in Strathern and Otwell. We choose to live where we are because we love and we respect and value heritage, and we also respect and love and take care of trees. And because of those values, we've lived in a neighborhood which has been walkable for the entire time that we've been here. And Alan Garber formerly was a neighbor. We lived one block south of his home. So I know of how the neighborhood has changed over the years. Why am I speaking on behalf of our family and being opposed to this zoning plan? Because it has gaps, blind spots, and there are many, many, many missed opportunities. First of all, heritage zones should be used in our city when we're going through massive changes as we are. And in particular, from my experience, it should be used to preserve parts of Old Glenora and Capitol Hill. Preserve is a value embedded into the city plan. So, and heritage zone exists. So my recommendation, my request to council is that you use that zone to protect and preserve before everything is significantly different. Heritage zone exists in Westmount in a 2.5 block area wide and about 6 or 8 blocks north and south. But when you get around to district planning, you're going to need to protect that zone because of the transportation corridor and the pressures that the district planning and the transportation corridors will put on that heritage zone. I will, on the heritage zone, I also want to say that I really have experienced this week and also in the past, and even way back in 2016 when I spoke to City Council before around urban planning issues. But I have experienced the heritage voice from Glenora being treated and listened to from a NIMBY perspective. And actually, the thing that hasn't been paid attention to is what the value of heritage is. The other reason that we're opposed to the zoning is is the, excuse me, I'm just going to move my slide and my cursor is stuck, go figure. Here we go. Is climate resilience goals. We really believe that climate resilience goals should be embedded in policy. So for example, when I drive through the neighborhood and I look at various different infill skinny homes that have been built, builders have designed two skinny homes side by side with north-facing slopes. In the future, those landowners, those homeowners won't ever be able to access solar panels for their home because they were designed facing the wrong direction. So you have an opportunity to influence design. Also, we in Edmonton have an opportunity to be leaders in the field of geothermal. I've participated in these 2 full days and not one climate resilience conversation spoke about using the energy from the earth, which is geothermal. Infill, the zoning bylaw, the way it is planned right now, does not ensure affordability. Affordability needs to be built in, intentionally designed into the way that zoning is carried out. And the other reason that we oppose this zoning plan is because the consultation process was flawed. There's been very, very, very little generative listening. And I would just encourage you to go back and listen to the comments from the president of the Argyle Community League. What he said earlier today was have conversations with people. And that is why I want a delay of at least a year, and that the city to blend the zoning bylaw and district planning with neighborhood consultation. And thank you for that extra 3 seconds.
Thank you, Carol. You were paying attention to the clock.
I was.
Thank you so much. Next, we'll go to Astrid Blodgett.
Hi there.
Go ahead, please.
So I have lived in Edmonton since 1987. I consider myself an informed citizen. I listen to the news daily or twice a day. I participate in the city's own Insight community surveys. I am involved in my community league, which carefully did not inform league members about the bylaw, but they told me when I asked that it would not affect our neighborhood. I did not know about the zoning bylaw actually until a few weeks ago when I learned about it from Climate Justice Edmonton and the Coalition for Better Infill. In the last few weeks, I started asking all my friends if they'd heard of the bylaw. 19 times out of 20, the answer was, oh, what bylaw? We are not alone. The city's What We Learned report makes it very clear that overall citizen awareness and engagement are very low. So council knows that most of the residents are not, or were not until recently, aware of the zoning bylaw, and yet it seems ready to pass it. Like many of those who have already addressed the council to speak in favor of the bylaw, I would love a city with housing for those in all income levels in every neighborhood. I would love a 15-minute community. I would love to be able to bus to work. I would love to see the city require development that supports its net zero plan. But none of this is part of the bylaw. The bylaw is about loosening restrictions, which could be a good idea. We have a desperate housing shortage. But is densification in and of itself a good thing? Does loosening restrictions and leaving development to the market bring about the changes many of us would like to see? I'm starting to see that most of us don't know what changes the bylaw, as it now stands, will bring. I also feel like City Council and others are giving us mixed messages. On the one hand, we're told it's a massive change. On the other, we are told the changes will be gentle. It's possible that physical changes will be slow. It's possible they'll be fantastic and bring all the great changes people have been talking about. It's also possible that the price of land and housing will go down, as my counselor wrote on her blog. On the other hand, land and house values might increase quickly and exponentially in some areas in response to some of the gentle infill changes. And along with that, the city's tax revenue. I thought it was interesting that it was made very clear this afternoon that the councillors were not allowed to talk about taxes. I wonder why. So what about if we required in this bylaw, for instance, explicit criteria for developers to provide minimal amounts of affordable housing units and to build to high environmental building standards and codes? Explicit regulations that make developers responsible for any adverse effects of new infill. Say, if someone's solar panels are compromised by a new multi-unit building, maybe the developer should be on the hook. Or what if we can no longer grow vegetables in our yards because of surrounding new infill? Maybe there'll be community garden spaces, for instance. How about plans for municipal infrastructure supports commensurate with the extent of densifications? I'm leery about leaving critical public utilities, power, sewer, public transit, to developers on good faith. Let me talk public transit briefly. I live in North Bonnie Doon. Since the LRT construction, most of the regular buses near my home on Connors Road have been removed. The 10-minute drive to my work takes about an hour by bus, and currently maybe longer because we have no bus or LRT. So as I mentioned earlier, I would love to be able to commute by bus to work or to visit a friend by bus, but where are the buses? I'm also thinking this bylaw should include a plan to regulate the short-term rental market. It's eroded the stock of existing housing options, I think. And finally, how about zoning plans that will disincentivize urban sprawl beyond the Henday boundary? My concern with this bylaw as it is now is that if citizens' considerations are not included, they're kind of unlikely to magically happen. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Astrid, for joining us. Next, we go to Bonnie Nicholas.
Thank you so much. So thank you too for the opportunity to speak to this proposed bylaw. I live in Nakota Iska. I consider myself an informed citizen, but I was surprised to learn very late in this process about this bylaw. I urge you to delay the passage of this enormous change to our neighborhoods. We elected you as councillors to represent us at City Council. You represent and make decisions for all citizens of Edmonton, not just people in the development industry. It is my understanding that developers had significant input into the drafting of this bylaw. Excuse me. I also understand that there was some sort of citizen engagement, mostly during the pandemic, and I think that many citizens, including myself, were caught off guard and were not able to have any meaningful input into the sweeping changes being proposed for most of the city in this bylaw. I am distressed by many of the provisions in this bylaw, which seem to give everything to the developers and few, if any, rights to people already making their home in our neighborhoods. Housing is a human right and not a commodity. When housing is seen as a commodity, there is no imperative to build affordable housing. This bylaw seems to assume that the market is going to suddenly, magically create affordable housing. But we know that is not how business works. Developers and development companies have a fiduciary duty to their shareholders, and that duty is to make profit, not to build affordable housing. This is where we trust our governments to have a role in creating sustainable communities, a more livable city for us all. Passing this bylaw would betray that trust between citizens and local government. I believe in infill and densification, but it has to be done right. We need more housing options. We need sustainable, accessible, affordable housing. Edmonton cannot keep expanding and eating up precious farmland. I live in the central West End, and when I go to the airport or visit friends outside the Henday, I am always shocked at the ever expanding development. Densification within the Henday needs to be coupled with limits outside the Henday. I will just quickly reiterate the flaws that I see in this bylaw. There is no provision for accessible or affordable housing for seniors, newcomers, students, families. There is not even a requirement for building a minimal number of housing units for larger families. There is no provision for preserving and enhancing our tree canopy. In my neighborhood, I frequently see houses bulldozed and the lots cleared with every mature tree cut down. There's no provision for preserving the character of neighborhoods, no heritage protection. There's no requirement for parking. There is no provision for energy standards, sustainability, climate resiliency, no provision for the inevitable shift to alternative sources of power and energy and electric vehicles. We all know that retrofitting homes for these changes is much more costly than requiring them to be at least roughed in the initial construction. There is no guarantee that these changes to our neighborhoods will be for the better. There is surely going to be increased demand for electricity, for water, for sewage, for garbage pickup, for transit, for parking when we start seeing these 8-suite apartments and even 8-story mid-rises being built in our neighborhoods. I will remind you that the bylaw says this should be the norm. There is no provision for residents to have any input into development in their neighborhood. There is no guarantee that the changes in this bylaw will create a better, a greener, a more affordable, or a more livable city. Edmonton needs a new zoning bylaw and new district plans, but this bylaw is not it. This is a radical change to the zoning. Once you give away the keys to the city, to the development industry, it will be very difficult to ask for them back. I listened in to some of the speakers yesterday and today, and many of them spoke about the need for more affordable housing. I share those concerns, but right now, this proposed bylaw treats affordable housing like a pipe dream. There is no accountability for developers in this draft bylaw. I urge you to press pause and consider delaying the passage of this bylaw by 1 year, slowing down the changes by piloting it in 1 or 2 neighborhoods after better, more meaningful consultation with citizens, and requiring more of a commitment from developers. Please, let's take the time to make sure we get this right. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us, and I would like to remind everyone in the audience, please do not clap or do not show loud expressions of appreciation or rejection. That's the rule that we all have to follow. Thank you so much for that. Next, we will go to Wanda Benes.
Hi, I think I'll just be parroting just what was said. My name is Wanda Banas, and I live in Prince Rupert on a primary corridor, unfortunately, and have an approved huge development beside me to the west. I'm opposed to the passing of this bylaw at this time. It should be delayed in order to address outstanding issues, problems, and deficiencies. For example, the lack of requirements for higher energy standards for all the buildings, no preparation for solar energy, no preparation for electric car chargers, no requirement for affordable housing, no requirement for family units of 2 to 3 bedrooms, so sprawl will continue. Additionally, these developments may overshadow their neighbors to the extent solar panels are not feasible to offset energy costs, and by sitting in the shadows instead of sun, suffer higher heating and lighting costs. This damage should be offset, compensated in some way by the developer or the city. There is no requirement for parking, so cars can be everywhere, blocking driveways, and what used to be quiet, safe neighborhood streets are filled with cars looking for parking, coming and going, and this increase in cars floods into the already jammed main arteries. In one development, the vehicle trips per day on the service road and into the main street ballooned from 60 to between 500 and 800. With so many more cars moving and parking, will this impact access for emergency vehicles? And with the developments being closer to lot lines, closer to each other, will this make the spread of fire easier? If trees thrive on CO2, there should be a provision for developers to save mature trees, which also provide privacy. By the city's own numbers, the engagement with the public has been less than it should. For Yellowhead reconstruction, numerous notices were sent out. Why not for this massive change to rezoning and district planning? I think more public awareness should be done before this jumps ahead, because in 2 years there could be a lot of angry Edmontonians. Downtown has a lot of mixed zoning, apartments, businesses, but is not visually appealing, dirty, and unsafe. If this bylaw does not stop and address problems, what is downtown will just spread all through Edmonton. Zones were created as buffers between commercial, residential, industrial, and a limited mix. This allowed people to choose to live by an apartment or a store where a property value would be less, or choose a residential area to escape the cars, people, and noise, and find privacy and peace. Where will people find any peace now if they don't know what might pop up beside them and disturb their lives and devalue their property, including a crematorium? Why not try this plan out on a neighborhood that has no amenities and would welcome this, and if successful, spread it to other areas? Next, who asked you to adopt this one-size-fits-all cities plan? Why do cities have to be clones of each other? Who decided this is better? And why do you believe them? Who is making money off this? High density can be beautiful and ugly. Europe evolved over time into walkable areas as their population grew, and their designs reflect that. This plan and bylaw lacks that evolution over time, and developers' designs reflect that. Particle board rectangular boxes with smaller boxes inside. Major banks are laying people off, preparing for a recession and a downturn in economy. Bank of Canada is increasing interest rates, which will cause more foreclosures and bankruptcies. Germany and Japan admitted green is not feasible and are returning to coal for energy. China and India are not reducing but building more coal mines. So all being done here is to reduce the less than 2% carbon footprint, which globally means nothing. I don't say do nothing. I just say slow down, step back, take a look at the bigger picture, and use more common sense. Slow down does not mean no. It just means slow. Thank you very much for your time, and amen.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And next we will go to Leanne Falder.
Hi, my name is Leanne Falder, and I'm a resident of Westmount in Ward O'Damon. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak before City Council today about the new zoning bylaw. Let me say off the top that I'm in favor of much of what has been proposed to Council in terms of the new bylaw. I support increases in density in Edmonton and the principle of the 15-minute city. I'm okay with the possibility of an 8-suite apartment building being built on my street, so this is not an example of NIMBYism. But I have 3 major concerns that I'll address. One is that the new bylaw has been brought forward with insufficient public consultation. Much of the consultation with citizens done by the City of Edmonton took place during COVID and online, and that's not good enough. The city's own website about the bylaw says that a goal for the new bylaw initiative is to ensure, and I quote, Edmontonians are aware, educated, and informed of the proposed changes. A Polaris survey conducted in the spring on behalf of the community group Coalition for Better Infill determined 62% of those surveyed had never heard of the proposed new zoning bylaw. Since the coalition launched its Better Infill campaign in June, asking for a year-long pause on the bylaw for further consultation, Edmontonians are getting up to speed. A survey in early October by Polaris says only 44% had never heard of the new bylaw. That's better. It's fair to say that the city's own goal of creating awareness and educating the public about the bylaw has not been met. It's critical that the passage of the bylaw be put on hold for a year while proper consultation is done in person and in the communities in the affected areas. Here is my second concern. I think City Council does a disservice to Edmontonians when it comes to affordability with the new zoning proposals. Those in favor of the new bylaw say it could increase the supply of affordable housing, but I have yet to see solid evidence presented by the City of Edmonton, its administration, or its councillors for that contention. Just saying the new bylaw will help housing affordability is meaningless without some objective evidence that statement is true. Furthermore, there is no way to guarantee that the kind of housing that is needed by low or even middle income families in Edmonton, that is 2 and 3 bedroom apartment units or condominiums for purchase or rental, will be built even with the new zoning bylaw. The new zoning bylaw is an opportunity for Edmontonians to be creative and to insist that in exchange for building housing, a money maker for developers, that those developers give the community at least some of what it really needs. Other municipalities, including Vancouver, have insisted that the developers set aside, say, 10 to 20% of their units for below market housing. We can do that too. Developers don't like to be required to fulfill certain socially progressive mandates because, naturally, they would like to do whatever they can to maximize profits. But here, the words of prominent Vancouver real estate developer Michael Geller are worth noting. Geller was the developer who worked on the renowned Universe City project on Burnaby Mountain. In a recent article in the Globe and Mail, Geller says developers will build below market housing if it's required. It is, says Geller, simply the price of admission to the housing marketplace. My third concern is the lack of a community appeal mechanism for developments that meet the requirements of the new bylaw. Yesterday, we heard an impressive presentation by Patricia Golett stating that the new bylaw makes it possible to open supervised drug consumption sites throughout areas affected by the new bylaw, including next to schools and daycare. This may be an unintended consequence of the new bylaw, but it's a clear example of why there must always be a right of appeal. Let me repeat, there must always be the right of appeal built into the new bylaw. In conclusion, I'd like to emphasize that City Council needs to put brakes on this project for a year to allow for better consultation and a more creative approach to getting what it is the city really needs to build a healthy and inclusive future. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Leanne, for sharing your thoughts with us. Next, we will go to Sheila McNaughton.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this evening. I'm here because I do not support the proposed bylaw, and I'm going to outline 3 reasons why I have that position. My request to you is that prior to passage of the bylaw, it be amended to include provisions that address climate resiliency and mitigation. The consideration and inclusion of those things is necessary for a number of reasons, but to include the mitigation of vulnerability that arise by reasons of the climate changes and factors and risks that we as Canadians, Albertans, and Edmontonians are facing. These are things such as rising temperatures, extreme weather events, risks of fire, the potential for development on flood-prone lands. Those are matters which one of the speakers yesterday from the Climate Resiliency Advisory Group described as would contribute to densification with intention. And I think that's a critical thinking that needs to come to this piece of the bylaw, or this gap in the bylaw. And I recognize that the speakers yesterday who spoke about climate resiliency acknowledged or said to council, we'll go ahead and pass the bylaw, but then bring forward an amendment sometime in the future to address the things that are not in the bylaw. And I would urge you not to take that approach. I believe that the provisions to deal with climate resiliency should be included before the bylaw is passed. And I say that for 3 reasons. Because once you approve the bylaw, permits will be approved. And then at some future date, if climate resiliency and mitigation provisions are brought into the bylaw, developments will have been approved which may impact how those provisions are applied. That can be avoided if you don't pass the bylaw until you have that information included in the bylaw. And secondly, I submit that the approval of the bylaw now, without those provisions being known and included, takes some of the urgency out of dealing with that aspect of this future zoning regime in the city of Edmonton. And lastly, there's no guarantee that a future amendment will be passed. And I don't say that suggesting there's bad faith on anybody's part. But all of you know, until you cast your vote, you don't know if the bylaw passes. And so if you delay this to an amendment, a future amendment, there is no certainty that it will actually happen. And for those reasons, I think that the climate resiliency provisions need to be brought forward, included in the bylaw before it is passed by council. You have options. I used to do this for a living, but you can tell I don't do it anymore. You can either not delay passing the bylaw till you have that information, or you could pass the bylaw but don't bring it into effect until those climate provisions are known and can be incorporated. So there are options, but I urge you, don't move forward without that. I'm going to run out of time, but the second thing I urge you to do is to preserve the Glenora heritage neighborhood. Your city plan lists as a priority or a goal the preservation of heritage. The Glenora neighborhood has heritage. It is recognized. In my submission, it should be preserved. I heard one of your speakers this morning, I think it was Dr. Summers, who said, there are unique neighborhoods that should be preserved. They are a small percentage of the available land for development in the city, and that taking the steps to preserve them at this step will not have a big, or in fact any impact on your bylaw. My last point is, I think it would be prudent, as some of the other speakers have said, to introduce the bylaw in 1 or 2 neighborhoods rather than citywide. We don't know. I don't know. I haven't heard anybody say with certainty what the outcome will be, whether this bylaw will achieve the goals. You can take a test run and give time to evaluate it. I also commend to you, this is my 4th point, one of the speakers yesterday morning, I think it was Stana Smith, intern architect. He raised several concrete examples of things that should be changed. I apologize. I probably used more than 3 extra seconds. But thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we're going to go to Bill Haynes, joining remotely.
Hi. I would like to start by praising and supporting two of the published focuses of the new zoning bylaw and suggesting the new zoning bylaw be revised to expand these topics. And that is the topic of making housing in Edmonton more affordable for young families with children, as mentioned in the summary document, ZBR at a glance, supporting more housing. And the other topic is supporting urban agriculture, as mentioned in the summary document, ZBR at a glance, supporting the environment. With regard to supporting and encouraging urban agriculture, I think we should consider infill zoning that permits the possibility of combining 2 city lots into one, so that a backyard garden becomes sufficient to supply a young family with children with almost all the organic produce they would require. We all know how fertile the soil is in many old lots in Edmonton. Also, perhaps one lot on the block could be set aside as a special meeting place, playground, and farmer's market lot. In regard to making housing more affordable, I think we should consider expanding the city limits to make the price of new lots more affordable for young families with children. Perhaps reasonably priced subdivisions could be established, all with south-facing backyards designed especially for the purposes of urban agriculture. Therefore, we are not so much encroaching on rural farmland as helping establish self-sufficient agriculture for young families with children. Very quickly, I would like also to mention the possibility of supporting families by amending the city plan at some time in the future to make public transit free for all. Just like the principle where public education is paid for by everyone in the city, even if you don't have children, I think public transportation should be paid for by everyone in the city, even if you don't use it. But this public transportation must be safe for young families with children. No drug use allowed, just like no drug use allowed in our city parks or public spaces. I know the new zoning bylaw is meant to reflect the climate resiliency goals of the city plan. But we need to remember that the city plan is not like the Bible. The city plan was written just by ordinary people and can be changed by ordinary people at any time, especially when new information comes to light. I used to say we need new trusted local research on global issues because the research out of the dictatorship-dominated United Nations can't be trusted. You know, dictatorships like China and Russia. But the point is now we do have new trusted local research on global issues. And in conclusion, I will just mention 2 points of research very quickly. The first is research by 2 Canadian journalists and commentators, John Ibbotson and Daryl Bricker. And their book is called Empty Planet, The Shock of Global Population Decline. The idea is Malthus and the UN and the WEF are wrong in that as the world has urbanized, people are naturally having less children. So much so that many nations of the world are already under 2.2 children per couple, which is the equilibrium birth rate. For example, Canada is 1.9, European Union 1.6, China 1.6, Brazil 1.8, Japan 1.4. The other new research is by Nobel Prize-winning physicist in quantum physics John Clauser on the effect of cloud formation over the oceans, not previously factored properly into current UN climate models. More sunlight over the oceans causes more cloud formation, reflecting sunlight back into space, causing less cloud formation. It becomes, says Clauser, a natural Earth thermostat, having much more of an impact on climate than greenhouse gases, and there will be no catastrophic climate change. If anyone is interested, I'll make the text of this presentation available on my 2 Twitter accounts, @BillHaines75 and @IDPetition. Thank you for the opportunity to present. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Next, we'll go to Diane Newman. Is Diane here? No? How about Elizabeth Mogensen? No. Ron Graham?
Yes, I believe I'm here.
Go ahead, please.
I can hear anyways. If you can hear me, then I guess I am here.
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. My name is Ron Graham. I currently live in the neighborhood of Inglewood. I lived in Inglewood about 5 years ago and sold my house in what is now considered a small residential area. And I moved 2 blocks south. So now I'm in a major corridor and could have apartment buildings beside me very quickly. So let me say that I don't agree with all of the city's changes to zoning bylaws. I am concerned that the neighbors of new projects will not be able to have a say in what is built in their neighborhood. As far as I can tell, there will be virtually no opportunity to appeal as there are no specific rules for what can be built. My understanding is that there is some sort of design box that the new building must fit into. A certain percentage of the lot can be covered. Walls can only be a certain size. But other than that, there seems to be very little guidance in terms of what can be built. I also agree with many of the other speakers that say there's nothing in the current bylaw or the new bylaw to create affordable housing. As you're probably aware, many of the current infills are expensive to buy. In the news, we are seeing how the federal government wants to reduce the GST on new rental buildings to allow cheaper, they hope, rentals. This zoning bylaw does not address that at all. Once the bylaw is passed, City Council, at least in my opinion, will have virtually no power to force developers to create affordable housing. I believe in other cities, they have bylaws that indicate a certain percentage of new buildings must be affordable. I don't think that there is anything in this bylaw that addresses that. There does not seem to be any requirement to build properties with more than one bedroom. The bylaw allows up to 8 dwellings on a 50-foot lot. So I am on a 50-foot lot. So this single family, less than 1,000 square foot bungalow could be torn down, and some kind of apartment building could be put on this property. In fact, where I live, it could be 8 stories high because I'm in one of those zones near a busy street. In the place I used to live, it could be small apartments of 2 or 3 stories. And I wonder how many of you city councilors would like an apartment building beside you with potentially 8 residents, 8 families right next to you. You do have an opportunity in this bylaw to force developers to put in solar panels, or at least the hookups for solar panels. I see many infills in my neighborhood where they have a single slope, and on the roof, the slope is towards the north. So they're totally wasted in terms of being able to be used for solar panels. And I think that you should at least have the opportunity of writing in some sort of green future in the bylaw. As councillors, I believe you want the city to go green, and yet there doesn't seem to be anything in this bylaw that you're making the developers go in that direction. In the future, you hope to have more electric vehicles on the road, yet there seems to be no requirement for developers to at least rough in the wiring for EV chargers. To add this after the building is finished is much more expensive than roughing it in at the framing and wiring stage of construction. There does not seem to be any requirements to increase the energy efficiency of the buildings. And in my opinion, without being pushed, I assume most developers will build to the cheapest standard. You are allowing up to 8 residences on a 50-foot lot, yet there doesn't seem to be any parking requirements. The person who suggested that public transit be free might then justify fewer parking requirements. But if people are coming from other parts of Canada to Edmonton, chances are they're going to have at least 1 vehicle and potentially 2 or 3 vehicles. If there is no requirement to have parking spaces for those vehicles.
I am sorry, Ron. I'm sorry.
That's my time.
Yes, five minutes are up. Sorry about that.
No.
Next, we will go to Steve Rose. Can you speak into it?
I think, yes.
Yes, go ahead, please, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to speak. And I also want to thank you, Council, and the administration for all the obvious work that you've done. The issue is, or the problem is, there's a lot more that needs to be done. And I'm not going to reiterate all of the very
Can you move
comments.
Close to the mic?
Sorry, I'm not going to reiterate all the excellent comments.
No, thank you.
That have been made, which I support. I do want to address one, though, that I think is a fundamental flaw in this plan as it relates to communities. Communities are living, breathing things. They house the hopes and aspirations of the neighborhoods that they shelter, and they catalog the hopes and aspirations of those who walk before us. Neighborhoods are the bedrock of civic life. And this deserves recognition. And I would go further to say that it's okay, if not fashionable, to be proud of the contributions made by those who walked before us, to be proud of the contributions of those who walk there today. And it's okay to treat what has been created as a precious resource. And that it's a precious resource doesn't mean that we can never change it. That's absurd. We know we have to evolve. We know we have to change. But it does argue that if we're going to change it, we do so carefully, in a measured fashion, respectful of all competing interests. And this leads to my essential concern, which is that there's no consideration that I could read in the materials that I did review of the need to take into account the character of current neighborhoods and to ensure that we keep that specialness about them to the reasonable extent possible. As a result, we have one big soulless hope plan, which does nothing to prevent the strip mining of all that we've accomplished, all that is good and right, in return for the hope that the gods of the free market solve all our problems. This is akin to suggesting that we can improve the game of hockey by ensuring more pucks in net, and all we need to do is get rid of those pesky red and blue lines, fire the referees, and shred the rule book. This flies in the face of common sense, received wisdom, and lived experience. To just address a couple of specific points, our density is going to 0 to 100 miles an hour on an eye blink, 1 to 8. Toronto and Calgary are speaking of gentle densification. I think they're looking at 2 to 4. Vancouver, I think, is 3 to 5. As my late grandfather would say, where's the fire? The 1 million people we're talking about joining us aren't all arriving tomorrow. Where's the measure? Where's the measured response? And if we look at storm and sewer and drainage, these are extremely expensive capital assets. When put into the ground are intended to last, you would know better than I, 50, 60, 70 years. And we're going to increase capacity times 2, times 4, times 6, times 8. They will run out of capacity long before their intended times, which means there's going to be a massive cost to pull them out and upgrade, and who pays for that? Well, there's no requirement for the developers, so it's going to be existing residents. There's no consideration of neighborhood character. In Westmount, I believe, has been mentioned a number of times, maybe Highland as well. Very special communities, but they're not the only special communities. How is it a win if we allow the destruction of existing houses and the erection of faceless eightplexes or the cookie cutter skinnies? Where is that the win for us? In short, the strategic failure of this bylaw is to heavily favor the interests and concerns of those who aren't here yet over those who are here. There has to be balance, but it has to be fair, and this is not fair. I thus join others and ask Council to defer this entire matter pending review along the lines as has been suggested. Surely we should be striving higher than to simply put more pucks in the net. Surely we should be striving higher than hoping there's more bricks and mortar. Surely we should be striving to build just communities, interesting communities, people-focused communities, and that means we must take into account those aspects of neighborhoods that have made it great and which we've come to love. And I'll end by simply saying, can you imagine for a moment Edmonton would be the wonderful city it is today if the rules had been all out the window? It was go for it, and let's just see what happens. I think not. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments, Steve. I will check again if Susan Carlisle joining us. No. How about Diane Newman? Elizabeth Morganson? No. Okay, so that is the end of presentation from panel number 9. At this time, we will open the questions from council members. Councillor Knack?
No, I purposely didn't click on first. I was going to let someone
not.
else.
Oh my God. I thought you would. Okay, let's see. I'm going to check up. Counselor Stevenson, did you click? I don't see your click here. Okay, we'll start with Counselor Stevenson. The right side of me is very, very active today. Right, so go ahead, Counselor Stevenson.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate you all being here today and staying with us through the evening. Well, you know, Mr. Rose, just because you were speaking last, maybe I'll circle back. So I think it's a really interesting question, and you know, a lot of the comments have highlighted how we have a real variety of neighborhoods in the mature neighborhood, very different homes, very different feels in different neighborhoods. And what's interesting to me is that most of those neighborhoods all have the same zoning currently. It's typically the RF1 with the MNO. So just wondering your thoughts in terms of, you know, how we saw that diversity of neighborhoods emerge, even though they all had the same regulatory framework.
I can't speak for the history. I haven't been here, I think, in the city long enough. I mean, I guess what would happen is over time, these neighborhoods, some of them have been there 100 years, 3 or 4 people build, they like what they build, 3 or 4 more build, away we go. Glenora is based on, I think, an English garden, right? So, I mean, I can't really articulate the thinking that why and wherefore, but I am awfully certain that if over the years, particularly when we hit the 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, when population grew, that if it was ignore any community standards and there weren't any regulations and build what you want, I'm pretty sure you'd have a lot more cookie cutter. I mean, there's no question in my mind. And to give you an example, look at the war houses.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, I mean, yeah. It's,
Nothing wrong with them, but they all.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's an interesting thought. So I grew up in Rio Terrace, and there were 5 housing designs, right? So you would go to your neighbor's house and everything would be on the wrong side, or, you know, a different color. But certainly, you know, I think looking at the variety that can emerge under the same regulatory framework is a really interesting exercise.
100%. And keep in mind.
Oh, and sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm just short on time, so I don't mean to cut you off, but thank you. Maybe to Wanda. Sorry, there you are. You know, I really appreciate your comments about not wanting to see further suburban growth. That's something I you know, there's growth in our new neighborhoods is an important part of how we grow as a city, but, you know, making sure that there's balance with where some of that housing is going, so we're not expanding our city as quickly. So, you know, recognizing large sites like Blatchford or exhibition lands aren't enough to accommodate all the growth that we need. Where do you see the alternative being to that suburban growth?
Well, we've heard a lot of suggestions about what we can do on property, and we've heard a lot of information that's told us that the population is expanding, but it's expanding at more of a normal rate. And I really did like this gentleman's comment, is that we're just addressing the future at all times instead of respecting the people who are here. Like I'm kind of sick of worrying about where whoever is going to come here is going to live. I think in the past, did we do that? Did we really worry about where everybody was going to live? When, you know, the future is going to come, we better build something for them? Or did we just evolve? Did, as people come, you know, we build. If you build, they will come, you know?
Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you for that reflection.
But about the sprawl, I just wanted to say, a lot of our designs are really boring. And in Europe, they do have designs that do cater to families, which are U-shaped and gated in the front, where kids have a playground and they don't have to be taken to the park.
Yeah, absolutely. So that courtyard housing is an exciting opportunity.
Right.
I'll turn just my last minute to Alan. Thanks for being here tonight. Really appreciate the success of Westmount that you highlighted, and I heard you sort of say, we still need more people to come back, right? We want to continue to see people moving back to the neighborhood. And I just wasn't sure, but then I think I also heard you sort of express some concern around eightplexes. And my assumption is that, those eightplexes would house people, that people would be able to live there in the neighborhood. So I wasn't sure why those were compatible. If we want to be attracting more people to the neighborhood, why eightplexes would work against that.
Well, they raise a number of problems. One is what I described as the canyon effect, where you've got a small bungalow surrounded by these giant buildings.
I'm so sorry. I didn't realize I was so short on time. I'll come around to ask again. Sorry.
Yeah, we'll start with that question when Councillor Stevenson repeats that question on the second round, so if you can answer at that time. We just need to abide by the rules of 5 minutes. Thank you so much. Next is Councillor Salvador.
Thank you. And I'll direct the question to Speaker Nicholas Bonnie, if she's still on with us.
Yes, you bet. I'm
Great.
here.
Yeah, thank you so much. So hearing a number of speakers really speak to the importance of affordability, and I think that's a consistent theme that we've been hearing throughout the public hearing. So I guess I'm looking for a bit of an explanation as to what you would want that to look like, and who would be paying to subsidize the affordable units.
Well, ideally government, right? Food, clothing, and shelter are human rights. And I know that our federal government, our provincial government, our local government, I know everyone is concerned about the housing crisis and the homelessness crisis. So I don't have an answer for it, but I know it cannot be developers, right? We cannot expect business to pick up the slack here. It's a community issue, and it's got to be solved within the community. I would have no problem with affordable housing being built in my neighborhood. Yeah, I don't have an answer, Ashley. I'm so sorry, but yeah, we need to work together, all levels of government, the community, and of course developers would have to be involved because they would be the ones building them. So there needs to be some sort of government program that would help them allay their costs in order to keep that affordable housing.
Yeah, and that's
affordable.
That's helpful. And I guess one of the things that I'm thinking about is I totally hear what you're saying. There's an urgent need for public investment in affordable housing, but I'm also thinking about the conversation that we have in front of us, specifically related to the zoning piece. I'm trying to bridge that gap, trying to understand how you envision affordability requirements being built into the bylaw without those costs being passed on to other folks who are trying to, rent in some of these buildings.
Yeah. And maybe there's an advocacy role for you as city councillors to go to, whoever is most responsible, be it the province or the federal government. And if somebody wants to build an 8-plex unit, one or two of them needs to be rent controlled or affordable. And I don't know, but it needs to be a cohesive effort by all levels of government. Everybody needs to be on side.
Yeah, and I can just assure you that advocacy is ongoing, and that's something that this council has been taking incredibly seriously, because it is a collective effort, as you pointed out. Okay, maybe I'll jump to Speaker McNaughton, Sheila. Hi, Sheila. Hello. Yeah, so, I have heard you and a few other speakers talk about a phased approach where the bylaw might be applied in a neighborhood or two. It sounds like you heard Dr. Summers speak this morning, and he pointed out some of the cautions associated with spot rezoning and the consequences that might have for affordability. So I'm just wondering, given the desire for affordability, but also a phased approach, how do you envision that going forward?
I probably was not focusing on affordability. I was focusing more on the goals and I don't think I can articulate all of the goals of this land use bylaw, but certainly affordability, increased density, all of the things that are attempting to be achieved, and that many speakers throughout the last 2 days have said, oh yeah, that's going to happen, and then others have said, no, it's not going to happen. So my suggestion of phasing is, if you picked some neighborhoods where there is or appears to be support, there would be the opportunity to see what, if any, of the overall goals, including affordable housing, are achieved. And it would be an opportunity to evaluate before you rolled it out, or give the opportunity to make amendments before you rolled it out everywhere. So I wasn't specifically focusing on affordable housing.
Okay, okay. I only have 45 seconds, so I'm not going to start another question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you. Thank you, everyone, for being so patient and staying up with us. Maybe I'll go to Aaron first. I think a few of you actually mentioned this, but I think you kind of stood out in my mind. You mentioned that around just a lack of provision for parking, for example, for some of these issues. Are you aware that we don't have parking minimum requirements since 2020? So current state, it's not necessarily a requirement, a provision.
Sorry, I'm failing to make the connection to my comments.
I think you had said something around. I think in your comments you had mentioned something around the current zoning is not good enough because it doesn't have the provision for a number of things, and I think
see what you're saying, yeah.
Parking stood out to me as something.
Well,
you
I
said.
understand that. My concern would be the increased density, just creating more vehicular traffic, sort of echoing the statements that a lot of the other speakers had mentioned. Currently, in the time that I've spent in the neighborhood, just watching the increased traffic, there was times years ago you could look down a street and not see a single car parked on it. Now you can almost not find parking. I don't think adding more residents to the equation would solve that issue in any way. That's my only. I just mentioned it as a concern. That's all.
Oh, okay, great, thank you. I think I wanted to flag that as well. And then back to Sheila. Kind of this question around phase, and I think one of the things, because you're not the first who's brought that up, a few other speakers have mentioned that we should maybe pilot in a few neighborhoods, and I was curious, how do you decide which neighborhoods to start?
Well, that's why I'm glad I'm not on council, because I wouldn't have to decide. But my impression, and it may be wrong, but my impression is there are some neighborhoods, you've heard from some community leagues, where they're coming forward and saying there is support in their community for the proposed bylaw. So I think, and I might be wrong, but my impression is that through this process and perhaps other consultation, there will be some indications that council will have of communities and neighborhoods where there's receptiveness.
Right, it's interesting because I think so far, yes, there have been leagues that have expressed support, but we've also heard residents from those communities that express, the opposite, and vice versa, right? And like any issue, there's no unanimous consent. And I just think that's an interesting question about, then where do you start? Anyways.
And I acknowledge that.
Yeah.
But I also think that there may be areas in the city where there is a sense or there are factors which would mean they would be good test locations. Can I tell you what they are? No. But you're in the position where you have much more information than I do.
Mm-hmm. And I wanted to go to Leanne. Thank you, Sheila. Just to Leanne. Thank you for being here. I'm a fan of your writing. Just wanted to pick up on something you had mentioned around, I think you had 3 points. And that third point was around the health services piece, and I'm glad you listened to the conversation yesterday. Did you also catch the bit there where, the mayor had pointed out that when it comes to supervised consumption services, it's also a health service. It's not an automatic approval. There's a very lengthy process, and it requires multiple levels of approval, consultation, and engagement.
No, I wasn't familiar with that. I don't think I would change my point, though. The fact of the matter is that any process with no opportunity for appeal is not the process I want to see happening here in the city of Edmonton. There must be an appeal process in this new bylaw.
So not
whether we're
necessarily
talking about protection sites or other community uses that the community is not comfortable with, there has to be an opportunity for an appeal.
Right, right. Okay, great, thank you. And then finally, oh, okay, I have 30 seconds left. Never mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now to Councillor Knapp.
Oh, so many questions.
Yeah.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks for being here. This panel I actually found was one of the most fascinating ones for me, and I'm gonna pick on you, Steve, because you and I emailed too many times, so we might as well just keep talking. I think we have like 100 emails. I was going through my numbers while I was waiting. Here's the thing. You told me, and this is part of the thing that I'm struggling with. Forgive the long preamble, Mr. Mayor, but you said there are those talking about there are those who aren't here yet versus those who are here. And I think about those who are here, and I think about our first two speakers who talked about the fact that we have speakers here on this panel who are struggling. Folks who are dealing with a massive economic crisis. I know Speaker 2, you touched on that, and sorry, Karen, you talked about how there's economic hardships being faced. Arlene's facing them. In our first panel, we heard from numerous current Edmonton residents who are dealing with real economic hardship. On this panel, I heard folks like Ms. Falder say, I'm actually good with 8 units, but have some concerns around environment, around affordability, some other things. I've heard a few speakers say that, but I've also heard some, including yourself, including a couple of others, say 8 units is a no-go. And if we're going to build in environmental regulations, if we're going to build in affordability regulations, assuming the province doesn't take that ability away through inclusionary zoning, I'm feeling like I'm up against this tension right now of how do I fix the problem not that we're talking about tomorrow, that exists today for current Edmontonians. And why I picked on you specifically is you've emailed me a lot about property taxes, right? All the time. You've emailed me about budget saying this council's got to get spending under control. Our biggest cost driver over and over and over again is how far out we grow. So even on this panel, I've had 3 different very, very unique perspectives that are all valid, but are in conflict with each other. And I'd love your help for me to make my job easy, and how do I solve that?
I can't make the job easier. In fact, it's probably going to make it harder. That's
Please
why
do.
You are
That's
where you
okay.
Are. But, I mean, I think the point is this. We're obviously going to have competing views of the world, competing needs, of course, obviously. And I'm not saying 8 is a no-go. I'm saying 8 going from 0 to 100 in one day is not very wise. Where we end up is where we end up. What I am saying is a bylaw your bylaw, there's no governors. It's some very broad requirements, and then let's just see what happens. And what, in your experience, my experience, anyone's experience, anyone here, anyone on the video's experience would lead them to believe that the private markets, the private enterprise, is going to address these very public concerns. I say it's hopeless, and I'm not disparaging developers at all. I respect them greatly. They have their role. Their role is to build homes that people want for the best price they can. But if there's not guidelines, how are you going to get? I mean, it's almost madness to think you're going to get affordability.
I want to jump on that point, right? Because, and I appreciate the point from Ms. McNaughton about how do you trial this? So part of why I wanted to go for a walk with you in Grosvenor is that Grosvenor, like 19 other communities in the city of Edmonton today, are zoned RF3, which, while I'll appreciate Bev Zubat's points on the previous panel, generally speaking, the RF3 zone is very closely aligned with what's being proposed today. So we've had 20 communities that have had the zoning for upwards of 43 years. So it's not that there's no rules, it's that they're different. And so I guess I wouldn't mind getting your perspective on it, when we have communities that have had this style of zoning that we can use for the last 4 decades, what else do we need to make sure, because there are still guidelines. The zoning bylaw is not without rules. It's with less rules, but not without no rules.
I guess, I mean, I can't speak to detail because I don't know RF3, I don't know anything. Sure. I will say this, when we're talking constantly, council's talking, and rightly so constantly, about affordable housing, environmental footprint, climate issues, and we have nothing in the bylaw, it's madness. You lack the social license to go ahead with this, in my opinion, all due respect.
That's fair.
You have not addressed the key things that you yourself and the public have agreed are key elements. And that's before we even get into the, I think, inadequate public to and fro. But, you know, setting all of that aside, it's not there.
I'm out of time. I might come back. Thank you.
It's
No, that's
absolutely
helpful.
not there. I'm sorry, but it's not there.
Don't apologize. It's all good.
Thank you. Councillor Rice.
Thank you. I think I really like one comment our speaker said. This is real public engagement. So look at all the conversation we have here. So really appreciate everybody's comments and share your thoughts. So my first question, I want to go to Alan. So through this yesterday and today's hearing, I heard over and over, no matter, and for some population who have limited access to the digital world or to the newsletter, to the computer, or many citizens as engaged citizens, but still say, and you just only know this a few weeks ago, 1 month ago. So if we, based on many your requests to delay 1 year, so I ask this question again because I asked it in the other panel as well. So what do you expect it really to say that communication could reach to the public? Right now, you know, we still have many population citizens in our city do not know this. So what do you specifically expect it? I want to get a sense for that because this will resolve this issue because I heard over and over from speakers.
I get an email every week from the city of Edmonton reminding me that my garbage and my food scraps and my cart need to be set out at a certain time on a certain day. I am confident that there are hundreds of thousands of people on that email list who are notified about their garbage and their food scraps. Surely I could have been also told about the changes to the bylaw, which has the very potential of powerful impacts. So that's one thing. And another thing would be to do what the infill people did. They actually dropped the brochure off at my house, and I read about this for the first time. So there's lots of ways to communicate. It just wasn't done.
Thank you for that comments. Thank you. So my next question go to Deborah. So Deborah, thank you for sharing your own experience and regarding current developments near your house. So because the current development is based on the current bylaw, so I assuming and for this sharing is about use this story to remind, and we do not want to see this similar situation happen in the future with the new bylaw. Do you say that will impact the same way with the new bylaw?
The new bylaw is worse because at least this time I got a letter notification saying that that the company had bought it and they were going to divide it into two. And then I phoned the city to find out they were going to build two skinny houses. And I had the ability to put in a written objection. And I also talked to the neighbor on the other side and had them also, if they objected, to also write an objection. They said they didn't think it would be worth it. And I said, let's go for it anyhow, because we can't lose.
Okay.
But with this new one, my understanding is there will be no notification and there will be no way for me to object to it.
Oh, thank you.
So
thank you for that.
That makes me very unhappy.
Okay, thank you for that. So last question I would like to go to Sheila. So specifically in your presentation, you mentioned about once the bylaw approved, the permit approved. So the worry is about the unintended consequences. So can you describe a little bit more about this? And because we heard lots of from yesterday, and they said this bylaw is not perfect right now. Let's go ahead, and we can have an opportunity to come back change. But you said very clear, no. Once bylaw approved and permits were approved, there is unintended consequences. Can you explain a little bit more for that?
Sure, I probably wasn't as clear because I was trying to speak quickly, but if council approves the proposed bylaw, people can apply and will apply for development permits in accordance with the permitted uses in the various category. And if the application complies with the bylaw requirements, the permit must be granted. So there will be permits issued. And then if you bring along amendments, my particular issue was climate resiliency, those permits already are in existence. They will not be subject to whatever you bring in by a subsequent amendment, unless in fact they aren't acted on and the project isn't built. But assuming it is built.
Okay, okay, thank you very much. My time is out.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, thank you. Ron Graham, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm still here.
Thank you. One of the things that you mentioned, I just want to make sure we're not conflating the district planning and what's before us here today. So there is a proposal to rezone the entire city for the nearest equivalency zones. So an area that I really honed in on was Inglewood. And as creepy as it sounds, because we were neighbors and I know where you live, you would be in the RS zone. You would be in the proposed RS zone. So I'm trying to square that with, you know, your concern about the 8 stories high, because I do agree at the district planning stage, Inglewood could be very impacted with 124th Street cutting right through it and the nodes and corridors. But what's before us today, the decision before us today is like for like. So with the RS zone, we also heard from speakers in support that actually raised concerns about the loss of developmental rights, because right now in Inglewood, you can build on a lot right beside you 12 units, and that would actually go down to 8.
So I just want to make sure that we're talking about the same thing, because where I used to live would still be that small residential, but I am now about half a block away from 111th Avenue. So I presume that being within half a block of 111th Avenue, I'd be in that primary corridor.
No, it's still, if it's zoned RF3 today, it's proposed to change to RS zone. Though what you are getting at is the nodes and corridors for the district planning. But one of the questions in the council Q&A portal that was submitted that I thought was really great was asking, is there going to be upzoning after district planning? And the answer was no, there will be some spot upzoning in targeted areas, but for the most part, even after the nodes and corridors is approved, you would still, if somebody wanted to go from an RS zone to an RM zone or an RL zone, is it? Yeah. Then you would have to still go through the public hearing process.
So in the house that I live in now, I received a notification, it was probably a little over a year ago, about a new apartment building of 49 suites that would be built in what I thought was going to be next to me. Turns out it was on 123rd Street instead of 122nd Street. But I presume it would be in the same zone as what I am living in now.
Yeah, and that was interesting because I lived on 123rd Street too, so I know that went through public hearing, and it was approved because of the West Ingle area structure plan, which also sets back density into the neighborhood of Inglewood. It already exists.
That was my recollection, is that this could have been me next door.
Yeah.
But
the point is it still had to go through public hearing, right? Like that's what I'm getting at. Like I just want to make sure if you have concerns with the RS zone, I really do, or any zone in the proposed bylaw, I want to know what those concerns are. I take that very much to heart, but I also just want to make sure we're not conflating two different processes.
I will make some, or would make some other comments, but I think we agree that if there is the ability to appeal what is going in beside you, then that would solve most of any problems that people might have.
Okay, that helps. So just so I can clearly understand, if you are in and I will double check it based on what you said, but I did look at Inglewood specifically in the Know Your Zone map. An RS zone even if with the district planning happening next year, and there's a node and corridor along 111th Ave, somebody would still have to, a developer that purchases a lot beside your house would still have to apply for a rezoning and come to public hearing. And so as long as you had that right to come to the public hearing and plead your case, you would be fine with that, because it would be the same process as today. Okay.
Okay, that's not what I understood
Okay.
from some of the maps, but that's great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Can you take the chair, please?
Yep.
Thank you. I will start with Sheila. Sheila, I agree with you that the bylaw as proposed is not ambitious enough on climate change goals. And what we're struggling with is that as council, we have very limited authorities to influence change on climate change. We're constrained by building code regulation, we're constrained by MGA and others, and there's going to be a lot of work being done, or is underway now, that will allow us to better understand what abilities that we have to be ambitious, right? So it is unknown at this time. So even if we pause this now and wait till that report to come, and that report tells us that we have very limited ability to be ambitious, then we'll be back here again. So that's the struggle we have. In the meantime, I also want to understand, do you know that we have a target of 50% of the future population growth to be accommodated within existing neighborhoods? Did you know that as a city we set that goal?
Yes, I have read that.
And we are only, I think we're getting close to 30%. So we have a long way to go. So if we don't make these changes, we would continue to sprawl out. So that's what I'm trying to struggle. The more we delay, the more sprawl we allow. Just want to get your thoughts on that.
I understand it's a compromise,
Yeah.
but my view remains on my two first points, that I think waiting for the climate resiliency information and direction is important to do.
Yeah. Even though when we do that analysis and we find that as local government constrained by MGA, constrained by federal provincial building code regulations, that we would not be able to do what you expect us to do.
Yes, I would say so, because I'm not sure that you are going to be constrained.
We are constrained. We're very constrained by building code. We're very constrained by MGA. That's why we're doing some analysis and research into that. There's a report coming to us on that next year. So that's the struggle that we have. We try to figure out what is in our ability to influence climate change, and we're doing a lot. I'm very proud that this council is actually doing much, much more than ever done on climate change, right? So what we want to be by, but I hear you on that, absolutely. On the affordable housing, I want to come to Bonnie Nicholas. I appreciate your openness and willingness to embrace affordable housing in your community, but here struggle is the same. This bylaw as proposed would allow us to move many restrictions that we now impose on affordable housing, such as zoning changes, right? This will remove zoning changes, requirements, sorry. Wouldn't that encourage more affordable housing in every neighborhood if we remove our own red tape?
I don't know, because I'm not a developer, but my understanding is that developers develop for profit. That is their business. They need to feed their families. They need to buy housing. They need to pay for their kids' education.
Absolutely.
And if they have shareholders, they need to turn a profit. So I don't know that we can count on developers to do the right thing.
But this
I think that they need to be pushed a little bit, nudged a little bit, given some incentives. And as I said earlier, I don't know what those incentives are.
Yeah, but these changes would allow nonprofit housing providers to move faster on affordable housing, because we are removing red tape around notices given to neighbors. We are removing red tape around going through a lengthy rezoning application for site to be zoned for affordable housing. And that is a cost for nonprofit sector. So,
For sure,
so
for
that
sure.
it does move the needle on affordable. At the same time, I don't know if you were aware that we have a policy that in every neighborhood, 16% of the housing should be affordable housing. Right?
Yes, and there's that word should again. How do
I
you
know.
enforce
There's
that?
there's
Yeah.
always like how we
Yeah.
achieve that is always a question, right?
Yeah,
So
and reducing red tape can be a laudable goal,
Yeah.
but I think red tape has gotten kind of a bad rap because we also need to consult with the communities and make sure that there is buy-in, that the community feels comfortable with this. There needs to be clear communication. So having that appeals process, I think, is a good thing. And I'm sad to see that that is going to be gone. And I know we have like 20 seconds left. One of my neighbors built a garage suite, and of course they had to come around and get permission. And it was such a great chance to connect, talk about their vision, talk about what we want to see in our neighborhood. So I would hate to lose that too. But thank you so much for asking.
no. I hear you, but on the other hand, we hear from nonprofit sector that they face barriers when it comes to community engagement, right? So
Fair
with
enough.
that, with that, I don't see second round. I will take the chair back.
Oh, I was anticipating you were moving second round again.
No, there's nobody. There are second rounds. Okay, I will move the second round of questions.
Second.
Okay.
Okay, so that is moved by Mayor and seconded by Councillor Paquette. Please vote.
Councillor Chance is in favor.
I'm in favor too, because our system needs to be rebooted.
I'm a yes.
I'm a yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, councillors. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. Back to you, Mr. Mayor.
I will take the chair back, and if we could just reboot our e-scribe. Okay, now Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. So yeah, just circling back on my question previously. So I heard you talking sort of about the canyon effect, so the tall buildings on either side. So, first of all, just recognizing that a single detached home could be the same height as an eightplex, for example.
The proposed RS zone would allow a building up to 98.5 feet long, 10.5 meters high, which is higher than the current what's currently allowed, and also the footprint increases by about another 525 square feet. So you've got a bigger building, a higher roof, and a bigger footprint, and all of this with no provision for cars. So imagine some poor bloke. He's got an eightplex north of him. He's got an eightplex south of him. 16 cars. Where's everyone going to park? And looking into the future, where are these people going to charge their electric vehicles, which Mr. Trudeau says are coming by the year, I forget what the year is, 2030. So you've got 16 cars, potentially. Where are they going to park? Where are they going to plug in their vehicles for charging? There's no provision for that. But there's something more that, we all want to live in a neighborhood that we can carry in our hearts. A neighborhood that feels like home, where there's a congruence, if you will, between the buildings and the environment and the trees, and it all fits. And I'm concerned that if this goes ahead, my experience with developers is that they don't really care about the look of the neighborhood. They don't care about the feel of the neighborhood. So I can see the heritage area of some of these older neighborhoods that have been spoken to this afternoon not being taken into account.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting one because, all of our existing neighborhoods were built by developers.
They were, but the new developers do not respect what's there. They do not respect the heritage. They don't.
Okay. Well, thank you. That helps clarify those concerns. And then, yeah, I think I'll leave it there. I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Nash.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I guess I want, sorry, no, Mr. Brown, I was kidding, yeah, sorry, no,
sorry.
it's okay, it's all good. We're tired, we gotta just talk, it's good stuff. So, wanted to just get your thoughts on this, similar question I was sort of asking to Mr. Rose at the beginning, but you mentioned urban sprawl is a terrible thing, there's no evidence that's stopping, and I think the city plan that was approved back in December 2020 does say we will not annex any more land. We have to grow within our boundaries. Now, there's still undeveloped areas within our existing boundaries. If we stopped it tomorrow, just as a hypothetical, let's say we're not going to do any new greenfield development, we stop all new approvals in those areas. We saw about 40,000 people move from July 22 to July 23 in our city. Typically about 75% of them move into the new areas right now. So if we said no more development at all, we're not going to approve anything else, suddenly we now have 40,000 people coming into our mature neighborhoods. My guess is that would be tough for a lot of folks who are hesitant to see a certain scale of change, because now we're not just talking about skinny homes or row housing, we're talking about substantially more in order to move that many people in at a short amount of time. So we've sort of said, as a city, we're not going to annex any more land, but we will continue to use our existing boundaries while we work to shift how we're growing. So I'd like to put to you just sort of like, what is that right shift look like to you? Because as you noted, skinny homes alone, especially in your neighborhood, nobody can afford it. If you want to have more affordable housing, typically more units allows for a lower cost home, but then that puts the tension of more units in a neighborhood. So wouldn't mind your thoughts on this.
Well, Alan and I actually drove here together tonight, and we passed building after building after building down Jasper Avenue. Everything is for lease. There's emptiness everywhere. You go down 124th Street, all the 3-story walk-up apartments have vacancy. So there's holes to fill in the existing infrastructure that's in place. I don't know if it's called rezoning or not, but there's a lot of empty office space, and I think there's other parts of the world that are sort of heading in that direction. I think there's a lot of people that were at work during COVID that aren't necessarily working. They're now, instead of commuting from those suburban areas, they're just working out of them. And so that's left a lot of holes in the urban centers, and it's evident in our urban center. So perhaps some incentive to develop that. I think the people that are interested in living in an 8-plex in Glenora are perhaps not sharing the same concerns of having the gardens and the open space for the kids and for the that the existing residents are concerned about. So, you know, maybe finding space in the existing infrastructure could possibly be an answer. I don't know how many millions of square feet are available in the downtown area right now, but it's a lot. So
I guess, you know, I'm gonna use my personal experience. I live in a 3-story condo building, kitty corner from the Jasper Place Library, that was built in 2008. It's the only new building that was built in the community of Jasper Park in the last 50 years. And I'm one of the, you know, Mr. Graham had asked about, what would you like to live by 8 people? I love living by 63 people. It's awesome for me. I don't have to I'm a lazy person. I'm glad I don't have to cut grass or shovel snow. And not everyone wants that lifestyle. But it's also, if that hadn't been built at that time, just as I was graduating, there wouldn't have been a housing choice for me in most of the mature neighborhoods that I represent today. And we're also trying to figure out, how do we start to provide some of those options while trying to at the same time respect folks that want the single family home in the large lots. And so I guess I worry about saying it should only happen in the downtown or only happen on these main streets. You know, is there not an opportunity for some of that housing choice internal to every community, a small amount even?
Well, I think I'm going to, you know, sort of echo the statement that a lot of people already made today again, but the developers that are in charge, and yes, I understand they have a role, and Councillor Stevenson, I think, asked Alan about, like, well, isn't it developers that develop the city that exists today? I think there's a difference. I'm in the building industry, and the only reason I exist in my company is because of how proud we are of what we do. We're very, very focused on what we do. Anyways, the point is that the developers today are not passionate home builders looking to build finer homes or finer examples of multifamily housing or final, more affordable housing. They're not, there's no passion. It's purely opportunity. And I know that because in my business, I don't have a single builder. My entire business is, I deal entirely with the end user. So I have no accounts with any builders or any developers. They're not interested in what I sell because what I sell is the best of what we do. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Jans.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question was for the guest who was talking about being jammed between two 8-unit buildings.
That would be
about parking.
Ellen Garber. There's a question coming to you. There'll be a question coming to you. Go ahead, Councillor
Thank you. Yeah, I was just wondering, like, I live in Garneau, and I think we have some of these 8-unit, or sometimes I think there's one that's even 16 units. But in these units, I think they're smaller than 500 square foot each. They're like studio apartments. They're not multi-bedroom apartments. And often the residents living there are visiting doctors for the hospital, or international students, or others who are not coming with a car and are not coming with parking per se, because if they need a car, I was wondering if Guest Garber was aware of car share programs, or also if they thought that there was a role for the city to maybe think about how we serve people who don't need a car during the week, but they may need it once a month on the weekend, sort of thing, for that Pasco run or trip to Jasper.
Well, I'm sure there will always be people who don't have cars. I know in Amsterdam, most people have bicycles, but this is in Amsterdam. I can only just go by my experience that in Westmount, where I live, everyone has cars. Most people have 2 cars.
Yeah.
And there's always competition for people, even on the street now, for a place to park.
Because I think for me, if I was a builder and I was looking to build something in Westmount, even if I could go up to 8, I'd probably build a duplex or a triplex maybe, because that seems to be the nature of the neighborhood. But if I was in a student area, or an area where there was a higher threshold of retirees or singles or something, I'd probably want to build a multi-unit. So I guess, do you think that the market will still respond to demand?
Well,
or do you think just because they can build 8, will they build 8?
Well, the university district is not the same as